we went back to the old status quo. So that is how it is. That is how the country has been funded. That is why we say until we gather ourselves, recognize that this nation, we should keep it as one. We should love it as our own. Let's sit down. We are not breaking up. Let's sit down and actualize the dream of our forefathers. Let's sit down as a body, a nation, to say we don't want to break our nation. Neither do we want to 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 put a law that will make our brothers and sisters in the north be dying. Let us have a new plain book that if we agree, we all follow. Because it should not be a sort of a fraternity now. We agree and we now follow. When we have such fraternity, it will be hard for us to just knowingly break the law. When we know we are in a oath, conviction that we want to build a nation for ourselves, to make things work for everybody. That is just it. It's not breaking of a country.
It's like you don't know human beings. Have you met campaign season?
I
This
have
is
gone for campaigns. Look, I'm a
you
politician
just
before.
been through a
See,
campaign
see,
season where
see.
Nigerians are calling each other
Look,
all kinds of names, and you
do,
think you're
do,
going to
do,
hold a constitution that everybody will be happy with.
to Niger, my uncle, my brother presently, my own brother, my first cousin, my father trained his own, the last born of the family. The first son, who is senior to me by 2 months, is in charge of a very strong position in Edo State that is in charge of resources that bring it from the oil sector to the state. My own brother, but I refuse it because
Okay,
of corruption.
can I ask you
I'm
something now?
against him now.
I will ask you something, but first I will just say something about this so that I can now fully tackle that point you're making. See, when we talk about inflation, or you call it inflation in America, they call it pork, where they put money on top of money, and this is why I always go back to the source of our key problem, because that's where we started from. As a nation, we are not secure. That's why I gave you that example of you going to work with your house open and all the rest of it. Because most of the things we describe inside Nigeria, we see it in many nations. It's just that it's not damaging to them. America, I mean, obviously, America is a unique country. They can print currency; it doesn't damage them. All nations are not the same. We are on a different level. So the nations that used to be like us, that we know, we used to borrow them money in the 60s, 70s. What they did was they secured their country, then found a way, like you said, they can sit down then and say, you know what, this is what we want to do, this is what we want to do, and we can do that. Boom. They would then you find that things will start straightening out in the nation. That said, it still doesn't mean as we stand right now, we can't argue for transparency, because after all, we argued for power generation. It has happened. You see what I mean? So now I want to ask you specific questions. Now you're talking about a constitutional conference. Let me ask you three key things you're going to ask for from that
Wait, before
constitutional
you ask me a question,
conference.
sorry. I forgot this. You see, the transparency we are talking about was the reason Obasanjo invited Okojo-Iweala, was the reason they set up a squad, a special squad, I call it squad, that if you are going through any process, you must go through a process and to be well vetted and carried to the National Assembly, not padding. It stopped during Obasanjo time. There was nothing like padding or inflating stuff because those two women that were there, they were strict. But when those women went out,
See, Black Panther.
the whole
It
thing
was that
started
time.
rubbing in.
Black Panther. Can
Because
I
it wasn't a
interject you?
system, it was based on
Can I
personality. This
can
is
I
what
interject
we
you?
were
Can I
talking about.
interject you?
Go
Can I
ahead.
interject you for a minute, please? Black Panther. Sorry about that. You see that period, that era that you are talking about, when Obasanjo brought in the likes of Okonjo-Iweala, that was fine. But that was the same period that Atiku, you know, you know, drank Nigeria, to blind. He stole that country blind. It was that same period. The problem is that it is the agency, the institutions, they are not strong. The people that are there, because it does not matter. Okonjo-Iweala came, put down a strong, viable system, put it in place. But this system will still have to be monitored, managed, and run by civil servants. These civil servants are corrupt. She set up the procurement. She was the one that set up the enterprise, the wealth, the sovereign fund. She set that up. The crude oil, the excess crude oil fund. She set that up, and many other things like that. That was when, and the privatization, the privatization of public entities. That was when that was where Atiku, it drank that country blind under that same that structure. But they were able to do that, to siphon all that money, bought all Nigerian public entities at a discount, at a deep discount, because the public servants, they easily bought them over. That is the problem. So it's the institutions. The institutions are weak. Ministries, agencies, parastatals, they are very weak, and they can easily be bought. All you need to do is just make sure that you have your people there as director generals of agencies and federal parastatals, because these are the people that will implement this. You can have it very good on paper. On paper, fantastic. The implementation, it is still, the public servant, these people. And when you get there, I can tell you for free, you will see people, you will see somebody that they will put in a position that does not even have a first degree, and is in a position that is in control of, massive resources.
Let me just keep this a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, with everything you guys are saying, everything I've heard, I can only just figure out maybe just one solution. I think the Nigeria state does not have a central data center. So, because before you can form a real, can you mute a little bit? Okay. Before you can really form or create a strong institution, I think you do really need a central data center, which currently Nigerian government does not have. And let's say, for example,
is that not what NIN is?
No, because NIN is managed outside of Nigeria. Let me use your passport as an example.
Okay, you're actually referring to data centers.
Yes.
Okay. Oh no, that's a big problem we have. It's
one of the biggest problems, and that actually makes Nigeria very vulnerable. The Nigeria security architecture system vulnerable to outsiders, which is foreign countries, and also which means they know everything about Nigeria because they manage every Nigerian data, which is not supposed to be so. So first and foremost, the Nigerian government is supposed to build. I remember, was it in 2021, I heard that they were putting about over $400 million. Somebody can check it out to build a data center. But up to now, we didn't hear anything about that data center. I was hopeful then that I was even happy when I saw that they were spending such a amount of money to build a data center, but we don't hear anything about it now. So one of the problems, because if Nigeria have what's called a real data center, for a central data center for the Nigeria people, believe me, all these pretend they can't even steal a pin like from the government post without being noticed.
I think with the one that is available even overseas, they can still monitor them. It's just that Nigerians haven't clued into this. And when I keep telling them, when I keep saying that if we pursue it, you'll be surprised. Even you have to shoot for this in the sky before you can get the stars. If you don't try to ask for high level of standards, you're not going to even get anything. Because we keep complaining that they are corrupt, but we are not demanding.
Can I ask you a question?
Corrupt. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Will you contest, and I will be the one to raise fund for you in Nigeria? I want you to test it.
Okay.
Can you please? If you do that, I will go into an agreement with you.
Do I look like somebody that win an election?
No. I can make it happen. No, I can make it happen for you. I'm telling you.
Can you imagine me going to talk to voters?
No. You don't need that, but I can make it happen for you if you are ready.
Run for what? Local
Run
government
for
or
a local government or house. I can make it happen to it for you if you are ready.
when the time comes now, if I go to
So
Nigeria,
that
well,
so that
I
so
don't know
that
how popular I will be
you
because
go and test the kind of tea party they are going to give you.
Honestly, the corruption in Nigeria is high. Believe me, from the civil servant.
I
So I
see.
just
I
don't
would
want to
rather
go there.
advise a lot of people about this thing because personally, I don't care too much about the limelight. The important thing is that it is done. And if I can have influence somebody in River State to do the right thing, I go to Bauchi, they do the right thing, and Nigeria is getting better, I'm fine. You see what I mean? And given the way I talk anyway, look at the panel. Half of the time, you guys want to chew my head off. And you are scared to go and talk to Nigerian people.
See, to Nigeria. You see, if you are not on ground, let me tell you, if you don't go on ground, I bet you can never know. Look, every Nigerian senator, they are as crafty as a serpent. They will give you and the diaspora that are not very smart what you want to hear and what you want to see in the internet. They will sponsor it. Can you imagine? A Nigerian went and changed his date of birth online twice. If not for the record we have, he went and changed it online in Google.
Yes, you're talking about that. A Nigerian here gave his family members citizenship.
I am telling you that
give them
we
passport.
are. If you know the rottenness in it, my brother, you will get mad.
I think we need 2 generations to clean it out. See, I know because I know, like from 50 years ago, I think that's when we started cheating in WAEC. And when we started cheating in WAEC, we cheated in JAM. And when we get driving license, we don't care about it. The Nigerians have been breaking the law for quite a long time. I think for about 50 years.
Have you
We
asked
need to
yourself
clean
why
out.
schools in the villages always come out best in WAEC? Have you ever asked this?
Because there's no monitoring mechanism there. There's less monitoring mechanism in that area. See, even in voting, you can see the patterns. The villages, that's where the rigging really happens.
And WAEC is always from the very, very far village. Go check it. Have you ever seen a student that came up from Lagos State as the best WAEC? It's always from the village. Why? It's corruption because they go there. And what time happens to go to one of the schools when I visited during the exam? Believe me, they read answers to them. We taught them. They were reading answers to them to the question.
Wow.
Okay, Naija, for instance, now, sorry for this. For instance, now, when I did my WAEC, I'm a science student. All my science, my physics, chemistry, and biology, I did practical work, and that took about, they were doing it. They took about 45% of my work is the lab work. I have to do it the way it was done, and because I was good in the lab work, I had to. That thing pushed me a lot because now what you see now is alternative to practical. Do you know why they said that? Because of the deficiency we have in the north. And the south were doing it, but they have to change it to imagine your practical now is going to be theoretical, practical. You will see the experiment on paper, then you now guess how you're going to do it. That is what they started giving the generation. But I did practical, I scored, I was a brilliant student. I did it, I got the best. I didn't do WAEC twice. It was once because my father trained. He allows to do GCE at least 2 times before you go for your major, for your original one WAEC itself. So I did that because I was trained with that. When I went for my WAEC, I had my papers once. And my dad, because I opened the door for my family, I was the first person to do that. My first bros did it, my cousin did it twice. It was only me from my daddy's side that I got it once. So they have to celebrate me because I'm practically oriented in my course. But what do we have now? They don't know anything because of the kind of, like what Zeke did. Oh, let us wait for the North so that the North can meet us. That is exactly what happened in education. And that's why it's flawed.
I think that education one, I think I sympathize with people that complain about if there is an element of marking the southern ones down while they elevate the northern ones, because one, the northern population is growing faster than the southern population. We are not telling them stop having children. So why are they disadvantaging us again on educational front? So that, for me, there has to be a balance in this thing, because if the system becomes unbalanced, then Nigeria is going to become unstable. Systems have to be balanced, and I don't think, given the way, because my own projection shows that in the next 50 years, the northern part of Nigeria is going to make up 60 to 70% of the population of Nigeria. And if that is the case, they are growing faster in population, but while in education, they are slowing us down. Why are we not slowing them down in birth rate? So they may as well unhinge us from the educational this advantage we have. Because if we have an educational advantage, why should they disadvantage us on that one? Why they are not disadvantaging themselves in terms of reproduction? So
So,
that doesn't seem fair.
so to Nigeria, now you can see, sorry, Kesvis, let me just jump in. Now you can see why people are telling you, that we need to sit down and discuss our existence,
No,
right?
I understand that. I'm not blocking it. Like I've said it before. I'm not
Okay,
holding on to not negotiating, not doing referendum like somebody hugging a transformer. I'm not going to
okay.
do that.
If somebody is having 10 children, forefather, you live in the UK,
Mm.
you know what it takes to raise up kids here, right? You can't. I keep telling people. There's a day somebody was, some of my family member was telling me, was complaining about. I said, listen, Mr. Man, you have 4 kids. Did you not think how you were going to cater for them, right? You have four
Mm.
children. Who do you think was going to give you money? Here in the UK, forefather, if you have kids here in the UK, you wake up in the morning by 7 a.m., fetch them from school. They go to
I'll
school.
tell
By
you.
9 a.m., they're there. By 3 o'clock, you go and pick them back from school. When they come back from
Mhm.
school, you look at their homework, make sure they do their
What
homework.
happens if you don't show up at school?
You find out what will happen to you when they keep telling you.
They will not let you hear the end of it. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not just that when you bring them back from school for that. Sometimes you take them swimming. They go for their swimming classes or they go for their piano lessons.
Mhm.
So it's
But how come there's no policy in Nigeria that would jail parents if their kids, if they don't send their kids to at least primary education, like primary school? Because here in
Uh,
America, if you have a kid and it doesn't show up at school, man, police gonna come pick you
But
up because
but
because
the things
Nigeria
of
doesn't give parents money. That Nigeria doesn't guarantee parents a living. If you guarantee the parents a living, then you can ask them why they are not taking their children to school. How can you
No,
expect
no,
the
no,
parents to
no.
have
Too
a
that's
living?
what
Niger,
happened with
Let me come in. Let me come in.
Obaseki
You
trying
see,
to
we
put a
had a
policy,
system.
you
Oh,
know.
somebody speaking.
Niger.
Yes,
Sorry, sorry. Can
I
I
was
say
happy
something?
with Obaseki that he was trying to put up a policy that could get parents arrested if they find their kids outside during school. But I really support that policy because we really need to take things very seriously because just listening to what Tunaja just said regards to the level of uneducated people in the northern Nigeria, believe me, Nigeria is headed towards a very if that continues, we're in big trouble. Believe me, this is no joke time, man. Big
No,
trouble.
Wait,
can I say something?
Black
We
Panther,
had
please.
a
Can I
system.
speak?
We had a system before in the education. If we had a system, this system is like this. When I was in school, this is like this. We they invite our parents, teachers, parents, association. When we go, they will go there with our parents. Then they will not tell our parents what I am lacking, what is happening to me, the subject I am lacking. So my parents will now, the son and the teacher, the parent are there. They will not talk how the parents will help and how they will help. And the parents will be giving feedback because the thing is held quarterly. There will be a feedback, follow up of it quarterly. So, but when the system, these people now bring a system of not really practically teaching students on what to do in school, then it collapsed. They ended the Student Teacher Association, which was helping to regulate and to bring together the parents and the students so that they can harmonize and the student can talk freely what is his problem and the teacher can prepare a solution so that the parent can be in harmony and assist the teacher so that the student will wake up and give confidence so that they can improve. That was a way of checking checking them. But all of a sudden, this whole thing just went gaga, and that was all. That was all. There was a system then. I think Nigeria, there was a beautiful system, but because of something, and we decided not to do something, all of a sudden it break. But and during Shagari time, it was good. It was good. But all of a sudden something happened. And it started going on and on and on and on before we got here, because we say, we could give them chance. We could give them chance. 30 years, 20 years, this we give them chance, reach where we are today. And look at where we are. That is why the reason why I'm giving all this analogy is to tell you that what we need is we come together and believe in our nation. If we don't do that, it will keep on going down, 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 down. That is what. That's why I'm making my point. And sometimes you don't like my point because I said the Constitution. We got to come together and believe in our nation.
For
before
me,
we can move.
the reason why I'm very, very a little bit frustrated with talk about Constitution, because when I look at our predicament, it's so urgent that, and I know for sure when we have Constitutional Conference, we finish discussing that. Within a month, you are going to hear one section of the country like, this is not good for us. They will say something, this is not good for us. And then now you are in the South saying this. There are parts of the country that are fine with this arrangement. That's what we don't see.
No, to Nigeria, if you check the GEJ conference, they will fight at the beginning. This thing we are saying is assumption. We tested it now. GEJ tested it. We quarreled. But at the long run, they came out. The North, the Sultan of Sokoto was there. The Emir of Kano was there. Everybody was there. We now agreed, and they bring a blueprint. That is to tell you that we can come together and do something. But the elite, the political party that are vampires sucking this nation, don't want it. That's what I'm telling you. We can come together and decide. We'll fight. We did it before.
All the things that ails the nation, it's not because of the Constitution specifically. It's because we have not actioned many of the stuff that was, like even the primary one, which is the protection of the people and the nation. In other words, the sovereignty of the nation, we've not even actioned it from the very beginning. We've always been
No. We have actioned it. We have actioned it. The product is what we are getting now. That is okay. Now ask yourself, why did they? No, ask yourself.
To other nations.
Naija, I don't want to argue with you. Ask yourself this question: why is it that the blueprint from the conference of GEJ, why is it that this man came in and threw it beside under the carpet, while other juries and SAN were saying, bring out that paper. It will work, despite it's not perfect. It will work for us. Let us continue to study it, talk it. Take it to all the house for them to study.
Let me assume some of the things in that constitution include local generation of power, isn't it? Real track, all those things. But so some of the things they've done already includes some of the things the constitution was the recommendation in that new constitution. So it's not. It can be done.
No. The constitution that they did there. It gives power to the state and to the local government. Then it limits the power of the president and give more independence to the House and the judiciary. The judiciary now will now be on their own. You are not going to nominate the Chief Justice. You are going to do it according to seniority, and the influence of the president is more or less irrelevant.
But American ones are nominated. So why are we shifting to seniority? How do you think that's
we are not. That's why I told you that you need to do something that will make you bright. Our own. We copy the best, and
then
we are many that make our own bright.
If they line up 5 Fulanis, you are going to be happy with them promoting one Fulani after the other.
No. To me, if you are qualified, say the Fulani that are qualified, they are 6. And I have no qualified person on my side. Let the qualified person go. I'm telling you, if I let it go, let that person be disciplined. Then if I bring a case, let him talk on the justice in the case rather than saying it's technicality of the case. That's the problem. I don't care.
If what you are saying, if it was linked to why justices say that the past judgment based on technicalities, I would have said, okay, fine. But it's not linked to it, because it doesn't matter. If you had the seniority system, the behavior is still going to remain the same, because we are running away from where the real cause of our problem is coming from. If you don't treat the real symptoms of our problem, all you are seeing in Nigeria now are just symptoms. See, Nigeria is hemorrhaging. The money we spend on our national budget, we've talked about this before. How can a tiny country like the UK spend 1.5 trillion dollars? Nigeria is spending 50, no, what is 50? 30 trillion, this is 30
Okay,
billion
okay.
dollars in this thing. And you think we don't have a problem? We have a big problem that
It's
we
a
are
big
refusing
Naija,
to
problem,
do
address.
you know that your justice don't have a car loan? They were asking for
Hmm?
car loan. Your justice in Nigeria, they were asking for car loan and housing loan.
it's
The
because there is
federal
no
government
system.
refused them. Refused
It's
them.
not about Nigerian government refusing them. If there was a system that was programmed already for those things to happen, I'll use United States as an example. For example, if you were a veteran here, former military officer, you have benefits, right? As long as you identify, your information can be verified, including shops like where you buy stuff, things, and you identify as a veteran, you have benefits because the policy of the United States has given the opportunity to every current serviceman and past servicemen. You understand what I'm saying? Now, the Nigeria states do not have that. Let's take a look at how much our senators earn. There's no way they're going to be able to have that because they need to service those it's like it's kind of subsidy. For example, if I'm a veteran and I shop in Giant and I always identify myself as a veteran, the government have some little percentage every, I think every month or every year budget that they give to those big shops, like just to cover up some certain costs for veteran. You understand what I'm saying? So all these are systems that have been put in place by the founding fathers of this country. Let's look at the Second Amendment of this country, whereby you're allowed to use weapon, no matter who you are, whether you just even came into this country. It has nothing. For example, if you came into this country as a visitor, as far as America is concerned, even though you do not have paper, you are regarded as African American. You are not even regarded as a Nigerian who just came. No, when they give you a form to fill, you are not going to see I'm in Nigeria. No, you're going to see either you are African American or a Native American or Indian American. So you're not going to say, oh, because I'm in Nigeria and there's no Nigeria, you're not going to feel African American. That's what you're
Yeah.
going to feel that form. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's a system that has been put in place by the founding fathers. So
See, I think that if we wanted to deal with these our problems in the country, we have to go to the fundamentals. If we keep treating the symptoms, it's not going to work. And I keep saying this: everything we are saying now about constitution, about corruption, about we've been talking about it since 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. We've been talking about this. It's not going to work because I've seen nations that are corrupt, but just because they have one ingredient that we never bother to treat, they are able to recover because they have that ingredient. I've
Oh,
seen
you said
Russia
it's not going to work. Can you give us evidence the day we sat and we brought it out, it did not work?
because we've searched for three different this thing.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes. Which one did not work?
none of them did. As a matter of fact,
Who
the
told you
only
it don't work?
constitution that seems to function so far is this last one that we've had that has
Oh
lasted us
my
3
God,
years.
to Nigeria.
You have to approach things based on results. See,
To
in your
Nigeria,
mind,
if we go on a vote, if we go on a vote,
see, Black Panther,
you
let me
see,
make a point here. Let me
ask,
land my
ask,
point. I've
no,
not
no,
landed my
no, no,
point.
to
You,
Nigeria,
you keep
I want you to write
chopping
it
me
down now.
off.
Write it down. Write it
Let
down.
me land my. You're asking me to write stuff out. You didn't even land me to
Yes,
land my point.
no, I just want to give you to write
You
it
have
down.
watched the Matrix now. You have watched the Matrix.
No, no,
You had when
you write
see,
it
Black
down. Let
Panther, let me talk.
Nigeria
I'm not
watch.
writing anything down. Why should I be writing stuff down? Let me tell you what I needed to tell you. See, you watched the Matrix when the architect said something about when he created the perfect system and how catastrophically that system failed. what they learn from that is that you can create a system that is perfect in your own eyes. It doesn't guarantee that it's going to succeed. That's what they are trying to teach you. And when people hack back to, oh, let's have what we used to have, like that looks similar to what we had in the 1960s, they don't look at what actually is working. Because sometimes something that is good in your head is based on conditioning. It's not necessarily mean that it's real. It's based on everybody in the country, 200 million people and different tribes. It's not only your tribe.
Tunaja, please, can you be specific as to how the 1999 constitution has worked compared to the one we had in 1963?
Because it's the longest lasting one. And the one we had in 1963 lasted how many years? It led to civil war. And the other ones, from one military regime lumbering to another, we had one in 1979 or 77 or so, and boom, it fell down again.
Can you explain how that led
to I'm taking this one to the other side.
Can you explain how it led to the civil war?
Because if it was such a great constitution, that civil war wouldn't happen. That's results. You see, that's why you have to go with results. I just gave you the example with the Matrix, when the architect said he designed a system that was perfect in every way, but it just catastrophically failed. So then you have to change that system to something that actually works.
I don't know where you get your fact. It's not logical when you say when we were practicing, it didn't work, it led to civil war. That is what Ezekiel was talking. And did you even go and read his papers? So I don't understand you.
See, you have to go by results. You have to go by results. You can't just go by suggestion of feelings.
Wait.
Results is sacred because it actually happened in the real world, not by somebody's opinion, not by anything. It actually happened in the real world. That's why it is sacred. When results show up, you have to respect it. You can't pretend as if, oh, my opinion is one that counts most from what actually happened. When 1966 and the 60s happened, we had the constitution. It led to a coup. That constitution triggered the coup. If the constitution was perfect, that coup wouldn't happen. And if the constitution was perfect, it's not going to spill over into civil war. So something went wrong.
What part of the constitution led to
I don't understand this too, Nigel.
Okay, I can give you the part of the constitution that could have led to the civil war.
Who told you that the constitution led to a civil war? What are you saying?
I can give you reasons why I think it led to civil war.
The coup has got nothing to do with the constitution. Please don't mislead anybody here.
Okay, if you want me to give you the reason,
it is completely out of the picture.
I can give you reasons now.
Okay, go ahead.
See, the reason why I think that constitution at that time wasn't suitable for Nigeria in the first place, I don't know whether it's even suitable today. Please mute your mic. Is that when that coup happened, first, people got discontented enough operating in that Nigerian system that is based on that constitution, that it gave military officers the space to be able to create conduct that coup. Then they conducted the coup. Then after the coup, the nation became exceedingly divided. Why? Because one side didn't relate to the other side very well. When the other side was mourning the death of their leaders, the other side was releasing music mocking them for the death of their leaders and telling them that they are going to take over the country.
Let me tell you, Tunaja. Let me tell you one thing that you don't know about
Let me learn.
No. Let me tell you something about you don't know about coup. Let me tell you very well now, because you are making this thing look one-sided. See, coup is not as a result of a failing system. It's as a result. Then it's as a result of power. People want power to shift. That because they don't want these certain people, because they are ahead of us, we can only use the military to take power. Ojukwu did not say because the president come from this. He was talking about the military. That is not the system that failed. Ojukwu was saying, why should you do this? It is not the system that failed. A military regime can come anytime because of their greed.
Actually,
that is Africa
if the system was good, the military regime. If the system was good, the military would be kept in their barracks.
If a coup
The,
happened in any
see,
country, the
see,
military
the
usually have excuses
1963,
to
the
give. With me,
1963.
they usually accuse the democratic system of government or whatever government that is in power. There's always an excuse for military to carry out the coup. Let's look at, for instance, what Nigeria is about to do is swearing in Bola Ahmed Tinubu is is a kind of invitation to the Nigerian military to carry out a coup because they can easily accuse the democratic system of Nigeria for disobeying the constitution. So, if just in case politicians don't know, they better understand this. Once you intentionally break the constitution, the military of that country, they have every right to carry out a coup, and they will tell the whole world this is the reason why we carry out this very coup. Take for instance what has the coup that just happened in is it in what country, in one of the Africa country? That was what the military said. They said the leader broke the constitution and they show it to the whole world and everybody kept quiet.
Okay, so let me finish the point I
The
was making.
1963.
I think we are
Naija.
doing that thing that we shuffle again. Like sorry, let me just finish the point that we are doing that thing like we shuffle again and think that is going to make the point go away. The results, you know, when even the Christ said, "By their fruits," you can't run away from the results that came from that. It led to the coup. Because you can't say, okay, the constitution was perfect, but you don't want to own the coup. You don't want to own the consequences of that constitution. You can't run away from it. It's just what it is. And it's already happened in time. So when that stuff occurred, Gowon came in, lasted quite a while. He was taken out. Murtala Mohammed didn't even last. So Obasanjo came in, Shagari. None of them lasted. The one that has outlasted all of them is this last one. This last phase has almost doubled all of them, actually. All of them is double them. Because I think Gowon's one was one of the longest stint, and yet this one has gone more than doubled it. So you can see that what we don't
sorry to cut you, but for someone that's very particular about the intervention of the West in the politics and the governance of Africa, I would expect you to probably know that over the years, the issues of coup has been a way of of external factors having some sort of soft influence in African politics.
Yes.
We agree on that, and yes. We agree that so far their methodology to achieve that has changed. So there's this aversion to things like war, to coups over the years, and that's why in Africa we've not had a lot of coups in the past 10 years. We agree on that, right? So it's not that. Can we agree on that?
Phone coups.
Yeah, but not that much. It's not very overt as it was before, right?
You see, if it's a problem for them, they'll use coup to remove any leader.
No. So what I'm trying to say that the methodology of their influence, of their soft influence in Africa, has changed. So now they don't fund coup that much. So what they do is they undermine the democratic process of those countries, and that's why they always put people who will be stooges to them. So what we are saying here is that, in the real sense, what we are going to be having tomorrow is a phantom coup, is a pseudo coup, if I may in that way. It's not a military coup, but it's a coup against the people's will.
Yes.
And so we can't use military coups as an index to measure the success of a particular system of government, right?
I think to an extent maybe you have a point there, like, because you can also argue that they've already won the argument. The Soviet Union fell, so African countries basically toed the line, so they didn't have to conduct military coups anymore.
Exactly.
But that said, even when they didn't need to conduct military coup before, they still did. Even when it's the same kind of government that was still in office, they still did the coup anyway. So it tells you that sometimes the systems you have in place can also affect how easily this in a coup plotter can get away with plotting a coup. Like, for an example, now, if you have a system like the type they have in Switzerland today, and any military wants to come and take over that country, good luck to that military. Because the people will like plague on your house. Who do you think you are coming to rule? Because you are directly taking power from their hand. Because the people in that country have been empowered to control most of the stuff in their country. So if the military comes and takes over, like you are taking power directly from the people's hand, and they will reject you. And that is why you have to hold the constitution to an extent accountable. You see, everything is on a sliding scale. I'm not saying our constitution is perfect, but I'm saying that we have bigger fishes to fry for one, and the constitution is being modified all the time. Instead of worrying about sitting down, maybe we should be worrying about making the system transparent, securing our nation, taking full control of our nation, which we've never had. This is why all these things are so bad. Corruption is so bad. Sellouts are so bad. We are taking our healthcare system is so bad. Life expectancy, which is one of the greatest measure of how well a nation is doing, is abysmal in Nigeria.
But you see,
Nigeria, I think someone is trying to come in.
Forefather,
Again,
listen.
Nigeria, I think someone is trying to come in. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, One Love. One Love is trying to come in, but I think Nigeria Watch is resting.
Yeah.
Forefather,
Okay, go on.
sorry, can I just say something quickly? Forefather, that's what we just cycle around the circle, okay? That's why I said to you, what they're gonna do, what like the action that is gonna happen in Nigeria today, they're literally breaking the constitution. So now you know that this what they're doing is illegal. What do you intend to do about that yourself?
See,
Or
you
as a
don't do
group of
anything
people?
about it. They have not. The constitution is not broken. You see, that's the thing. You have to see it for what it really is, because there's a court case going on. If P2B wins that court case, then according to Aisha Yusuf, then the date of swearing in will change forever.
What do
So
you
they will
mean?
remove him from office and put P2B in office.
What do you mean it's not broken? It's broken.
It's not broken because the constitution is still functioning while INEC has declared somebody the winner.
Don't
You
let
have
the
to
lawyers hear you.
INEC wrong.
You are just
You have
talking.
to.
Don't let the lawyers hear you.
Tunaija, please let me come
So
in.
Tinubu,
Even
P2B is
one
making a mistake
second.
for going to
No,
court.
to me,
Tunaija,
to me,
please.
I would think that the constitution is broken
Yeah.
because even in INEC report didn't show that 25% Tinubu met the requirement, which is 25%. So if that is true, assuming INEC said, "Oh, Tinubu met the 25% requirement," that would be, we'll say, "Okay, let's go contest that in court." But as long as INEC never said that Tinubu met that 25% requirement, and they still went ahead and issued,
INEC said Tinubu didn't require it. That is what INEC said.
but the
That is
constitution
the
said,
But the
and it's up to
say,
us to challenge it in court, and P2B has challenged it in court. And
no, I think they broke the constitution. Is to me, I mean, I don't know. The way any other person might reason it, they
Do
just
you know
broke the
that?
constitution.
Wait, piece of. Do
That's
you know
what I
that?
think.
Do you know that even in times of coup before, people like in the 1993 case, right? You know that MK Abiola tried to regain his mandate through some judicial processes. Does that legitimize the constitutionality of that coup that was done by Abacha?
no, but what
So
Abiola did that caused him constitutional issue was he went and declared himself the president. If someone like P2B went and did that, he would get himself into a legal nightmare. That's the difference. If Tabi didn't declare himself president, it would have been tricky for Abacha to hold him the way he was doing.
because your argument is that the constitution works because Mr. Peter Obi can go seek redress in courts, which is something that a lot of people did in 1993, right? A lot of civil rights organizations also did that to see that.
But the plaintiff is the one that should do it. If there have been remember, it's also under a military regime, so it's not the same like now.
So
that was under
telling you
military
that
regime.
it's the same thing. Like the constitution is being undermined in that the requirements for being a president is not being followed, just as it was with the military. So it is.
But the constitution allows for it to be challenged in court, so it's not broken. Just like the Bush, I think was it the first Bush presidency when he challenged Al Gore or something like that. They went to court. That they court ruled for the George Bush, and that was the end of it. So it's not. It doesn't mean the system is the constitution is broken. It just means that the constitution is being challenged, or the election result is being challenged. That's all it is. And if
No,
P2B wins,
I would differ
Tinubu
from
will be removed from office.
Tunaja, I would differ from that because INEC, you and I know that the Constitution said you have to meet the requirement, which is 25%. If INEC has kind of like fraudulently included into Tinubu's 25%, that is a complete different case. INEC did not even include it. INEC is saying he does not require. INEC is not the judge. INEC cannot tell us that.
See, they are arguing, he can decide that, because you know what he says, go to court, and that is what is happening now.
Yeah,
And
because he knows that INEC knows that Yakubu knows that nothing might come out from the court, because they actually control the court.
So let me make a point on this. The only way Yakubu could have been exonerated or given a pass here would have been a situation where there had been no Supreme Court precedent on this. We had two of them that he can sat down on that day on March 1st and say, look, there has been Supreme Court rulings in the past, not one, but twice on this matter. So I'm going to stand on that until the Supreme Court rules otherwise. So he intentionally,
exactly,
he knows what he was doing.
You are saying this because you don't know the other interpretation of it. Other people say,
if you don't know the interpretation, listen, if you don't know the interpretation of it, then you stand by the status quo.
No. I'm saying you don't know the other interpretation that he is using. Let me give you the interpretation he's using. I've had one obedient use it to describe to me before. He said that when they say 2/3 of 36 states and Abuja, that they meant including Abuja, but because Abuja is not a state, they can't call it including Abuja. So they just said and Abuja. So that is what they were trying to say. But my issue with that is that why would you do that? You must as well say you Abuja can count as part of the extra state, and you don't even need to use the 2/3 of the states. He just said win 26 territories in Nigeria, and these territories are categorized as states or Abuja, as one of them. Very, very simple. So people have different opinions of this, but I think the opinion, in my own mind, the opinion that says that you require Abuja to win is correct, because it didn't just stop there. They went on to talk about the second and the third round. The third round, they removed that requirement.
That's correct.
But
so
it's up to the judges to decide, I guess.
So for that, in the same country, what do you think would have happened? The INEC chairman would have said, let's go to the Supreme Court to interpret that part of the Constitution before I issue a return certificate to the winner. That is what any sane country.
Yeah, but what do you think is the fault? Who do you think you have to blame? I think what is happening here is that one part of the nation, one powerful group in the country had become so powerful, and the other part that should be able to challenge and didn't do that. And they left it, and now it's gotten to a point whereby they want from what I gather, they mangled this election so badly, and now they feel like they can just tell other people, go and deal with it in court, and we'll see in court why we saw this guy in. So we all have to take responsibility for all this too, because you can't.
One of the responsibilities that we have to take is even allowing this rigging to happen in the first place. And
we allowed it to happen. We allowed it.
This
That's what I'm saying, guys. We allowed this rigging to happen.
We allowed Tinubu to get too powerful. We started to allow all this to happen.
See, going forward, if there should be any rigging in Nigeria again, then Nigerians should have themselves to blame for it. There shouldn't be, going forward, Nigerians cannot and they should not allow themselves to be rigged the way this last past election happened, because it shouldn't have happened in the first place.
Is this not blaming the victim?
Yeah, I'm blaming part of it. I'm taking
are the Nigerian people the victim? The thing with people is that we have to remember that there is a feedback loop. Really, you know what we have been conditioned to believe, that the leader is only the part of the equation. The leader comes from the people. The leader was once ordinary person like us, sometimes maybe richer or poorer. They ended up in position and they turned on the people again. We see that in our people every day in other areas. Look at the other Nigerian that went overseas and was spilling everything out about Nigerians, how they travel overseas. And Nigerians cheat each other all the time. Like we were selling Naira notes to each other when this in the CBN changed the notes. You look at the election. It was Tinubu at the police station when all those police officers were doing all those things that they were doing.
Okay, so for further, I sometimes I get frustrated with someone who have conversations sometimes. Were you not there when people were being threatened, people were beaten up? Right?
See, I see that too, but I also see the Nigerians doing those things. Who were beating those people? Is it not Nigerians that were beating them?
Was it not people that paid them money to beat other people or to issue threats that don't come out and vote?
Exactly. My point is that how did we let it get to that bad where one side got so powerful? Then we didn't check them. Now we are looking to check them, aren't we?
In the Nigerian system, I'm telling you, even the next election that you're talking about, if there's only going to be in Nigeria in the next 4 years, because what I'm saying, I'm telling you, I'm seeing trouble brewing in that country. Big trouble. Because this is not the era where you can just tell people to shut up and go and sleep. They will just go and fold their hands.
You're right, my brother. Big trouble is coming. Believe me. People don't really know what's going on. Big trouble is coming. This guy.
It's like
just buckle up, my friend.
We shouldn't fall for it too, because
we should be careful. That's what I'm saying. That's why the first time I said we should be careful, because we talked about it over and over again. Little stuff that we have now is about to be taken down because of politicians' greed, a love for power. They don't care.
No matter what politicians do, let me explain this to Nigerians, and at my point, so let you know how strongly I feel about this. No matter what they do, other than short of bringing foreign troops to come and take over Nigeria, Nigerians should just leave them. You know why I say that? Because when you destabilize the country, you are losing, not them. They still have their money, they will run overseas. You leave them, then what you want to focus on changing the system, because the people are the ones that live in the system. These leaders are busy running all over the place. Fight to change the system on the ground. When you change the system, then you can take over the system, then you can kick them out. They will not come back again.
How do you change the system?
By fighting one local government at a time, taking over you have to form alliances from the forces, the police, secret service, military, local government, religious. You have to start creating organizations and people
joining them. Who do these forces
Nigeria is about to go into
the answer to anybody that engages them.
No,
Nigeria is about to go into a very big crisis without control. Is a big problem, which means they wouldn't even have any leader to control them. So everybody just going to be doing things anyhow. Like, we shouldn't pray that such things should happen. Believe me, no leader. And people are going to go crazy because there's so much hunger in the land. Believe me. People are hungry. People were buying their own Naira with Naira. People don't have access to money. People don't have access to jobs.
We know the problem. We have to fight the system the same way they fight. They have people on the ground everywhere. They have people in every locality, in police, in Air Force, DSS. Somebody sent DSS to go and arrest the CBN governor, knowing full well the president instructed the CBN governor to do what he was doing. Who has that kind of power? So it tells you that they have people everywhere You
Mr.
have to start
Sulaja,
having people everywhere too.
are you not being idealistic? I mean, how
No,
do
no.
you fight the people who control these people are beholden to? Okay, are you, because you, on one hand you say you are against anarchy, on the other hand you're saying that you should subvert a system that these people control. Okay,
No, 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 no.
if it's, I
Okay,
don't
go ahead.
understand. Like,
No,
be practical. Okay, for example, how do you mobilize against maybe the police force, seeing that the
okay,
police force answers only to the federal government of Nigeria? How do you
okay.
mobilize against them?
So
Yes, let's
how
start from there.
not against, with the police force. Like me now, I'm on the side of the police force. I'm on the side of the military. I'm on the side of the air force. You see, that already puts you on a strong footing with them. One, you want to get them better this treatment. You want to increase their size. You want to make them actually a real professional world class military. That's your vision for them. And
As a
then you
private
start
citizen, as a private
as a
citizen,
private citizen. Yes, as a private citizen, that's what you want.
when
Then
you do not pay their salaries,
hold. Of course, you have your opinion. You have your own opinions and their vision for them. See, ideas are a powerful thing. Let me explain this to you. As an individual now, let's say I have a bit of money and I fund somebody to become a local government chairman. That local government chairman goes on to do well and he forms alliances because while being local government chairman, you work with different institutions. So from military, police, and all the rest of it, you form alliances and they know your stripe, they know what you stand for. You from there start building alliances from religious bodies from north to south, and you can use instruments that are already on the ground like trade unions. You can form relationship with trade unions. You can form relationship with religious bodies. You can form all kinds of stuff you can do from political.
Is it
Every
under
system you have in the country,
Naija?
you can
Naija,
infiltrate
please,
every
let
system.
me interject. Let me interject you just for a second. Are you saying that under this present dispensation, this constitution, you're using the example of a local government chairman? See, a local government chairman in Nigeria is paralyzed. He can't do anything. You say even if you want to perform well and you intend to perform well, you have everything ready. You need money. That's the bottom line. You need
That's
money
true.
to perform well. You are
So that is where organization comes in.
the local government chairman, as it stands today, is completely paralyzed. He can't do anything. He's in the hands, he's in the pocket of the governor. So
Yes.
the governor will decide whether you will succeed or not. So that's why we talked earlier about the constitution, why there is need to be constitutional amendment. There's too much power to the center and all the rest of it. Without that being, reorganized or changed in one way or the other, see, the current status quo will come. I agree with you on the part that we can start to come in, and it's a process taking over the system, little by little, establishing alliances and all the rest. But this will take time. It's a project. It will take time. It's like it will take 4-8 years.
You can do it within 4 years. You can even do it within 2 years. You can infiltrate the system if you have the you have to have the money and organization to do it. And because the system, you have to understand, because the system, the way it is being built now is different from others actually. Because most people, when they want to do stuff in Nigeria, they already put their back up against the military, the secret services, and this thing, because they just think that it belongs to the establishment. No, you have to start, because from my point of view, I see the nation in a different place. So I will look at them and say, no, this is not what you should be. You should be a lot more than this. And I am advocating that they increase your size, they increase so and so equipment for you, so that you can do the job you are meant to do and protect your nation, so that your nation will be better for everyone to live in. So that is kind of, and I believe that when you advocate that for the military, the top brasses may not like you, because the young people will be hearing what you are saying. The lower ranking officer will be hearing what you are saying. But by and large, you have most of their support. I can assure you.
You are exaggerating the rationality of Nigerians. That's one. Then secondly, that's just the truth. You think people just respond to good sayings like the way the way you'd expect. No, Nigeria, as you need to go into the Nigerian system. Just you probably should just go to a civil service organization in Nigeria and just spend a few hours there and you begin to
You know,
just
you know
see
the
the way.
solution to that. You know the solution to that. I've always said that Nigeria needed a nationalist party, and those nationalist party, if you have core people that, and you recruit them in a very very rigorous way that are on. They are on. They can't be assuaged by bribe. They can't be assuaged by threats. They can't. Nothing will shake them
Oh, Tunaja,
other than the mission.
you see what's happening with Labour Party now, right?
Hmm.
How are you going to determine that maybe when you're recruiting for those people, there's not going to be a Lamidia Papa in the
Yeah,
mix of those
but
people?
okay, that exactly. That's why you go through a rigorous process of recruitment, and
Rigorous
you
does
go.
not mean you read minds. It does not mean you read minds
No, no,
because
no. You
you're dealing
see.
with people,
Hold on
individuals.
now. Let me see.
Okay, land,
If
land,
if
land.
if nations can build soldiers where they tell the soldier, you know what, come here, stand in front of me, pull your gun out of your holster, and blow your brains out, and that soldier will do it. It tells you it is possible. If you can recruit the right kind of people that are ready for sacrifice and know that their only goal is to build a strong nation, nothing else. Their loyalty is to the very nation that they are standing on, not to any this a foreign power, not to any weird leader that is telling them, let's go and do this and make put money for our side chicks. No, they don't care about that. All they are focused on is building a nation. Those are nationalist people. Most nations that have recovered in the last 60 or so years, they have been built by nationalists. So you have to recruit those type of people, even if you have 50 of them. They can transform a nation because nothing changes them. Nothing can touch them. They don't fear anything. They are there, and they are not just going about to killing people and all the rest. They are just there to change something. And if they mean business, that nation will be transformed before you know it. But you need the
Okay,
resources to recruit such people.
for that exactly. You just went back to the resources. You need a lot of money for what you're talking about for further. That's why people that have actually literally hijacked the Nigerian state has a lot of influence. You're talking about how come Tinubu has this amount of influence. The man has hijacked the Nigerian state. He has his hands on the Lagos treasury, right? It's like
Mm,
taking money from the people. So that's why
yeah.
he has this amount of influence. What you're talking about, for further, you need money. You're talking about big bucks. It's not a child's
Eh,
play.
when we say big box, it's not as big as we think. You know, it's like a few 100,000 this thing dollars. You can pull all kinds. Nigeria is not exactly the most expensive place in town, and you can pull stuff together and
For
start
further, how much do
forming.
you think?
Because it's not like you are just
For
recruiting
further,
them to
for
pay
further,
them. You are recruiting them.
how much do you think you need to run as a state governor? If you want to become a state governor in your own state now, how much do you think you need to win the election? You think
Okay,
currently in this day in Nigeria, you think? Do you know the
let,
figure?
let, no, no, just hold on. Let me explain something to you. If you have, if you can recruit those people, let's say not 50 now. Let's say you have 20 of those sort of human beings, clean. That's all they are after. Believe you me, getting the money will not be a problem. When you are determined and you have people that believe like that, get the money will not be a problem. You can go to somebody with the money and say, this is what I want, and this is what you can get for it. We are going to do this. They will fund you. You see what I mean? They'll fund you because they know what you are doing. They believe in what you believe in. You see what I mean? And if what you believe in is to make the country better, and you're not going to around breaking the law, you are just not bribable. You are not just threatenable. That is kind of that. You see what I mean? There, you're not going about breaking the law. You are doing the right things, but you are just not somebody that can be corrupted. And you are very, very dedicated to the cause. That's all you are focused on. I'm telling you, even if you sponsored one person to win one local government area and they perform, and people like if those people are performing, they don't fear anybody. Their focus is performing. They don't care about the governor. They don't care about anybody. They will perform for their people, and
For,
the
for,
next door they will vote for them, and they will expand. They
for
will try
further,
to be. They will try to destroy them, but they cannot be destroyed because they don't.
for
They have
further,
no fear.
Ed just said something to you now that you need to go to one of Nigeria civil service and just observe what is happening there. Yeah,
Uh, uh,
sometimes we
we
just
know they
say
are
this.
corrupt now. Why
No,
we?
no, no,
Why
no,
do
no,
we
no,
keep
no,
doing
no.
this?
It's really not easy. It's really not easy to really
No, you
perform
don't know
in
what is
Nigeria
happening in the country.
single-handedly without
Even yeah, even
having an obstacle. Believe me,
sorry.
I've been into those systems. I've walked around. Believe me, if they don't succeed in kind of like get you to join them. They will threaten you, and the next thing they will eliminate you if you don't.
You
That's
see,
what
this is what makes me frustrated with some people like Nnamdi Kanu or some IPOB people. What made me frustrated was that they had the opportunity. Kanu could have won the whole Southeast if he wanted to. He didn't do that. And he had the power to recruit people that are dedicated, that didn't care about regions even, that are dedicated to accomplishing something that would have bettered even the Southeast too. He didn't do that.
Yeah,
Instead,
he would have taken the opportunity. Kanu would have taken the opportunity to seize the 5 eastern states.
yeah, he could
He
have,
would have
but he
taken,
didn't do that.
because
So
then he
I
had
can
the
guarantee you,
opportunity.
I can guarantee you
When
that
when you
the
say
Nigerian government will not declare the result that way. I can
It's
guarantee you.
true. You're also
oh,
right. They will not declare
they will
even.
ban all the results from the
Yes,
Southeast.
yes.
Like, oh, results came out. There's no result in the South. We
No,
have
no,
to
no.
rerun the election.
They will tell you that the
Come on,
election.
you
They
will
will tell you
release it by
that
force.
no. Listen,
No,
people
but on what platform will it be running? On the platform of wanting to be a
IPOB political
secessionist?
front. IPOB
No,
for political front.
that already. I mean, that already gives the federal government a lot of leeway to be able to proscribe him and his political party.
No.
Because
If it's legal, except okay, now they are terrorists. My point is that before they became
yeah.
designated terrorists, he should have gone in the political
No,
direction.
but
They
from the
wouldn't even need to
beginning,
use
from
IPOP, the name
exactly.
IPOP. They wouldn't need to use the name IPOP. They could have just come up with another name.
Oh yeah, they can
But they
change the
know.
name. But if they are not a terrorist group, then he can use IPOB. Who
Oh,
cares?
Believe me, that guy had that very opportunity. The guy
I
had
can
it.
guarantee
True.
you.
Believe me.
Piece of for that, I can guarantee you that even his own Igbo brothers, the ghost governors, will fight and kill him. Actually, don't know
Eh?
Nigeria.
Then his idea is not strong enough now.
No. I'm
I
telling
believe
you.
that if his idea is strong enough, and I think a lot of people were dedicated to him. I must say,
You're also right that they could have killed him.
he
That's
could have
because
won it.
those security
They can't
systems,
kill him.
if his own security system too is not strong, that's why you need to be very, very secure too. Somebody
He had a militia now. He had people that can protect him now.
Let's use Goodluck as an example. When Goodluck was the president, it's Niger Delta militants that were guiding him. You think it was the military that were guiding him? No,
Exactly.
Because there were no this confidence that the Nigerian military, because they were honestly speaking because of tribalism.
The truth is, I don't think the Nigerian government would have gone after him. I seriously think if he was going through the political route, I don't think the Nigerian government would have gone after him the way they did, because then they will know what is he going to do? He's going to make demands of them when they get there. Look at UKIP in the UK. UKIP in the UK, they didn't believe, they wanted to break away from the European Union, and they went and ran election to join the European Union. Can you believe that? They went to the European Union Parliament. Every time they go there, they say, "We want out. I want to vote to remove my own job. I don't want to be an MP anymore in this European Parliament. I want out of the European Parliament." And today they are out of the European Parliament. So my point is that if you want to do things like this in Nigeria, we have to. That's why I like the way P2B is handling it. He's handling the right way. He doesn't want to trigger anything, because P2B is very clever. He does a lot of calculations. He knows, one, if he causes problem, he's more likely to be jailed. If he's stepped out online, he's more likely to do that. Secondly, he's going to damage the country too. And I think that second part even overwhelms all his decisions. It's not the personal part. It's the part that is going to damage the nation. That's what he doesn't want to do. This is why he says, oh, if they want to swear him in, let them swear him in. After 2-3 months, if I kick him out of office, they will swear me in. So that's the way he looks at it.
But the truth is, I don't think Nigerian justice will be able to kick out Tinubu if he's truly sworn in. That's my point. I do not think.
No. The moment the court finds against him, it's over. Although he will go to Supreme Court, of course, first.
But I don't think that the Nigerian judiciary had the box to remove the 50 president. My brother. Nigeria.
Tunaja, can you hear me?
Tunaja is no longer here. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. So, can you hear me now?
Yes, speak up.
Okay. You see, if we don't accept something, if you are not a realist, we'll continue to window into, we won't get the way out. That is one thing I know. And that thing, I've practiced that stuff for a long time. If you're not a realist, you don't face it, you'll not be headlong. And we'll continue to do what we call limboing. Like the islanders, they'll say you're limboing. We'll continue to limbo. That's why it's so stiff for us to get the right thing done. But if we don't agree, we don't face the fact, we don't talk. Like when me, my dad, and my sister, we had some disagreement. What did we do? In short, because my dad is very, he can stand on his ground for long. But I just thought about it. I said, look, okay, now I called both of them. Let's come together in a round table. Let's talk. We sat down, we talked, to bring a father, because my dad know me very well, that this man, if I want to talk, if I call him, I want to talk, that means I want to say my heart out. We talked and we finally agreed, and that was all. We spilled the truth out and we agreed. That was all. Just imagine if we do that holistically, we'll all agree, and that's all. But if we keep on saying, oh, you will not hear me, if I do this, you will not do it, you will not listen to me, that's exactly what is going on now. People tend to pretend, but the fact is on ground. If you don't do this, you will get this. If you don't do this, you will get this. Let's try it for like 4 years again, or 5 years, 6 years. I'm ready to try that. I've tried to go that long because the principal has already said it, and that's all. So let's test it. And people that need more conviction, let's give them the benefit of doubt to convince themselves. Then they will not come to realization that what me and you are saying to the fundamentals is right. Because you cannot continue to stand on the surface. For how long will you stand on the surface without not really profaning a solution that will make you not to stand on the surface anymore? So that is what I see every time, and I say it the way it is, because for me to come to the realization of that fact on ground, I have studied it, I have looked at it, I have heard men with so many conviction, I have met the constitutional guys.
What's about to happen?
Yeah.
If they succeed in swearing in Tinubu, go and mark my word, Nigeria state will not survive.
That is what me and you are.
I just want everybody
thinking.
to mark that word, because you know why? Because it's just obvious and too obvious. You see, there's a difference between you are doing something and majority of the people are not aware of it, and they're still trying to figure out. It's completely different when they're seeing everything.
I'm going to have a thesis.
You're doing everything.
No, not test. No,
openly. And then we can see it. We understand exactly what you're doing. We know that this is not constitutional. You're breaking the constitution, of which means you're telling us that you have more power. You can do whatever you like in the country. Forget about we'll be talking since you know something. Yes, we're trying to educate our people, try to talk to them, try to kind of like educate them. That's why I love this very panel, because you have to argue. You are able to assess people's mind and intelligence like that, and then people pour out their mind. Even though that's why when you guys are you're shouting, I'll just listening. I'll listen to both sides. You understand? You're making sense, honestly speaking. Yeah, from there, Nigerians are listening, and they are listening. They are learning. You too, you're learning. I'm learning from you. You're learning from me. That's how life is. What is likely going to happen if they swear in Tinubu, gonna mark my word, Nigeria is going into a dish. Believe me, it's likely going to break up. This one Nigeria that we're talking about, believe me, a new turn is going to take out.
Hey,
A new fate may just show up,
Can
and that will just be the end.
I just say something?
Even if you want to give Tinubu, even if you want to give them the slightest benefit of doubt, for the time that they will be there, because I believe that it will not last. Even if you want to give them that benefit of doubt, look at the people. First of all, the process that took him there is faulty. So, and they have to continue to defend it. In the process of defending it, there's going to be more and more corruption going forward. Secondly, look at the people that he surrounded himself with. All the people. I'm waiting to see who Tinubu will appoint as if he becomes the president tomorrow, if he's inaugurated tomorrow. I'm waiting to see who will be his finance minister, who will be Tinubu's attorney general, minister for power. I'm waiting to see them. It's going to be the same set of people. These are the people. We all know them. So Nigeria is going down the drain. There is no chance at all, because it is still the same set of people that will put themselves like recycling. That's what we're going to witness. They have nothing to offer. It is still the same set of people, because they have to continue to defend their lies. And if you have to defend a lie, you have to make more lies to defend the last lie. And here we're talking of 200 million people. It's the lives of 200 million people that they are playing with. So I'm really worried. Once this man is sworn in tomorrow, Nigeria is literally going down.
Nigeria is finished.
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
If there is a war, $80 billion is not small money invested by Dangote. That's something that will really help Nigeria. It's not a small money.
Yeah, but can I just say something? I think we here that are in the diaspora, I think we have a lot of power that we've not. I don't believe that we've used our power very well. I say this because just imagine that you can gather, like I'm talking about. Let me use UK as an example. Let's assume that you can get up to like 100,000 Nigerians here in the UK as a group, and then that group, they approach the government in power. Say, for example, it's the Conservative government now, and we make it clear to them that, listen, if you keep interfering the way you're doing in the Nigeria state now, we're going to vote against you in every election, right? And that the same group is that people donate money monthly for that group. Let's say £10 a month, right? If you multiply that, so that group actually have money that they can use to sponsor that political party here. Because you have to think about a system where you can disrupt their own system here as well, the way they are doing to our system back home. I don't know if you guys are seeing the angle I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Because now you're striking them back at their own system. Something that will actually disrupt their own system they have in their own country. So they can let them feel the pain that they are causing in other people's country.
Yeah, the point you are making is very relevant. The same thing applies in the US as well. You see, Nigerians in the US, if you count them, those that are I'm talking about those that are legally staying in the US, even that are US citizens carrying US passport, that are eligible to vote in United States elections. If you count them, they are game changers in certain districts, some counties and some districts in US. And that is what I will expect the Nigerians in the US, because the only language
I think the last report of that is 3 million.
Yeah, I mean, the only language they understand is political language. The last or the current action taken by the Biden administration, congratulating Tinubu, though not directly, but through his Secretary of State, and even sending delegation to the inauguration, Nigerians should send a clear message to them. Come 2024, you will pay a political price, because we will only support that party that will ensure democracy. When I say democracy now, I mean democracy, not the democracy that you are promoting in Africa, quote and unquote. The type of democracy that will only, promote your own agenda to continue to siphon our resources, the crude oil and the natural resources, because that's all they are into in Africa. They are not for democracy per se in Africa. And it is high time that Nigerians in the diaspora, UK and United States in particular, need to come together, get themselves organized, and send a political message to these people. That is the only time they will understand
That's my
that
point.
they will take their hands off. Because in the United States, Nigerian votes alone can cost them certain states. Talk of states like Michigan. Talk of states like Michigan, which are very, very toss-up. They are toss-up states. These are states that the Nigerian population there can make a difference. Talk of Georgia, for example, the last election.
Michigan, Georgia,
Georgia, it was less than 11,000 votes. That Biden won Georgia by less than 11,000 votes. That's a game changer in the state of Georgia for
Can I
them.
quickly say something?
Yeah.
First, if Mr. Niger Watch is hearing us, there are people in the backstage. They are not able to enter. Even to Niger is not able to come on now. So if you can hear us and get them back in, we don't have control over that. There's a lot of feedback here. All right, thank you.
Yeah, so that's a point I'm making, that I'm just buttressing the point made that by the last speaker, that's something that Nigerians in diaspora we need to put ourselves together and come together and send a political message, because that's the way we have to pay them back in their own coin. That is one way that we can contribute as well and send a clear message. By so doing, they will take their hands off Nigeria, because currently, as it stands, they are playing a serious role, damaging role in our politics.
I think
in Nigeria.
I think that's one of the very strong message. What I mean, very strong message you can send to these people, and they will realize that, hey, we didn't realize that Nigeria that are in this country has this amount of people and influence, and they will start paying attention very well, because if they know they're going to lose an election, and I'm not just talking about just vote. I'm talking about even the finance, right? The money that group will have access to. I said, listen, if you don't dance to our tone, we're going to fund other political party that will take that seat off you, that will dance to what we're telling them. I will not know all we're saying to them. We want the rule of law to be followed in our country. You cannot be having a perfect rule of law where you are, and you're promoting something different in a different country. I think that's a way of sending them a clear message, that they would know that it's not business as usual. That's what I think anyway.
Another thing, I don't know how much of how much of the population we have to be able to enact that change. I think one way to also go about it is to have an African front, and maybe come together with other African countries. I believe all other African countries, or majority of them, have similar problems. It's just that ours is really, really pronounced. And then we can also maybe seek some sort of partnerships or coalition with countries in Latin America who also may have these kind of problems too. Because what I see is that during the elections, the Africans or maybe immigrants in this country, the immigrants in this country, the demands they make of these political parties are mostly demands that are relevant within the context of the West. So things like maybe taxes, things like the social issues, which those are very important. But or maybe even immigration, how to make the immigration process more amenable to we being immigrants in this country. But then we can also present now that okay, we can build blocks, voting blocks, and say if you can guarantee the entrenchment of democracy in our part of the world and not intervene or incentivize illegalities, right? Then we'll support you, as opposed to just focusing on those other issues like the ones I just mentioned before. And then maybe having an African front in doing this. Other countries like Ghana has the same problem. Most of Francophone Africa has that same problem of interference by the West. So as opposed to just going with Nigeria, because I know we're quite a lot in this country, but in these countries, but then again, how much of a political bloc are we compared to say maybe Indian Americans
I
or
think
maybe
yeah, I think Ed, I think you made a very good point. But I suppose if you're starting anything, you want to start from one place, and then you can look for a way to expand. So it's like you're building up a system. So you need to start from one particular place, and then let's see what we can get from this, and then we can say, okay, let's expand to other African countries, and so I suppose it's a building process. So you start from 1, 2, 3, and you just see how it goes. And I
Yeah,
think, and I think this could be very, very formidable. And
very good
uh,
suggestion. There is
yeah,
a situation we can easily take into consideration and begin to act on it very quickly. I mean, we can start with, making a call to all diaspora, like people in diaspora, let's say from United States, maybe by opening a particular channel, calling everybody, whether you are Nigeria. For example, some of my friends here who are Ghanaians and Cameroonians, they all supported Peter Obi. They all are against other political parties because they believe that we're all passing the same, uh, having the same issues around. So it's going to be an opportunity for us to actually build a block, to come together. Be you whatever part of Africa you're coming from, not just about Nigerians, because so we don't need to narrow it down to only Nigeria. We can easily do that and you know try to bring everybody together so that we can, you know, that's what Indian Americans are doing anyway, and China American. That's what they do too. They have a community, so it's kind of like a community, building a community, having your own African community, bringing them on into the political space. Many of them are here with passport. They don't even know what to do with the passport. They don't know, understand. But enlightening them what they can do, what their passport can do for them, is really, really key. Thank you.
everyone is go quiet. It's a good fit to Nigeria is not here
Are you
because
are
no,
you
no,
there?
it can never be quiet.
I just want to add to the last speaker. In the West here, you know, the difference in some areas when it comes to election, the margin of winning between the winner and the loser sometimes can be less than a thousand votes in some districts. So this arrangement will go a long way if it's properly coordinated and put together. And I believe that it will be a no-brainer, and it should be the starting point for us if we really want to fight back in our own way, in a political way. That's a method that we can use. I do know in North America where I am, I'm here in Canada, for example. to be a member of the House, in the Parliament. Sometimes the margin is less. Sometimes the margin is less than 500 votes, and you know that's something that, if well coordinated, Africans can make that difference. If they come together, they can make that difference. And I also know that in United States as well, is where is very in some states, most of the states where it is close, the margin between the winner, between the Democrat and the Republican, is in some of these states can be very, very small. Can you imagine in Georgia? I can say that at least in Georgia, in the state of Georgia, Nigerians in Georgia, in Atlanta alone, Nigerians in Georgia, in the state of Georgia alone, there are more than 50,000 Nigerians. I've attended their the Nigerian Association, their annual, party or another. We have thousands of Nigerians in the state of Georgia.
Brother.
If Nigerians in Georgia alone comes together, that will have been, Biden will look, and they send that message. I can tell you, the Democrats they will catch cold.
No, brother, let me interject. You see, that thing,
yeah,
what they are doing now, when they come to Nigeria, it's going to affect them during the election. Do you know?
Yeah.
My wife was even telling me one day. He said, no, he's going to vote neutral. I said, what do you mean by neutral?
Independent.
He said, he's going to go independent. I said, something is wrong with you. I said, why don't you? He said, no, because she is more the other side, while me and Republican. So I told him that, look, the only way Republican will lose is when we don't get the right person as our candidate. But when we get the right person as our candidate, this Democrat is going to lose, because many Nigerians will go against Democrat this time around, and we have enough population. But there's one thing I was thinking about.
Not just Nigerians, Africans.
Yes.
Africans
there's one thing I'm thinking about, and one idea came into my head. I don't know. I just want to spill it out about even the Nigerian election. I want to say one thing. What about if we have a system like this, that when you don't give power to the INEC chairman, but you just give power for the INEC chairman just to arrange, supervise, then bring the outcome to the House of Senate for vetting and approval, for vetting that it was duly followed.
That will require a constitutional amendment.
That is what I'm saying. You see why we need to come together and talk. That was idea that has been lingering in my head like tomorrow, not like no man's business.
And the starting point for that is to take control, to have majority in the House.
That is, even if you don't have majority in the House, at least everybody will be there. You will see the wrong, you will see the right. Then let us face reality. Do you want to take the wrong and not throw the right out? It's not possible, because it's the majority, it's the House, and they will view it live. So it's good for the confirmation to be done by the House that represent you and I, than somebody that was selected to now do our own job for us.
And who is going to implement this system? Is it this Tinubu that is coming?
No, I'm just saying, if, for instance, we decide to really go into to do amendment of GEJ, the one they agreed on, if we got to do the amendment, at least this kind of idea will help, because nobody's going to cheat nobody. If you have the majority in the House, okay, let's say, for instance, you have the majority in the House, I'm the minority. But that does not mean that you bring this kind of case of Tinubu, then you come and tell me that he will not go there and swear oath. Hell no. Because we open the book, everybody will see it.
You see, Black Panther, the majority in the will have certain level of control in the House. Is very important. You see, even those residents electoral commissioner for each state that are being appointed by the president, each and every one of them go through the House for confirmation.
That is it.
So if you have control, because that is, you see, the nonsense perpetrated by that guy in Adamawa State. that is the same all over, all across Nigeria. It's just because their own was not the
Pronounced, yes.
Yeah, pronounced. Yeah, they did exactly the same thing because these people are political appointees. They are not neutral.
Yes, they are never
They are
neutral.
never
Yes,
neutral.
true.
So once they are nominated by the president, see the power that the president has. He will have to nominate these guys, but they will go through the house for confirmation. When they get to the house for confirmation, it is the party with control that will ensure their confirmation. If
Do
you
you
have control,
do you
or
remember in
yeah,
Atlanta, the vote was counted when President Trump said that there was a mistake? Over 2 million votes. How many times? They counted with machine because President Trump was not satisfied. Then they have to count with hand. Then in is it Wisconsin? In another state, that too they have to count. Can that
It's
happen in
Georgia.
Nigeria?
Georgia.
Yeah, in Georgia it happens up to 2021. They were still counting just because he laid claims that the election was rigged. Up to
Yes.
2021, they were still counting. They will have to recount again because he was not satisfied. They have to recount again. Can that happen in Nigeria?
It can happen if we allow the people sovereignty to be in their hands, so that we'll take everything to the house to vet it, and it's going to be a combined house. It's not going to be the Senate. It will be a combined house that will vet it, and even if everybody is seated, they will not bring the paper and they will defend it and see the loophole. When they see the loophole, then if the loophole is there, if it's not agreed that they did well, then they will go and do some other election. Rerun. There's a room for rerun. Then you won't spend money. And start going to court, waste money for election.
Black Panther, can I just say something? I think you're even going a long way, because I was even one of the reasons why I actually supported Peter Obi was that when it gets there, people will be able to like perform other solution to Nigeria's problem of election. What Nigeria actually needs is electronic voting, and that's the system I can even design. It's so basic, right? It's like I don't know if anyone here has worked in compliance before, right? If you've worked in compliance before, when you do your KYC, when you submit your document, you look at the camera, you roll your head around the circle. When you're rolling your head, it's captioning all, it's like literally taking the video of you. And when you look at it from the back end, it gives you everything about that person, right? So literally, I can design the system that will literally eliminate almost any human intervention.
But what about the control of the system? Who has control of the system?
Forget about who has the control of the system. The bottom line is that you cannot manipulate what goes into the system.
No, like when it switch off, like what they did now.
You
They
cannot
switch it off.
No, you cannot switch it off because it's stored in the cloud. You don't have access to it. No one has access to it. Let me go and flick off a switch. You can't do that. So all the information that is being submitted is stored in the cloud. That's why I said to you, like, I don't know if you've worked in compliance before, you know what I'm talking about. So basically, for you to register as a voter, you will have like offices, INEC offices, where you can go and register, but you don't need anybody for you to register. Obviously, the place will be manned by staff, but you can go there as an individual. You go there, you do your biometric, it takes your picture of your face, you put your thumbprint of your finger, your thumbprint with your fingers, and the city would capture your picture. Then you've registered you put it in the register list and you register there.
So Kes, if I may interrupt you just for a second. So are you now saying that the current system in Nigeria, the BVAS, as it currently stands right now, could be manipulated? Information that is already existing inside that BVAS could be manipulated?
No, so the system in the BVAS right now, how it works is that it's like I'm reading the feedback. When you go and vote and they capture you with the BVAS for validation, right? Those data that they put in the BVAS, you cannot That's what these people, those APC are just stupid. The only way you can physically get rid of that thing, you need to actually destroy that beaver. You need to use this hammer to take out the hard drive. Because even though you do a hard reset, that thing is still in that beaver. I
Let
don't
me
know if
just
they know
come in
that.
here. Let me just come in here. You see that beavers, INEC actually shot themselves on the foot by saying that the server was shut down. Number one, that was not true. Or that were there any kind of glitches. The server, INEC does not even manage the server. As far as I can understand, Dominion machines, they have their infrastructure, and they also host some of their system with other companies that has infrastructures like AWS.
Yeah, they're using AWS. That's what they were using. The
Okay,
AWS
now
cloud
on the
computing.
database,
Who then shut it down? Who then shut it down?
everything. What they're trying to say, they're trying to implicate Dominion Machine and AWS, which means Nigeria as a whole can even sue AWS and Dominion Machine for shutting down the server. INEC actually does not have control over the servers. They only have the gadget. They only give you the gadget to operate with. That's why they refuse. They are refusing, because if Dominion Machine decide to allow data to still remain on that beavers just to clean their own name, the INEC can do nothing about it. That's why they are refusing PO from having access to the beavers or to the document. You understand what I'm saying? Because probably Dominion Machine from the back end allow persistence on the user interface.
But can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Can you now then sue Dominion in this election?
Yes, because that's what I was trying to. I actually wanted to talk to Pio. I wanted to ask him to include Dominion in the suit, because Dominion is actually the provider of the equipment that INEC has accused. Do you understand what I'm saying? Dominion.
Yes, I get you now.
Yeah.
It's
That's
actually a provider of the equipment that was used in our election. So Dominion should have been included in the lawsuit. Then from there, from here, United States, we now have the opportunity. So I was trying to let that out, but I didn't want to say it on air. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't want to say this on air before.
The piece of what you're saying, the INEC has not accused Domino of anything. Where did they say? Where did INEC say that?
They didn't say that, but when they said the server, but they said that there's a technical glitch on the server.
Yeah, the server they are talking about, they were using AWS, which is Amazon Cloud Storage System. And that thing, you don't shut it down. It's cloud computing. So basically, any information that is coming in is being fed straight to the cloud. So what INEC is saying, INEC is just talking trash. Okay, you cannot shut down.
INEC is talking trash. But what PO should have done, PO should have taken the opportunity to include AWS and INEC. Not necessarily mentioning INEC, but since AWS and Dominion, since Dominion is the provider of the gadget, because Dominion actually provided the gadget, which is that machine.
Your PO can only do that. You need until he has to have inspected the gadget first, the beavers, before you can say, okay, there's a malfunction or there's no malfunction. You cannot just say that. He knows that INEC is talking nonsense anyway. That's why it's demanding for those beavers, because when that beaver if that beaver is subject to forensic analysis, my God, you'll be surprised what will come out from there.
But one thing is cropping in my mind now, that because the way it is going now, it seems we don't know if they've taken that route. They might be keeping it secret. You understand? When you have some things, when you want to go to the final case, to rob into the final case, you might present something out that even the other opponent might say, how did he get this? How did he get this information? That is why I think they cannot really come outside to tell us, because the confidence is there. So The confidence is there. That's why Pio is smart, and I have confidence in him. He must have exhausted everything before he will come out and say, "I want it."
Okay, let me
Because
ask
Nobody
if
can
you do
change
that
it.
to
you.
other countries,
It's just like
if
your mobile
if
phone.
what INEC said, if you say that stuff in other countries' election, is a big problem.
Yeah, they will say that because Nigeria there's no rule, isn't it? Let me
Yeah.
just say something to you. You know, because how I know this, I used to sell mobile phones back in the days. And when we get people's mobile phone, you do like a hard reset to like clear the data. But do you know that phone, if that phone is subject to forensic analysis, right? Those data that you cleared, they can still retrieve them back.
Yes,
So
you're right. I used to do that too.
the only way you can physically get rid of those information, you need to break that food. You need to smash everything, the hard board in that food.
But there's this challenge that I'm kind of seeing. I mean that a potential problem. It might not be. Maybe people that are in this space can clarify that or know better. Which is that the last time they sat at the court, which was last week Wednesday, as at that point, INEC has still not released or give Labour Party access, or the team, the obese legal team, access to this equipment. The concern now is today is the 28th. The court will return on Tuesday in about 48 hours' time. So if that happens, let's just assume, give or take, INEC has given this material to Obi's team, say last Friday, 2 days ago, just for argument's sake. They've released it to them. Will 2 weeks now be enough for them to go through this 178,000, or do they have specific beavers that they are targeting, or are they going through all this? Will because the judges have reduced the length of this argument now, the retrial, to 3 weeks. So will 3 weeks now be enough? Because this could be part of INEC strategy
So
that will. So
No,
I
what
don't
they
know
would do,
how
what
they
they
will
would do is
actually.
like this. Let me give
Yeah,
an idea.
yeah.
What they would do is like this. They will take it by zonally. They'll take it by zone, and they will take the average in the zone. Maybe in this zone, maybe this zone has about 7 states. They'll do 4. Then this zone has about 8 states. They'll do 3. They'll just take it like that, because when they take it like that, they will not get the average. If they present, because that's substantial, it's what we call substantial fact. If they bring it to the level of substantial, then they can have a way forward. But if they don't do that, then that means if they refuse, if the INEC refuse them, then that means they still have, because that 50, I'll be 500 or 50 INEC, whatever they want to invite as evidence, witness. That means there's a very big point there, because we don't know the people that they are going to bring in. We don't
Okay,
know them.
I think
Let me say
let me just
something.
stop
They
you quickly.
probably have maybe about 2 or 3 for controller, which is INEC. They don't really need to go through all the wonder or whatever thousands that they got. They just need to focus on the controller. The controller actually takes the details of all the beavers together, like compute them together and then have the total figures. And it has the registry of each of the beavers. So you don't really need to start inspecting one beavers from another beaver. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they should just look out for the controller of the beavers, maybe like a beavers that that controls all the uh, incoming data that houses the data, that which means if there is a persistent state, if the beavers are programmed to have what's called a persistent state uh, uh, from the companies that actually supply the beavers. So these are some of the things that they need to really, they will definitely need experts to explain and understand all this, so that they don't start beating around the bush trying to go through one beavers to another. But there's a controller of the beaver that actually takes the compute the total results. That's why NEC is refusing to let them have access to it. But if they lay hands on those things, believe me,
Yeah, but
I believe.
the thing is that whether INEC likes it or not, I think for my the way I'm saying this thing, the game they are trying to play, it's like, oh, just let them swear in Tinubu. After Tinubu have been sworn in, things will not change. That's the idea of the APC. But No matter what INEC is doing, they are just wasting their time because that information they will have to release that information to the PO's team. Otherwise, there's no court case. You get my point. So no matter what they gain the claim, at a point they must release that information to PO's team, and when they do the analysis, because the better they just want to debunk that Tinubu did not get those numbers that they get to him those votes, right? And if you pick states like Lagos, Port Harcourt, and Benue State, even for example, right? By the time you debunk those states, you find out that Tinubu did not get those 8 million votes that he got. So he couldn't have won the election. It's as simple as that, you know. So like the system that I use, like my company use for compliance, they use AWS as well. That's what I was saying to you. Like if you register when you do your KYC with us, you turn your head, blah blah blah. What I see from the back end, I see a comprehensive information about that person. So at this election, like the whole issue of that people threatening you not to come outside to vote, who would you say to threaten? I will be voting for my phone. I'm sitting in my house. I'm voted already. By in 2 3 hours time, we know the result. You know,
I think is that not open to manipulation? Would that not be open to manipulation?
it's not. It's not. It's a one person one vote. It's not. Your details is tied down.
Again, the other challenge that that is there for that option is the fact that Nigeria, there are areas in Nigeria where millions of Nigeria that will not even have access to to devices
You
that
come,
will even
you come
allow
to
them
the police
to
station.
vote.
I'm not saying that if you're voting online, we don't have police station. If you don't have data, you can go to your local police station where you will have data and vote. You get my point.
Yeah.
So the point of like what happened in Lagos, I'm hearing the feedback. Like what happened in Lagos where people were being threatening not to come out and vote. You will not send anybody to threaten me. If I voted in my house already, come and beat me now. Do you get the point? So by in less than three
But
hours,
don't you sorry? But don't you think that if you start making people to vote from home, don't you think that it might be corrupted or it might be intersected?
ha from one angle.
No.
The Nigeria, I think that will be that will still be open to a lot of possibly it's still vulnerable. That
Yeah,
idea will still be vulnerable.
Like what
there's
Nigeria,
nothing that's not vulnerable. There's nothing that's not vulnerable. Which means if the company that owns the contract, if political parties are not, if they did not go to bribe them somehow, like the software companies also that are in charge of the data, so that's the only place that they can easily manipulate result. If you vote, it's just like you are in your house, you transfer money from one account to another account. As long as nobody is the a third party is not going to tell them that tell your bank that on the server that they should change the result or to allow they should manipulate it either from the database or from wherever where the controller is, then you will definitely have it straight without any manipulation. So the
let me
chances
let,
are
let,
small, but
let me like say something to you how this thing works. When I'm explaining this to you. So now you've registered. When you register, we'll capture your photo, your video, your ID card, everything is matching, right? And we'll have the software can detect if you're over underage because they look at your face structure. They say no, you're underage. So now you have to go to an annex center to register yourself so that somebody can verify you, right? On the day of the election, I'm sitting at home. When they open the portal for voting, when you click on the app to open, the app will first of all capture, verify your face that to make sure that that is you, because you one person, one face, right? Okay. When they verified you, then they give you the option to choose who you want to vote for, which you pick whoever you're voting for. that thing is sent straight to the cloud. That say Mr. Base or whatever voted for social party, and it's you see the result in real time. So all political party will be there in the control room, see the result coming in, and the press members of the press will be there seeing
Yeah,
as the
I
result is
understand. I understand what you're
coming
saying.
in.
What I'm saying is that even with that, if they want to manipulate it, I'm just saying it can also be manipulated at its highest level, which means the owner of that software, the manufacturer of that software, you understand what I'm saying? Like, as Dominion is, if any political party can have a relationship with Dominion, the Dominion could also write a code to manipulate the result for whoever they want to work for. That's my point. But I'm not saying that they are going to be able to do that. But what we're looking at the possibility of these things can happen from the insider. It's like when it's just like when one of Facebook staff came out to accuse Facebook of sharing data uh, to third party. Meanwhile, I was not aware. You were not aware that your data have been shared with a third party. And Facebook.
I'm aware. I'm aware. I know what
Okay, now data now Facebook is to pay about $700 something million for that action. So now that's just saying the possibility of things like that happening. You understand what I'm saying? But I think it's a more secure way to the Nigeria system. That's what I think Nigeria truly needs, because since if people goes outside to vote, there's this kind of killings and all kind of stuff. Let's see if that work really work, because that's really going to work.
that's
But if you say, for instance, now I vote now. Sorry, I vote now. I'm learning. If, for instance, I vote now, will it be a written that the result will be, we have a dashboard somewhere, maybe in the headquarters of this party or the headquarters of that party, on their dashboard, the result will be ticking what vote comes from different states like that.
Not just a separate dashboard. From your phone, there's going to be a separate place where you're looking at all the results.
Coming in real time.
Coming in real time.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah. This idea, I came up with this idea because of what happened in the last election, because of the violence and thuggery. I said, because if you don't see me in the street, how are you going to beat me?
Too much, my friend. Talk is too much in Nigeria political space.
If you don't see me in the street, how are you going to beat me? You know, and like this election that people are telling you that I don't want to take money, I want to vote for PO. I don't want no shit, I'm voting for this guy. You know, it has never happened in Nigeria history before. This Nigeria person will tell you that don't give me money, I want to vote for this guy. So where are you going to see me for? To where you want to beat me? I'm sitting in my house. Come and beat me. You shut. You won't even know I voted. Safe. Even your husband and wife, they won't know. You don't know who vote for who. My wife might tell you that I vote for PO. Maybe I voted for APC.
Okay, let's look at it this way now, because we have to look at the do's and don'ts. Now, my father or my cousin, like all those old men has, they want to vote now. They come to use my laptop, isn't it? Then I can manipulate them.
No, not your laptop, your phone. It's going to be done by phone. And anybody that don't have phone, you can still go to they
can use face recognition, like what they do in the bank, like those old men that don't know how to put their signature or whatever. They normally use their hand thumbprinting to open up the app, and they will just, whoever they want to vote, they may just touch it. There's a way it's still going to be programmed for people who have disability. You understand what I'm saying? Like, just like the United States, they have software for disability people who are impaired, you know, have hearing problems, eyesight. You understand what I'm saying? There are software that still help these people to navigate their way to do whatever they want to do. You know, and they still operate as though they have sight. Yes, they are blind, but a software will do the job for them.
I think that I know that there are still other issues, and even if just for, you know, let's just preempt INEC, just to preempt them that they will not give these materials to the Labour Party. And if that does happen and they ended up not giving them this material or they gave them part of it, I know the head of the obese team, legal team, I know he mentioned sometime last week when he was visibly frustrated that INEC was not giving them this document and all the rest of it. And he said there are other options. He said there are other options. I'm just kind of curious what options are left for them. What other options are available for them? He said there are other options that they will explore.
If I have the option in my head, I won't say it out now. Just for me to say it out.
He said there are other options. Well, for us as supporters of the OB mandate, we are only left with is only the police. I know there is the police copy of the police also have a copy, and then the polling agent also have a copy. So I don't know how relevant or how useful this would be in the court of law. Perhaps this could be what they are relying on, because I don't know. The judges will have to rely on something. If INEC does not provide the Beavers copy, the Beavers information, they must rely on something, and then they have to go for the police copy. If not, they will go for the polling unit copies of the election results. Something that they must. I mean, the INEC cannot. They can't get a pass on this. They can't just go.
Are you aware what INEC said? If INEC said that in developed country, a court in that country would have ordered Dominion CEO to be bundled and brought to their country. Are you aware of that? If INEC did that in other country, developed country, a court will order Dominion CEO to be brought in.
Yeah, that's the problem we have with the court. That for 2 weeks, remember this preliminary hearing or preliminary trial that they did took them 2 weeks, a little bit more than 2 weeks to all this charade that they paraded for 2 weeks there. And each and every time, obese team they come to the court and they will complain to the judges that INEC is not providing them these materials. The judges will just say, okay, INEC, please provide them this material. They are not, giving INEC any order, any instruction that, you must, as a matter of a court order. Nothing.
No consequence.
So they're just getting away with this. And I don't know,
I believe the OB team is quite having a plan, because you must have a plan as a senior legal personnel. They must have a plan B on how to go around it and see, because when they told us that they have some other evidence that are coming, which if I told you earlier, if I have it, I will not spill it out, because all these vampires are all around. So we should just, what I'm seeing is that I believe in these guys that are handling the case, because we have a lot of them, Sam, that are experts in their own field. Some of them are constitutional lawyers, some of them are, different aspects of the law itself where they specialize on. I believe he has a good team, and then with that good team, they must have, you cannot tell all your aides in public. They might use a sort of psychological stuff to push these people towards the other side. Meanwhile, when they bring out their fact that they have, that might really do the job, and INEC will be caught. I believe they will surely catch them unawares, where they will bring the other thing on using another route, because there's no how you can hide the evidence, substantial evidence, where there's no way your opponent will not come in. Even if you are so corrupt, they'll come in and get it. So I believe there's something done, and there's a lot of things, because they are going to invite those people. Even I think somebody told me that they are going to invite the guy that built that software for them, and then all those things. They are going to invite a lot of experts on it, and that will be a lot of damage to INEC itself, because I told people earlier on that this thing is going to be there's going to be a criminal case in this case, because when it become criminal case and you link that thing very well with the judges, with the is it 7 or 8 judges you have on the bench, that might convince and turn them around. Because when you bring fact, substantial fact is on its own is a spirit that turns the head of the judge and says, because you cannot pursue what they call it in law. There's something they call it in law, and leave the substantial fact. No, you cannot do that. When it comes to you cannot do it. If there is, because Pio said, if there is enough fact on the ground facing the judges, they cannot do but follow the law, follow the facts, and make a good judgment. Because there's no technicality when you bring the fact, put the fact on the table. There's no technicality because it's staring, and you link the criminality behind the case and you bring in the fact to tell them how the whole link came in and what they brought, and look at the result, look at how it's manipulated. This is one of the agents. It will tell, all those things are all there, and all these agents are coming with videos and cameras. They are not just coming there to just talk. They must be something behind it. They will be coming with fact themselves that even they got to substantiate their own verbal, talk with evidence, video, camera. A lot of us have different cameras. We can put it on our chest, put it on, on our phone. A lot of things.
Yeah, I think INEC is so emboldened to the point where they even, they mentioned that they have only 2 witnesses. They are bringing in 2 witnesses. When I heard that, I was stunned. I was surprised to my bone that 2 witnesses they are bringing for this. Simply means that they have nothing, no defense whatsoever. They're just, and that buttress my point, my position to the fact that the judges, as far as I am concerned personally, I believe that they are, to a very large extent, they are compromised, and they really believe on that, and that is their own last hope, that the judges will cut it for them. They will see them through this nonsense that they have.
But they might put it into a vote, because sometimes judges do that. They'll put it to a vote if there is a conflict, and then they follow the law and the substantial facts they bring, and the opposition bring their own facts, debunking that. I don't know anyway, but I know that PO has a lot of facts that he will carry to the latter, and that is convincing, because I know how intelligent he is. He has fought a case like this before, and then no matter how the case is, because even the state case itself that it is, I think the INEC itself might have deprived him of so many facts from them. They did that, I believe.
Yeah.
So they did that. The way they are doing now, they still did it when he was fighting for his governorship stuff. So they might have deprived him, because the same INEC you have now is still the same INEC that still exists. So they might have deprived him of facts, but there was a route to take, and he nailed it to the head, and they gave him his governorship stuff.
The other thing is that the fact that one of the other, person apart from INEC is an entity, that they are, if it were to be in a normal setting, in a sane country, INEC will have been dragged, to provide this material, and again, even Tinubu himself, for me, I know yesterday, I think it was Aisha that she mentioned the fact that she doesn't believe that Tinubu, I think somebody mentioned that Tinubu is bigger than everyone in that country right now. And she said that she doesn't see it that way. But for me personally, I think as it stands right now, the man is bigger than the country. It's bigger than Nigeria as it stands right now, because even though he's grabbing this power, he's stealing it, just to be precise. But for him to do that, even to come this far,
He doesn't even care.
he doesn't care.
He has an enabler now.
Yeah, he has the institutions, the INEC, the presidency, the police, all the security agencies. They are in his pockets, because you cannot go this far. It is impossible to go this far without having this institution. So, to a very large extent, in your pocket. So, for me, I believe that he is, as of now, that may change. Maybe later on, today, the 29th, is now, it's now Monday in Nigeria. Maybe
It's gonna take a very drastic. I don't know what will happen to change the system, but I don't see Tinubu be sworn in. Then later on, judges will just be down said they want to remove Tinubu. Just unless you don't know Tinubu from history. If you knew him, you wouldn't even imagine that after he's been sworn into office, judges will have the courage to sit down and give a judgment against him. Tinubu is a killer.
See, you cannot really, because you know why this case is a little bit different. You see, he has an enablers, and these enablers an agreement. But other thing we should think here is that, do you think his enabler, we just see him through to the end because of them? Because what I'm thinking is, because these people are very trickish and they know how to manipulate in the election. They don't even know how to do anything to make you think they are with you. Because the agreement, sometimes they don't go with agreement. These people don't go with agreement. Sometimes they might just play a game behind a game. And you that is there as a subject that have come into agreement with them, they will just go alongside with you. But at the tail end, because they've done this before, this is their style. At the tail end, they'll just cut you off. You think they don't know what is happening, but they are part of the plan, because they might have a plan B, and we are just looking like somebody that because we are in a field now. We look like a blind man, but what we are seeing, we are describing. But what is behind the scene, we don't know. So we are just looking at what we can see, and we are making a judgment from what we see. What about what is behind the scene that we don't see? Because these people, I know the way they think. They will always have a plan B, and when they do the plan B, you'll be looking at them. Are these people out of their senses? Why did they? Because these people are noted for breaking agreement. If you look at their history, they are noted for breaking agreement. And I believe, because they don't change, I believe that they will break an agreement. And this agreement will lead to a lot of fighting within themselves.
Are you talking
I believe so.
Are you talking about the agreement between Tinubu?
Another thing you need to understand about Tinubu is that Tinubu is a good negotiator.
Yes, he's a good negotiator. I know
and
that.
Tinubu is also, he knows how to make kings around himself. You understand what I'm saying? Which means Tinubu can do anything to put you in power, to promote you, to give you anything you want, just for you to protect him. You understand? So Tinubu, he's not for the public, but he's for the few elite. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why he was able to win the election in the first instance. Just imagine, remember, even INEC officials did not go with him. That was the reason why they have to forcefully declare a fraudulent result, which means the people, the common INEC officials, did not really go with them. So they never
Now you are talking.
Yeah, they never. Yeah, that's why the thing is very difficult for them now, because they don't really have what they thought what they would have really used to do this rigging without being noticed. That's why they have to openly do it for everybody to see. Hey, since people refuse the instruction that we gave to you people, so we disobey or break this rule. We made the rule.
Because from history they did it against Awolowo. We were thinking it's all will sail through, but they just hacked the guy from nowhere. Because Awolowo was a man that go on to make deals. He was a good deal maker. He was a very good deal maker, and he has a crowd. He has the crowd, and the crowd itself, they are obedient to the call with him. He can carry the entire South down. He was a deal maker. They knew he was a deal maker, but still, after making deals, they don't play alongside with him. They'll let him get to the river and they push him down into the river. But these guys might come with a plan. They'll push you to the end point. And at the end point, they'll cut you off.
I think that's one of the lessons, the major lessons that Nigerians have to take from this last election. Because the way it was planned, they planned it. You will remember, if you recall, you will see some few days to the election, they throw out military, police, all these people on the street, especially on the street of Lagos, Abuja, that there will be they are not going to give room or allow any violence or anything. Knowing fully well, their plan was completely different. So people have to preempt them. They must be 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of them. That's the only way you can deal with somebody like Tinubu and his cohort. You must be 2, 3, 4 steps ahead of them. You cannot be operating with them at the same level. No. As we're speaking right now, these guys are not sleeping. They are not sleeping. They are plotting and they are planning their next move. So I expect that Nigerians, especially even the Labour Party, will have to step up their game.
But the moves we all know that they can do now. It's like this. There are 2 moves they can do. One might be from the other people, the other side, which you all know, might be from Buhari's side, and one might be from this other side. This man might just say, because there's no other way than to bring down the constitution and get it, because we've all known, all Nigerians have known that this is what they are after. And for them to achieve this, because the way it's looking at, for them to achieve it is to trash the constitution. Secondly, these guys at the other end, they have all the power to take over the government through the other means. And if they take it, they might disguise, thinking that, we didn't know that these people are doing this. We didn't know that they're planning. And you know that you have a Southerner as the chief of the force. Now, putting a Southerner, and you have a Southerner that is going in for president now. I have seen a 2-game plan, but I don't know how they are going to execute it.
Maybe a Southerner will overthrow a Southerner.
No, these people, they don't play like, they don't use say, Southerner overthrow. No, they will put a Southerner that will do dirty deal, then they'll not carry their brother and put on top. They always do that now. Look at the former minister, this Igbo minister, what do you call it? Chukwumerije. I mean, is it Chukwumerije? Chukwumerije, that, what's his name? That IBB used to do propaganda during his tenure.
Minister of Information, yeah.
Yes. He used that man to damage everything about the East. And now brought in, when they were doing it, now brought in 2 other sides to come and contest. But he used that man to promote, forget his own thing. But what do we have next? Election came, cleanest election, and he just withdrew. Because even Abiola was a good deal maker. He he was a very good deal maker. Nobody thinks that his own person, best friend, will just remove the carpet.
Yes.
So that is what I'm thinking about from history. That's why I said history is very major in our, making a find out, or will I say conclusion, studying the situation we have on ground now. Because these guys can remove the red carpet anyhow, and they will not use their brother to do that. They will use our brother to do it, and they will come in. When they now say, is it not your brother that planned it, that went against you and planned the coup against you? All of us will look dumb. So there are two plans. The way I see, there are two plans, because it's either you break the constitution or use that level. They use that level.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If these guys openly broke the constitution that we're seeing them, the forces are taking notice of it, whether we like it or not. Believe me. Whether they bought the military over or not. Believe me. Who did they buy? It's just a general, right? Just a general that they bought. The some of the commandants are taking notice of it, because this is very clear. You didn't do it systematically. You openly did it. Then the sergeants, the recruits, they are saying it. They knew that you broke the constitution, which is you forced yourself on the people. So it's easy for something to happen justifiably. I mean, like, if it just happen, you just wake up breaking news. It's easy.
You know how they do it now? They will just be singing anthem.
Oh God.
Well, we look forward. We look forward to that.
That is why I said we don't know the mindset of all this. That's the hardest people you ever know. Their mindset. They'll just keep silent. Though their boss will be talking. Before we know it, one small boy will just come, scatter everything. So we don't know their mindset. That's why I say we should watch them closely.
The general, you can bribe the general. Understand? No problem. But the recruits are there. These are the people that really do the job. The sergeant,
especially the lieutenant.
The lieutenant, they are there, they are watching, they're looking.
They are very dangerous.
Let me tell you, the constitution, when a lawyer is quoting constitution in the court, opening book, the constitution is in this guy's brain. The constitution of Nigeria is in this guy's brain. They don't joke with it. They know it so well. You understand? So they are watching. They are looking. You might be thinking, oh, you're going to be giving them direction. You just find out that the guy is running to office and then he's giving order. First, nobody's responding to him. They are just looking at him as like and then the next thing you just wake up in the morning. Early morning news. You see,
it will be dangerous if they don't obey him. That's where the first signal will come. Because they are definitely going to do that, because if you see the way the thing is going now, because in our economy now, none of them know how to create wealth, but what they all know is just to borrow and borrow, and this is going to affect defense itself.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it will happen to them. One thing I know, that when some people say Tinubu is a strategist. For me, Tinubu is a devil. He's just a devil, and people will say that
devil's advocate.
Yeah, that man is a devil's incarnate, because he's very good at personal control. I don't want to use the word leadership for Tinubu. That word leadership for me is too big. It's too big to be bestowed on him. I just want to say he's a manipulator, a personal manipulator. He manipulates people. He will spend money on people. He will promote them, their career. He will do everything for them. Basically, what he's doing is end game. What he will need them for. later on, either in the short term or in the long term, but it's building there. That's why you see a lot of people today within the political class, even in the corporate world, they will say the reason they are supporting Tinubu is because of what he did for them in the past.
Yes.
Asari Dokubo was saying that he sponsored his trip, he was there, you know, that's what he does. He's very good at that. He's a personal controller, individual, he controls people. That's what he does. He's not a political leader.
He's like a map boss.
He's a map boss. Tinubu is not a political. A political leader is someone that knows the right thing to do and they will do it. He's not that. It's not in that class. For him, it's all about control. It's all about control. And my fear is that
but me, I'm scared for him.
You will be surprised. In fact, when I say, you know, we have to think ahead of this man, 2-3 steps ahead. Don't be surprised that even the military, those ones within the military has been identified and they've taken care of them.
That one is for sure now.
Those ones within the military that they know that they could, you know, be problematic, they've identified them and they have even taken care of them. So if there's going to be anything within the military, I believe it's going to be from the lower ranks.
But do you know one thing about it? My uncle
the general side, forget it, because these are political appointees. You understand? All the generals, they are just political appointees. They are like politicians too. You know,
they're like pawns, you know.
You understand? But when it comes down, that's where you really need to be careful, because the guys are not happy. They understand exactly what's been happening all this while. They
understand.
Yeah, they can see the frustration in the society. Even they themselves, they are part of the society too. Their wives, their kids. So they are not benefiting. There's no special provision for them. If anything happens to them, no special provisions for them. So they know all these things. And another thing you should understand, that they've been listening to social media. They've been watching people talking.
God bless you. That is what I am scared. That's why I'm scared for even this man.
They've been watching. They've been listening. And people have been telling them how their life could be better if so. Do you understand what I'm saying? So this is it's psychological. So, and we might not just be surprised one day we wake up with a breaking news. And you know what? If there's a breaking news, are you aware that Nigerians will support them?
Jubilation everywhere now.
Nigeria will support them. As it stands right now, Nigeria will support them. And that's one thing that military always look for, which they never get. In most cases, they don't get it. But in this instance, in Nigeria, it will be different. And that's, you know, and again, they are watching, they are listening, and they know that this time around, people are not going to castigate them. They will be welcome. At least
even international world will not castigate them now.
They know that Nigerians will support them. That's what they're looking out for. Nigerians will support them. They are looking at, you broke the constitution. We can tender it in the court of law, local and internationally. We can tell the world this is the constitution. This is what you did. You intentionally broke the constitution and you enforced your leadership on us. And we're not going to let that happen. Very fair judgment.
That is why I'm saying I'm even scared for him that he's carrying his money about like Zombiso. So it is critical, because I always come out to say, do we all know the mindset of these guys? Because from history, I know the way these people behave. The more silent they are, the more dangerous they can be.
Yes.
Because the top officers can just be talking plain pally, but the lower one, just like a green snake and a big snake. They said the green snake, the small one, is more poisonous than the big one, the venom. So that is why I'm even scared for them, because like I said at my other submission, I said if these guys should come in it will be difficult to convince them now. Just maybe within 4 years handover. It's not possible.
So that's a two-edged sword, because I don't think Nigerians really want a military government per se. They're just looking for a way out. How they who has the God, who has the capacity to take Nigeria or Nigerians out of this, this mess, this quagmire that we find ourselves. And right now, if not the judiciary, is this this part of the of the system.
That was my submission I was trying to give, but people were just trying to dodge away from it, because the way things look like now, we are seeing the problem, but we are shying away from the problem. And when we say it out, they will say we want to divide. How long? We cannot go. We have one. Let us stay with this one. The one we are staying with is giving us problem. We are seeing it. I want us to stick with it. We are not the one that even brought it. It's the same these guys that brought it. We as civilians, we cannot even solve it. We are following what they gave us. And what they gave us is giving us problem. It's giving them problem too.
The only thing that I see there is that even if that happens, because internally within Nigeria, there could be that temporary welcome. People who, will welcome them. But over time, within a short period of time, they're not going to get the support of the international community. And we'll just end up seeing the guy starting wearing agbada, and he will just put aside the green and green.
No.
The khaki, and he will start wearing agbada, and that's
the way they are now. We've stayed long in this democracy for around how many years now, which they've learned a lot of things, and I believe they know the problem. If you look at it, we that have studied this constitution very well, which I'm always telling our colleagues, let us find out the defects in this constitution, which we have already found out. But the only way is not amendment. Because if we're amending something that is wrong, that wasn't done by the people, amending it, then it's as if we are not ready to progress in our world. We are not ready to take leadership in Africa. Look at all the African countries we have. They've all sat down and written their own. It's only we. We keep on postponing. We don't want to do it. What we have is good for how long?
Your mic, AJ. I think some people are complaining that echoes coming. So when you want to talk, you may just unmute. Okay, that's good. Thanks. Black Panther, continue.
Okay, because when we continue to refuse the differences we have, it's not, I'm saying this man is not good. Look, I've traveled a lot. I've traveled in the north. I traveled to the north. The north is beautiful. The people are, they are accommodating. I went to Maiduguri in the midnight, and there was nothing. I even slept in the park till the morning. They even gave me tea and suya and bread to eat. I didn't pay nothing. And they knew that we were from the south. So all of a sudden, the whole thing started changing. And I so much, because I love new things. I don't give a, because if I go to anywhere, I'm bound to obey the rules of that place, which to me is okay to me. But when these other politicians entered, the whole thing came up. Hatred, religion, everything came up. That is to tell you that the politicians we have now took advantage of the laws we have, the constitution we have. Because we did not catch up early, they sell it to us that, Let us manage this. It will take us 10 years to do another one. Let us amend. How can you amend illegality? How can you amend something that you don't know about? How is it going to work? When the Constitution itself made us to hate ourselves, how is it going to work? This is where I'm coming from. When we don't love ourselves, we cannot define who we are and how we are going to stay. But they brought the paper to us, say, we the people. We are not illiterate, but we are speaking. We continue to speak. If they go this route with this stuff we have, we will come back to this drawing table again. This drawing table, we will come back here and talk. And when we talk, then I don't know. I don't know what to say because maybe I will stand on my premises.
Yeah, the Nigerian Constitution, the Nigerian Constitution. For me, I strongly believe that it's a fraud. Though some people may think, have a different opinion. I think we mentioned that earlier on the platform some few hours ago, talking about the Constitution and the 1963 Constitution. The 1963 Constitution is way better. It was a negotiated constitution. Any document that is negotiated, you cannot compare it that the one that was just handed over to you without your input. So it is the current constitution is so faulty. The 1963 constitution was a negotiated constitution among all the interesting parties in Nigeria.
Yeah, you're right.
They negotiated it and then they come to a resolution. You all know that. I think the son, Ezekome, he mentioned that he would whenever most of his speeches this day, he would talk about the 1953, the 1956 up to the Macpherson Constitution, the Constitution of 1958. These are constitutions that at the end of the day was put together and they came up with the 1963 Constitution. It was a negotiated constitution among all the different constituencies in Nigeria. That was a perfect document. Anyway, no document is perfect, I would say.
But it's a plan to start from.
But that was a better document for us to work with. The current constitution as it stands is a even the best will find it difficult. The only hope that we have now is that we have someone, if it happens, Peter Obi realizes this mandate for Nigerians, then that might just be a starting point. At least you cannot have two wrongs.
Yeah, it's true.
You have a bad constitution, you also have a bad leader, then it's a recipe for disaster. But even if the constitution is bad, and we know that it is this same constitution that Obi will work with, but at least he has a plan. He has a plan that will take the country forward. So, for me, with respect to the constitution, I believe that it is something that has to be completely thrown out. But be it as it may, that's what we have right now, and that's what we have to work. The country.
I love that statement you made. That to be completely thrown out.
What I think is that I do not think that even if Pio comes into office, he's going to be able to change the constitution. Looking at the requirement to totally scrap that constitution. But my point is, one of the reasons I'm supporting Pio is because he made a statement some time ago. He said, go and check me out in anywhere, any country. If you find anything against me, and knowing APC tactics and the way they like to accuse people, even falsely. So I was waiting for them to come out and bring documents of things or whatever that Peter Obi has actually done up to date. APC that we know have not been able to produce anything against Peter Obi. So with that, I understand, okay, I was like, wait a minute, okay, this guy, he might not be perfect, but I think he's better off than other candidate. That's number one. Number two, I didn't have access to him then. I would have advised him not to be telling during his campaign that he's going to make Nigeria a production hub. International community does not always like that. So I spoke to my friends. I was like, what this guy is saying, yes, he will win the election, but international community will not like it because they do not want Nigeria to be a production hub, like a production center, like everything Nigeria should try to produce things for themselves. They don't like it. They always want to produce outside and bring to Nigeria to sell and give. They don't want Nigeria to be able to produce anything. So my friends were like, "Well, let him just face it, and then maybe he might be able to skate through." Then
He won. Just to give that to him, even though that's a point. But Peter Obi won a lot of people, a lot of followers, just because of that plan. So many people decides to made up their mind to follow Peter Obi. He won many people to his side just because of that alone, and he was articulate with it, and on top of it all, he was consistent throughout, even till today. He has not, and that tells you that he really meant it because of the consistency with which he comes with this, with this.
do you see him talk? Do you ever see him talking and he's reading paper? Because these things is actually coming from him. He's not reading it from paper. These are things that he would have really done. Things that he would have. I mean, if the country, if you are creating businesses around the whole country, if one or two persons are employers of employee, even is one or two, you are reducing the poverty rate of the population of the country. So these guys don't want him because they know that he has business ideas. He could really do something. He could bring out policies. Believe me, if Obi got there, no country will bully Nigerians the way they are bullying Nigerians now. Believe me. Because he has the idea, he has what it takes to counter every country that may want to bully Nigeria.
And there's so many areas too that he actually, he tried as much as possible during the campaign, even up to this time, that they refused, especially with alongside with Dati as well. They refuse to really go into details, into depth of exactly what they are going to do, because they know if they come out with those plans, they will probably use it against them, and people that are even supporting them may not even see the benefit of it now. They may be seeing the political side of it. So there's so many other areas, especially on the security side. They didn't really come out with exactly what they want to, what the plan is, and people really wanted to use it against them. They try as much as possible to gaslight Obi and Dati as to, you are not saying specifically what you are going to do as far as security is concerned. You need to come out and tell us exactly what you want to do. But he refused to, to be, to be kind of, brought into that. They stood their course that they would change the security system in Nigeria, but they didn't really go into it. That's one of the areas where you will know that they know that, saying it all, this is not the time to say it all. It will not be, to their own benefit, until, if he gets there, he becomes the president, then we'll see in detail exactly, what his full plans are in this area. With respect to the West, in the area of, production, I know that the West will not, they don't want that, they really don't want that. But again, that's what Nigerians need to know. And he was very open to bring that out to Nigeria with consistency, with numbers, with figures, with statistics, that this is what we're going to do. And each time he mentioned that, over time, you go back, for me personally, go back to go and do a little bit of research on this. Now you can see that his numbers actually add up. Most of those numbers that he was just calling off head, I went and then I checked them. Like, they are just, in fact, I'm so impressed, talking about each square kilometers of each and every state in Nigeria, to have that on your head. And I made a note of them and I checked them and they are spot on, So that's the
He's a man that studied a lot now.
Yeah, that's the kind of leader that we need. We don't need, Nigeria is a very funny country. We've succeeded, bringing on 3 sick presidents within 15, 16 years. Who does that? Have you ever seen that in anywhere in the world? 3 sick presidents, as if is a cause. We brought in Yaradua, knowing fully well his medical condition. Buhari also came in, knowing fully well that he's not stable at that point in time. And now this same man we are bringing in sick people.
I don't understand. I don't know how people reason. People supporting Buhari. I have a friend I support. I mean, not Buhari. People supporting Tinubu. I have a friend right now that is in Abuja right now. So I speak to you right now. He's right there waiting for inauguration. You see, and I asked him, "Why are you supporting him?" You know what he told me? He said, "Nigerians will not stand up for their right. Because Nigerians will not stand up for their right, he doesn't want to waste time. He wants to get into their clique and then get whatever he wants to get and get out." Yeah, let me. There's some. You see, when we talked about corruption, we talked about corruption earlier on. If I told you how much I personally, and this very my friend right now that I told is in Nigeria, we've lost in Nigeria for a particular license to operate in a particular way. If we told you how much, you're not going to believe us. Now he's made up his mind that so if you can't beat them, that you have to join them. That's what he's doing right now. As I speak to you right now, he's in Abuja. I told him if anything happens to you right there, he told me nothing will happen. Forget about Nigerians. Forget about it. Yes, he's close to Tinubu. He's close to now. He's happy that Tinubu is going in because it's going to be an opportunity for him as a person. But he's not looking at the poor masses around. You see that? He's not looking at the poor. So I don't know how they think, how they're able to sleep, see poor people around them, and then they want to be on top.
It is very dangerous.
I don't know.
Very dangerous.
That's Nigeria for you. It's always for most Nigerians and that thing that this problem is endemic in nature. Most Nigerians, even today, if a Nigerian is appointed into any position or he has any leadership role, his family members will even be, and he doesn't bring in money, as in, start building houses and everything, they will think the man is mad. They might even disown him. So they will even encourage him to go into the system to steal. That's a major problem for me. Even my own brother during the election, I asked him. I said, want to know his position. He said he's going for Tinubu. I was shocked to my bone marrow, And because of what? Because he believes that once Tinubu is there, because he works in a federal parastatal and is a director there, it's his own turn because the current MD will be seconded, and then it will be the next one that will go there. So you can see the way they think. This is my own.
Turn to chop money.
Just that's the idea, and that is the problem that we have in Nigeria. Is a major problem. Talking of going to Nigeria to do something. If you want to do anything in Nigeria, especially for us in diaspora, the current Nigeria, you can't get it done. You must be ready. You must be ready to pay or to spend 3, 4, 5 times.
With all the money we spend,
You see,
With all the money we spend,
is
nothing.
that's Nigeria. In fact, they will use your project. I'm talking from experience. Once you go to Nigeria and you have a project, they will use your project to make money. Your own project, they will use it to get money out of the system.
And the project will not be done.
And the project will not be done. From my own personal experience, in 2009, 2010, I took a group of investors to Nigeria for the biodiesel project. It's all there. It's all in the public. It's in the news. All the media carries. It's all in the in the media space. And then went to Cross River State. We got to Cross River State, and then I was shocked when the project has to be used to get money out from the government. The land that was allocated for the project, to my eyes like this, they have to go to the local government with the local government chairman. That is the governor's right-hand man. Imoke was the governor this time. His right-hand man that time sent them to the community. That land that we're talking about, they took it from the community and they said that they will have to give the community money. They will give them the money to reimburse them for the land. That is how they are able to take out a significant amount of money out of the state.
They will pack the money very well.
And then they went back to the community and called all the chiefs together and then started giving them peanuts. Whereas they took out almost $1 billion. I'm talking of 2010, 2009. The amount of money that they took out from the project. At the end of the day, how the project was completely frustrated because they are demanding for money from investors, significant amount of money. And by the time you calculate it and you see that you cannot make any return in the next 10 years. So how will you come back? How will you report back to your local investors here? You can't. That's one of the reasons why investors are not going to Nigeria.
Yes, let me tell you what happens.
Get to Nigeria, they will frustrate you. You go.
Let me tell you what happens to me. And this my dad, I said he's right now in Abuja. Just a little bit mute your mic a bit. Yeah, this my dad, I said he's right in Abuja. Let me tell you what happens to me. We moved from here down to Nigeria. We wanted to build a 10,000 production of a modular refinery with my hard-earned money, with his hard-earned money, with one of our guys as hard-earned money. We identified the location. I don't know if you know anywhere called Cocoa in between Delta State and Edo State. There's a particular
Cocoa. Yeah, that place they did some discovery of some item that were toxic.
Good. We went there. We took our guys there. We did feasibility studies. Cost a lot of money. Let me not mention the amount on air because I get maybe people might be listening. Now, after the feasibility studies, then we're asked to come to the NNPC. That was the first time I'll be at NNPC headquarters, Abuja, at 11th floor minister's office. So when we got there, before we got there, we paid $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 just for us to. Nigeria is corrupt. When you say corrupt, Nigeria keys businesses. I'm telling you the truth. Then the final day we got to the minister's office, then they said Buhari will be around, will be in that same meeting. That Buhari was supposed to be in that same meeting. That was the reason. That's why I started thinking that, are we sure what IPOP was saying is not true? But I don't know about Buhari because it was only the Minister of State that came, which is then it was Kachuku. If you all know Kachuku, Ibe Kachuku.
Yeah,
Then he
yeah,
was
yeah.
Minister of State for Petroleum. He was the one acting on for Buhari then at that time. Then he came, and then the guys that were in charge. That's why sometimes I tend to want to believe when people talk about tribalism, the northern people trying to oppress people. It happens to me. It happens to me talking to you now. In the presence of Mr. Ibe Kachuku, the GMD then was a northern man. He said to our face that we should go to the northern part of Nigeria to go and do a research and find we should build the modular refinery. So they were giving us suggestions. So the feasibility studies we already did at Cocoa has become nothing. That they would suggest that we should go to that very part of the country. I forgot about the name of the states that they gave to us. That we should go. That they would like us to build that modular refinery in that state. So in that meeting, I said to them that, well, we cannot do that with our investors because our investors already knew that the Boko Haram is currently ravaging the northern part of the country, and that cannot be done in the northern part of the country. I'm from Edo State, and Cocoa, so I like to do it within my community. Cocoa is between the boundary of Delta and Edo State, so we already visited this, we already did the feasibility study and everything. They said, okay,
They'll kill the project. You have to stand no chance.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They said, okay, no problem. So they started asking us to pay for all the licenses. We paid for all the licenses that they were requesting for. One is $100,000, another one is $50,000. Then there's another one that you have to pay in Lagos. One of the they call that something PMRO something. You have to pay for that. Believe me, these guys. I'm telling you, officially, we were scammed officially in the presence of Ibe Kachuku, the Minister of State, officially by the Nigeria government. We have all the documents, all the banks that they asked us to use to pay the money, move the money to this bank, to this other bank, put it right here. But officially, they scammed us officially. We were scammed just because we refused to take their offer of going to the northern part to do that project. When we find out we are spending more money and we're not getting it, my brother, you have to take off, man. Otherwise, you become broke.
That is why.
Are you aware that case to date, I took them to EFCC. That case, I took it to the EFCC in Nigeria. Yet, that was when I realized that if you took a case to the EFCC too will charge you money.
Serious one.
Chineke, for bringing a case where they go do, you go charge them for their work again.
EFCC will charge you for them to take over your case and begin to do the job for you. When EFCC they call their price, my friend. This my guy that I told you right now is in Abuja told me that listen, guy, we gotta go, man. We're not gonna stay with these guys. They don't want to do anything because we wanted to recoup the money back. All the money we have, all the document, the bank details, which is Zenith Bank, and that they were using. We have everything, so we just want the EFCC to just do something. When they gave us the bill, how much we're gonna pay, then they told us to bring advance, my friend. So when they know that, they charge you according to your pockets. That is my observation. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they know that, okay, these guys can pull up something, let's bid them so amount of money. When they charge us, we just left the country. We're like, hey, come on, we gotta go. You see, that is the situation of your country. everything
That's
died.
the situation. Yeah, I agree with you. We have, there's so many experiences, when it comes to, and that's one of the reasons why investors are not coming to Nigeria. There are so many experiences, not experiences that from other people or that you read. I mean, talking of personal experiences directly involved, or with people that that one work with, that's across board. That's the reason why investors is very, very difficult to get investors, to bring investors to Nigeria. You will work your ass out here, put investors together, and because of the investors don't just come to invest because they know Nigeria. They know that Nigeria, they know the situation in Nigeria, but they are investing because of you, because of it's a relationship thing, and then they will come in and they will put in significant amount of money. They will put in, and then you will go to Nigeria. Once you get there, in fact, if you go, you cannot do a business plan or visibility study before you go to Nigeria. You must get to Nigeria before you do it. That's one lesson learned. If you do it before you go to Nigeria, by the time you get there, that study, I tell you, you will put it inside the garbage. It can't work. It will not work because of the amount of money that you will have to spend even to bring that project to fusion, if at all you even want to proceed. Because what they will be asking for, they frustrated so many projects. Do you know the reason why we don't
Do
have?
you remember when Buhari said they should go and look for oil in the north? You remember? I don't know if you guys remember when Buhari paid billions of naira for uh, uh, to geologists to go look for oil in the northern part of the country. You can just Google it. It's still here. Spending a lot of money, bringing people into the country, bringing investors. If your people, you wanted to do something. There are a lot of Nigerians out here that, I mean, they are rich. They could come to the country and establish, but because of the policy, that's why I want PA to be in the office so that he can make some of those policies, can reduce them, make it accessible, make the country accessible, to other people, to investors.
I think that what you are talking about, I don't think that was too long.
I think this problem we have there, we keep on saying that tribalism is part of it, corruption is part of it, everything is part of it. The basic thing there is that how can we go about it is for us to define ourselves. When we define ourselves, then we agree that this country belongs to us. We need to develop every part of the country. We need to make people come to our country and say these people are doing things. This money cannot stay with one person. If you go around, poverty will be reduced. You will have lesser problem. You will have lesser people. You will have everything will be less. People will be making money as you work. You make the money. You invest in your country. You make money. Why should you be doing all this? It is because when we say we don't have a country, people will be shouting, "Why are you saying like that? Why is this? Why that?" You see, now you went there. The man is telling you go to the north. This one said bring money, go put there. Only God knows who owns the account. If they can use government level to scam you, that means that account might be fake itself. People are just gathering around, benefiting, and the country is going down, down, down. Sometimes I wonder, are these people human?
If you do a program asking investors that have been scammed by Nigerian government to come out and speak, my goodness. If you try it, you will see a lot of companies, a lot of investors coming out. You will hear them mention millions of dollars, $20 million, $10 million, $50 million, scammed by the Nigerian government official. They will take the money, yet they will not approve any shit. Here, online, you fill whatever form you want to fill. You just make the requirement and pay the fee, the little fee they just put right there, you just pay it. Online, you get your certificate. Online. To start operation. You don't necessarily need to go to the office because everything would have been verified online. But in Nigeria case, that's not like that. You have to go to the office.
If you describe this to some people, they'll say, no. While they'll be telling you Zimbabwe, telling you some countries, that is how they started. That is not how other countries started. It seems Nigerians, we need to reset that country. We need to change the rules. We need to change everything. Look, 1963, it's me, I even prefer that one because that one we give every region their own time. They'll set a time for their own development. They'll set a time if they want to eat up their own region, let them eat it up. That is how things are done. Let us develop, let us be proud. But they say, no, the constitution is not the problem. Then what's our problem? Leadership. Then we bring leadership now. You people say no. Sometimes I look at them, I would look at everyone and say, these people, do you know that we are all human beings and we have a mind in such a way that we can reserve anger and put it aside. And when the time comes, we can pull that anger out. Look at you now, talking up, spilling out all that you've done to make sure you can contribute in your own way to the economic development of the country. And now they frustrated you and even take all the money you've worked for. And look at this kind of anger. Let's say, for instance, now maybe you are in a big position now. So they say, okay, what can you do? What will you do to the state Nigeria? When you tell people bluntly that country needs to be reset, people will be looking at you.
Yeah,
but they don't know what you've passed through.
I've said it on Nigeria Watch before that the country needs to go through a reset, and the whole world is going through a reset, and Nigeria should not be exempted from it. They wouldn't understand where I'm talking from, because they don't know it has not happened to them. Maybe, I also understand that sometimes you are in a particular level. Some other people may, for instance, like me, there's a level that some other guys have reached that I'm aspiring to reach. So if they're talking that their own level, I might be confused. You know what I'm saying? It will look so confusing to me. Like you hear Dangote build a refinery of $80 billion. It blew my mind because I've not seen such such money before.
That is what I was thinking when they mentioned the price. Which kind of thing is he building a country?
$18 billion.
Yeah,
is he building a country?
You understand?
It didn't shock me.
You understand? So it will blow up your mind. Like you can't understand it. Like what I'm sharing with you guys now, there are some people that can never understand these things because they've not been there. They don't know how it works. They've not
that Dangote refinery. See the scam there too. I know somebody mentioned it earlier, tonight, earlier, when we were talking about the Dangote refinery. See that somebody said that Nigeria invested $9 billion. See that $9 billion that Nigeria invested, As of today, Dangote himself has claimed, he's saying, that's according to him now, and it's already in their financial statement, that he has paid Nigeria back 7 billion. About 80% of that money has been paid. And the CBN governor cannot account, that money is not in the federation account as we speak. These are facts. These are
They
not,
don't chop them. They don't chop them. They don't send
facts.
Nigeria now.
They don't send Nigeria. And now they invested 9 billion. But as far as Dangote is concerned, he has returned almost about 80% of that money back to Nigeria. And some people are still thinking Nigeria has $9 billion. No, Nigeria doesn't have $9 billion. In fact, that's how they siphon money. The Dangote refinery, you see, is stolen money that was stolen from the government. That's how all these politicians, they have stake there. They are the one that invested. They are the investors. All the politicians, the former ministers, and all of them, the northern cabals and all of them.
They will tell you that it's Nigeria that invested there.
No. It's their investment. They are the one that invested in Dangote. That is the reason why for them it's all about returns. That's the reason why, as far as the Nigerian refineries are concerned, it can remain comatose. The Nigerian refineries, they don't care for any one of them to be functional, because they now have their own. They now have their own with stolen money, that they invested into Dangote. All of them. I can give you a list now of at least 25 Nigerians that have investment in Dangote. And it's not a secret. It's not like it's a secret. They all invested significantly, into Dangote. They have their investment.
That's what was happening with Obaseki when he tried to do a public-private partner with a company to build a modular refinery in Edo State. I was very happy. So that was one of the reasons I was always happy. I was like, okay, these guys denied us, and thank God a governor is taking that step now. One of the reasons I love him, Obaseki, for that. Like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. But if you take a look at it, if Obaseki had done that, and we too, they've allowed us to do ours, think about it. That's job creation. That's you're creating wealth within your community. You're growing. People are growing. You understand what I'm saying? Direct jobs, indirect jobs, a lot of things would have happened, But because some people were very selfish, they wanted the project to be done in a Boko Haram zone, and then I do really think that not because they really wanted that project to be done,
even if you want to,
because they just wanted to kill the project. That's what I think.
Now, the governor would have even ate your money too. Because these people, they are clean. If you want to take it through, let's say, for instance, now you guys went through the governor. The governor will tell you his own view. Yes, because part of them.
See, you don't know how deep this corruption is in Nigeria. The reason, we're discussing something very major. That is one of the bane of foreign investment in Nigeria. This is one of the fundamental issues. See, not only governor that will want to eat part of it. In each and every state in Nigeria, once an investor lands in a particular state, the governor must take him even to the past governors. There are some people on ground that you have to go. It's like you have to give them like Omonile kind of a thing. They have to take their own court. You cannot just enter a state now and say you want to come there and invest $10-20 million, and some people in those states, they don't know about it. You are going nowhere. So they have to go. They have to take you there. I'm talking from, they have to take, even the senator representing that constituency, he will come. You have to meet him. He must know. He must know that, okay, an investor or group of investors have landed, and this is their project. They will, his own court also. You must be ready he will get his own court too. These are facts. If anybody will, in fact, this is because I'm talking from experience. You will meet the senator from that constituency. You will meet the former governor from that state, some other key people from that state, because the governor cannot come and say a certain group of investors are in this state right now and they don't know about it. It's not possible. So these are the people that you will have to, for example, go to Lagos State, for example, say you want to build maybe a mall there with 100 shops. Good, fine. The Lagos State government have an incentive. They will support you. They will do everything for you to get going. But guess what? Once you submit that proposal, it is, we say 100, right? You must allocate from that 100, 10 shops must go to the governor. Each of those, there are certain commissioners, depending on the project, they will get one each. They will allocate for the former governor too, inside that project too. Now tell me, you want to build 100 shops in a shopping mall of 100 stores, and you have already allocated about 20 of it. Tell me how you want to make money. Right? Investors will run back. They will not stay because they can't make money.
It gets in my head, really hard, man. You see, because this is criminality, real life criminality in our society, and we're just saying it as if it's a joke. I don't know what Nigerians are doing. This is not a joke. This is real. This is what's happening. This is not a joke. It's real. If you've not been there, you've not been there. That's why maybe you don't know. I'm talking to Nigerians now if you're listening. If you've not been there, you've not been there. If you're there, you know this thing is real. It's real. I grew up knowing that our civil servants are corrupt. I grew up knowing all of these things because I see these things on daily basis. I see them. No country will grow with all of this nonsense. No country. There is no amount of prayer that can change this situation. When you pray, the Bible says, prayer without works is dead. After prayer, you're supposed to take action, take the next step. What do we do about this nonsense? What do we really do about this thing? Because this is getting too much. A lot of people are frustrated in the country. A lot. And I'm praying that there should be no war. Because one little trigger like this, one little trigger with the way the minds of Nigerians are right now, one trigger, Nigeria will become a history. One trigger, because people who don't have food to eat already. I said the other day on Nigeria Watch, every month I have some certain class of people that I pay monthly, doing nothing for me in Nigeria since 2020, every month. Some of them, their salary is 250,000 naira, 300,000 naira. I say that's their house rent. So every month, I pay money since 2020 during the COVID-19. I just wanted to use that to help them. Their businesses never return back to them. Their jobs never return back to them. And I don't have that mind to let them go, to just live like that without supporting them. I don't have that mind. How am I going to be able to sleep? Know fully well that someone is hungry. He doesn't have a job. She doesn't have a job. She's going to stay hungry. Come on, Nigerians. We need to do stuff. We need to do something. It's hurting, man. It's really hurting. It's not because I have that much, but I just have to. I just struggle it out and bring it out, send it to them every month. But I feel that if I don't do that, they might not be able to survive. They are struggling. They are trying to see if they can meet up. And you give them money for businesses, it doesn't really go that well because of the system. Because of the system. So how much do you really want to give to somebody? I don't have 10 million naira to give to one person. I don't have 5 million naira to give to one person to go do a business. I just do whatever I can, but these things cannot be sustained. I'm not the only one doing it. A lot of people are doing it. I know most of my friends that are doing it too. Even though they are not coming out to say this thing, they're doing it. They are sustaining they are sustaining the economy of Nigeria. So you're not going to sit down there without doing nothing. Without doing nothing to help yourself, to help me, help yourself, help your family. We just need to wake up. We just need to think. We really do need to think, my friend.
You know, the corruption has eaten into the fabric of that country so deeply that for development to happen, it will really take a total turnaround. The kind of investment that that brings a country up, that that really help countries is not, is this the kind of investment that you're talking of, the $2 million investment, the $5 million investment, the $10 million investment, the $1 million investment. Those are the investment that will bring a turnaround. They call them the small scale investment.
Yeah, you're right. That is it.
In their hundreds, in their thousands, massively all across the country. Investors coming, Nigerians in diaspora coming with their 2 million, with their 3 million, with their 5 coming in to invest into the country. But I tell you, if you go to Nigeria with your 3 million, you have not even started. Depending on the type of project that you want to do, they will eat it up before you know what is happening. I'm not talking of doing something on your own, like as in like some people doing your own business. But if you want to do business that has to do one way or the other with government regulations, that you will need one way or the other the government assistance or support, not even not money, but in terms of regulation, licenses, for you to get permit, for you to get licenses and approvals. That's it. You cannot survive. You can't go to Nigeria as it stands right now and do that. And that is the reason why we are not seeing such investments coming to Nigeria. Not at
It's
this
virtually
present.
impossible now. Virtually impossible.
That's why we're not seeing it. The only type of investment you will see they will talk about is the $1 billion investment, in the oil and gas sector, the 200 million, the $300 million investment that are not even coming to fusion. Most of these investments are not even coming to fusion. That's the problem that we have in Nigeria. What we turn the country around is those type of smaller investment that will employ 50 people, 30 people, 100 people. That's how nations are developed. That's how nations get industrialized. That's how it is done. All across in North America, is the small businesses, the fabric of the economy is small scale businesses.
I think this federalism, we cannot sustain it. This federal system of government, we cannot sustain it.
Now I know when you guys talked about federal. So if it was state, maybe I would have scaled through.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Now I can understand it now from that angle.
We cannot sustain it. If we have this 1963 constitution, you'll be able to scale through, because there's a room for competition among the regions. Even if you make each state now, each state gather together to form their own kind of like, let's say, colony now. They come together, they form it. Then this other one come together, they form it. Everybody not develop the power now is now invested in the region, not right on the at the center where the whole power is invested there. But now, if you go to the state trying to invest in a state, you will be welcome, because it's competition, because the taxation system will now be well arranged, whereby the government will be thinking about the tax it's going to collect monthly so that the GDP, the IGR for the state will increase, thereby development. We have more money to develop the state so that more investment will come in. If your state is more or less a state of tourism, you will create that avenue, create the atmosphere to do that. These things will move up. Everybody will benefit from the system. But not this one. We are creating a federal system where we cannot even succeed with the caliber of people we have here. That when you want to invest, someone will tell you, go to the north. Look at the investment. Even the president himself said it. That if the World Bank want to do project, they should start from the north. Oh, Bubu, I heard him clearly said it.
That's
on an
correct.
interview. He said it. That if you want to invest, if you want to start any whatever World Bank or one project like that, but I know it's being sponsored by World Bank. He said they should start from the north. Why should a president be indulged in this? Start from the north, start from the west, start from this. How can a country develop like that? How can you just use governance to maneuver it so that we can be enemy to each other? Even what they are doing now, the military have never done this before. They can't even think about it. This politician that came in now, they have the infantry and the guards. They'll sit in an office. Look at the educational minister. That's what they did the other day. The people came into a round table. They were discussing. He said he cannot take this anymore. He walked out of them. He walked out. An educational minister walked out of the people that makes the whole education to function. He walked out of them because they don't care. After all, they just let the northerners be going to school. If you go to those schools, they are not even up to standard of an high school right in the US. Go and look at what they call university in the north. You will cry. I've been to Bauchi, the university they have in Bauchi. My brother, if you go there, you will cry. You look at the environment and you tell me that this is a university. You have medical doctors graduating from this kind of place, and that kind of person will come and treat me or administer medication or something to my body. Hell no. Even while I was in Nigeria, I was thinking, is this a school, a university where you teach students on how to be a professional? How can you get the best out of this place now? That is the north. They don't care about anything. Look, they decided to make sure that their people die in poverty. That is why you see a senator got up from her seat. She's a lady. She made a speech concerning cattle rearing. Do you know what she said in the floor of the house? A senator. She said they value cattle because of the tradition and the lifestyle of the Fulani. They even value cattle more than human beings. When this Fulani whatever was started happening all over the country, the woman stood up, a senator representing the Federal Republic of Nigeria, stood up to say they value cattle more than human being. I ask myself, what is going on in the head of people? My friend told me that he said Nigeria, devil they learn evil from Nigeria, and that is the only language, that is the only thing my friend told me. He said devil they learn for Nigerian politician hand. He said if a woman senator representing the Federal Republic of Nigeria will stand up. Just imagine the kind of human harvesting they've been doing all over the country.
And say that, you know, is disheartening. It's disheartening. But I think what can be done, you know, on our part here is just to hope for the right system in place, the right government in place, the right people in place. But see, as you said, Peacesoft earlier, that even the EFCC, when you go there, they even wanted to get their own court even before they investigate any matter at all.
That's how the police is too now.
That's the extent of the decade of the decadence of the public system, the institutions. Because the people you will deal with, first of all, you will deal with the politicians. You will go through the politicians, you will deal with them, and then you will also have to deal with the public servant also. You know, but the problem is you know, are the politicians themselves. You have to go through them first of all, and then you go through the institutions as well. As long as any business you want to do has to do with permit and licensing and all the rest of it, you are in for a run. You are in for a run in Nigeria. You know, I think Black Panther was talking about the human trafficking. That's another level of you know, the disrespect for humanity that we have in Nigeria.
Do you remember?
That's another level.
Do you remember Sini also made mention of how many pennies that was found in container in China? Nigerians, a Nigerian container that moved from Nigeria to China. You can just Google it. You're going to see it. About, is it 7,000 pennies? You'll be.
What are they doing with all those ones again?
Oh, you never saw it? It was on national TV.
Oh, wow.
7,000 pennies loaded from Nigeria to China.
In Nigeria, in the Nigerian National Assembly,
it was discussed in the Nigerian National Assembly. It was discussed there.
Yeah. I know the matter you are talking about. It was discussed on the floor of the National Assembly. See, right there at the National Assembly, there is no law, no bill that will go through without the members, you know, being their own benefit will be inserted into that bill. That's why we have this. You see, this human trafficking we're talking about is more than what the ordinary eye can see. It's way more than that. You know, we have the National Health Act. That National Health Act, that is where the problem lies as we stand right now in Nigeria. If you go through that National Health Act, the current National Health Act in Nigeria, you can take a somebody's organ and go free in Nigeria as we speak. It's not there. You can go through it now. Go Google the National Health Act, read some specific section just to make it easy. It's a bulky document. Section 14, Section 48, Section 49, Section 51, and 53. Those 5 sections. Read them. Just to make it easy, just for a layman, like, you know, just Google it. National Health Act, as passed by the National Assembly, 2014 or so, 2014. Read that act. In that gives, you know, in Nigeria, it's very dangerous to go to hospital in Nigeria, because if somebody goes to hospital in Nigeria and the doctor determines that it's an emergency, the doctor can go ahead and perform transplant without your approval. Who does that?
Can you imagine that?
I'm not making it up. Google it right now.
It's true. It's true. You are not wrong.
You know what to see. If you go to the hospital, and a doctor was talking on Arise TV some few months ago, I think during this Ekuremadu issue, and he said, if a patient goes to the hospital and he complains of headache, to the doctor, an headache could be an emergency because there could be other underlying issues, just ordinary headache, a doctor could determine it to be an emergency. So are you telling people now that the doctor can now decide based on that and say it's going to take without your approval? As Nigeria today, somebody's human organ can be taken without his or approval.
Do you know who sponsored that bill? Bill Gates in Nigeria.
Yeah, Bill Gates was behind that bill. He was
Yeah,
behind that bill.
he was the one who sponsored the bill.
Big Gate.
Yeah, Bill Gates.
Was a member of the committee. Was a member of that committee.
Oh,
Jesus Christ!
What's happening?
They passed that bill into law in Nigeria as it stands right now. That is the reason why.
What is the benefit of Big Gate in that bill?
Oh, this is their benefit. You see, they came to Nigeria during that period. Again, we talked about investment in Nigeria. This is another side of it. They because they have money this time around, they can pay them out. They came to Nigeria and then they sponsored that bill. They are the lobbying group behind that bill to go through in Nigeria. And you will recall that time when that bill was passed. That was during the time of Jonathan. Jonathan was just rounding up as at that time. Nobody expected that Jonathan would sign that bill. He signed it anyway, under pressure from the West.
Wow.
For the fact that they needed it, because they came to Nigeria. Their goal is that to buy all the hospitals in Nigeria. For what purpose? Just to be harvesting organ. Nordica, a Norwegian company called Nordica, you can also search it out. A Norwegian company called Nordica is major in Nigeria, one of the major companies in Nigeria, and they take organs from Nigeria and then they take it to Europe to of course for profit making. So that's the reason, that's the motivating factor for people like Bill Gates and all the rest to come to Nigeria to sponsor this bill, to lobby the legislator to pass this bill. Because this bill, no country in the world, Nigeria is the only country.
But what about the health managers? What did they say?
No, they complain about it. That time the Nigerian practitioner association of Nigeria, I think something like that. They are vehemently. There was a public hearing, and they said no, this cannot be. They made their point clear publicly. You see, publicly.
But remember also they wanted Nigerian doctors to stop doing a research in that same bill. I think that one did not go through.
Yeah.
They also wanted Nigerian doctors to stop doing research. They should stop practicing mercy, that they will come and take over everything and just do everything. But the Nigerian Medical Association fought against it. That was the reason they are still able to practice. Otherwise, by now, you wouldn't have Nigerian medical doctors being able to practice as a Nigerian medical.
So if they have not spoken, then the senator will just pass it for them not to practice. Hey, now,
yeah,
wow.
it has been shocked, and the problem I left the debate. You'll be shocked. And they
These guys are more than wicked.
In fact, the doctor then, who was he was the chairman of the private clinic practitioner, something like that in Nigeria. They came. They wanted to buy all the Catholic hospitals in the East, all the Catholic hospitals in the East for $2 billion. They refused. They are not stupid. They are not going to throw $2 billion at you, because once they buy the hospitals from you, that's what, and they make sure that National Health Act has been passed, because one of the things they use to lobby it is that if it is passed, they will bring investment into the health sector in Nigeria. So they use that to cajole the Nigerian government that is the only condition. There must be a law on ground that will protect them, and they insert all these clauses into that bill. You see, and Nigerian government gave it to them. They got it, and that's the reason why today, as it stands, see, If somebody goes to the hospital for whatever reason and his organ is taken, nobody is going to prison for 1 day for it. For 1 day, as it currently stands now.
And that is why they are scared not to go to Nigerian hospitals.
No, they won't go to Nigerian hospitals. They are scared because that's the evil. The evil man does, goes after them. They will not go to Nigerian hospitals because this is all done for their own selfish monetary gain. These clauses that I mentioned, 14, 48, 49, 51, 53 of the Nigerian Health Act, all this they have to be expunged, completely amended and taken out.
I mean, this is evil.
I mean, it's disgusting. That's what we have right now in Nigeria. So when you talk about organ harvesting, that's one of the motivating factor why that thing really just skyrocketed. Organ harvesting skyrocketed after this bill was passed.
People didn't really know. You can imagine a black pattern is not even aware.
I'm not even aware because I was not even following it.
No, if it's not, it's a law of the land. The National Health Act passed in 2014. It's there, and if you read all this, it's all clearly stated there, and that's what we have in Nigeria. They try to defend it, but I think the doctors they
Is he off? Did he go off? Oh, we lost him. To Niger.
You have give us a mandate right there.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon.
I think I recognize that voice. Give us a mandate.
You said what?
Okay, yeah, so I think I recognize your voice now.
Thank you guys for the discussions. It's been so interesting. And well, as it stands now, Nigeria is about to end in some few hours from now. They're about to end Nigeria, but people don't realize that Nigeria is about to end because they share the constitution. So the country is not governed by anything. So you don't have a country, and people are still in their agbadas and babarigas, saying they are somewhere called Abuja to swing a drug baron as a president. And the sad thing is, the likes of Gowon and most of these bishops and all of that can even go sit down there. Men without dignity, men without morals and compassion, after they lost over 88 people in this election that just passed. In Plateau Jos some days ago, over 100 people were taken. El Rufai just proscribed Southern Kaduna some few hours ago. He just proscribed Southern Kaduna some few hours ago. And people are excited about
what did he say?
He proscribed them. Like he's deleting them. So
that one is not possible.
You can.
It might be a political statement. It doesn't have the power to prescribe a place now.
Okay, go ahead and read on. So with all of the things that you guys have said so far, you believe that such thing cannot happen in Nigeria?
Believe me, such thing can happen. The media is just not bringing
if your legislator sign a bill that can take your organ without anybody asking question, what more can be done?
Without your consent.
Come on, Black Panther.
Without your consent,
I think
people sign a bill into law saying that if I get to the hospital in Nigeria that they can take out my organ without my consent. Come on.
So if they take your kidney, maybe take the two of your kidney, what is the person still alive, or the person is dead? My brother.
And we'll talk about resetting the country. Somebody will telling me, oh, we can build on what we have. On which, what do you get?
Okay,
what do we have?
I overheard you mention Bauchi State. The university the university you mentioned in Bauchi State.
I said the high school here, you know even reach the high school, we'll get here.
No, let me go where I'm trying to go before, sir, if you permit me. That university is on a road that leads to Tafawa Balewa local government on Bauchi Road. That university is called the University of Bauchi, I think Bauchi State University, or Tafawa Balewa.
Yeah, Bauchi State University, that name Tafawa Balewa.
Yeah, Tafawa Balewa. I tell you all this to tell you that it is not a strange place. It's a place where I lived for over 1 year during my service in Bauchi State. And that was when Boko Haram started, around 2008, 2009, 2010. Now, if you take a retrospect and see what has happened, and you see a president that is leaving office and tell you that he left Nigeria more safer than he met Nigeria, after over 63,111 people have been deleted, and some were even deleted before as he's leaving office. You guys talk about Dangote Refinery. Do you know that when they were launching Dangote Refinery, that was when they buy some people in Plateau and then in Benue State. They did not drop the flag. They did not do like any half dropping of the flag. They all were there launching a refinery owned by these thieves. And people have been deleted severally. And if a man that went to Chatham House said, power is not served like art, you snatch, you run, you do this, and you saw what happened in Lagos State, and Canadians are there now, shameless American government, Biden sent people from here, so disgusting, and so I don't know what to say. To go sit down in Abuja to clap for a drug baron as a president. You could have just told us that in Texas, we have a drug baron as a governor. And then you, Biden, also you're a drug baron. You could have told us that. Because you're supporting evil. I remember I voted for Biden. I did cast my vote for Biden. Not on any ground, because I think he's a man of moral, but he's just proving that he lacks moral.
Oh, you're among those who put us in this mess too in the United States for voting Biden.
You know, lacks moral
now too.
At this point, Nigerians all over the world don't care of anything anymore. People are pied already. Can you pie a pie man already? You cannot. You went to the ballot to go thumbprint for you. Damn old man. And this is how you can pay Nigerians back. God judge you and your family. Have you guys seen the video in Abu? And people are in touch to their religion. Because of this shameless, wicked, satanic man, traditionalists can, on a broad daylight, walk on the street of Abuja doing incantation because one stupid drug baron must be a president. and we think all is well. And we just mentioned about organ harvesting that is signed into law without your consent. That means if you're going to hospital and maybe anybody has a family going for any surgery, you have to go with maybe 4 or 8 eyes and be asking them, hope you didn't take out anything other than what you're supposed to take out. How will you even know? When you are not a doctor, you didn't go to medical school. Same Nigeria where they left scissors in people after operation. Now they're going to be taking your organ without you signing anything. What has befall the country? The country I used to love. I was one of those that voted for Jonathan before I left the country. And he himself got there and the wife, they mess up the country. They did mess up the country.
He's the one that signed the bill now, the health bill.
They mess up the country. And under his nose, a woman can buy brazier for $2 million because her breast is different from other people's breast. Permit my language, people.
This is crazy. This is
my brother.
Crazy.
Piece of you just told us your story, and I was asking you on the private chat. The one that called himself a pastor as a vice president, did you guys take the case to him?
No.
You're going to be here. You're going to be working to make money.
You can't reach the vice president. It's very far now. You can't reach him.
You take your money back home, and these guys, man, you know how much it costs most of us to go to school over here, get graduation, do everything, and then you want to pay back to the community, and that's it can pay you. The government even frauding his own citizens. And we think all is well. My brother, is a dark time around the cloud in Nigeria. Nigeria is on a thick cloud, dark cloud.
When I hear on Arise TV, on Channels Television, they are saying that investors are not coming to the country.
They cannot come, my brother.
My leg on the table, I'll just laugh.
Even before your own case, piece off. Before your case, piece off. They can. Okay, so on Marine Road, that leads to, it used to be called Malu Road in those days. That leads to Ijora. There used to be a Coca-Cola company in that axis. I went back to Nigeria 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Shut down. As in shut down.
Yeah, that is not long.
That is one of the biggest plant of MBC in Nigeria. They shut it down. Nigeria is the only place you will leave 10 years ago and you go back to see development. No development, it deteriorates. I've been here 10 years or more. They don't announce to you that we are going to build road. No, you just see that roads and flyover just happen all of a sudden. And you ask, but this thing was on here yesterday. Black Panther, you live around Dallas area, right? If you go to somewhere like
in Dallas, that one
somewhere like
construction
Ivy,
does not stop.
It does not stop, and they don't announce to you
that, they stop.
And they don't announce to you that we are building road. You just all of a sudden wake up in the morning and they've started building road here.
No, they don't announce it. Wait, that one has something. They can't announce it now.
You don't even pray about it. Doesn't mean we don't pray. We pray, but these are not things you pray about. But they've conditioned the minds of Nigerians to the fact that, before you get light, you must pray. Before you get water, you must pray. If I don't pay my bill, I don't get no light, I don't get no water. But those things are there. Once you make your payment, they flow into your house. And these satanic people like the Festus Keyamo, they come over here, they see how things operate over here.
Sorry, let me just add this to your point. You see, in Dallas, you know the Children's Hospital.
Yes, several of them.
Yes, the Children's Hospital in Dallas. When you're coming right into Dallas, you're coming down, just down the bridge.
From
if you
downtown
go to the,
Dallas.
if you are, in downtown, you know, the children hospital is just one that is connected to
Yes.
each other through a walkway that is like a
Escalator
bridge.
and
Yes.
walkways and all that.
If you go to the back, the road leading there, because of the, you know, they normally put some stuff on the road to check the amount of vehicle that goes there,
Yeah.
just to know if they can increase or expand or build a bridge. If you see the way, if you go there now, you will see
I
flyover.
know where you're talking about. So
Yeah, you will see flyover turning. Now they are trying to just to decongest it and make a way, and the railway system has already passed through it, and they are building another one which they will complete this season.
Black
A
Panther,
railway system.
that place already has a railway before, because that place leads to the AAC.
Yes, you're right. They
So-
build another connection. If you see the
Exactly. So
connection,
what-
you will see it there.
Yeah, so what they did was AAC usually have crowd during NBA, then other sports like the other sports. Then that hospital that you mentioned, and then there's Parkland also in that area. Do you know the way they build that road? Like, you will never believe that they can expand that road. And you just wake up in the morning driving into.
You can't even believe it. You're right. You can't
You
even
just
believe
wake
they put
up
road
and you
there.
just see those things there. Nobody announced to you. The only thing they tell you is that, oh, because of these things going on here, there'll be traffic over here. Look for air route somewhere else. But in Nigeria, where these thieves, thugs, some of them come over here and they go back home, they can't do something for their nation. There's a thick cloud, darkness over the country. More especially today, 29th. Because you have a satanic man, like Mr. Evisu said, will say, a man that ordinarily cannot do good. In my own context, he cannot. Good is far from him. He can ordinarily not do good. Because if he can do good, you see how he was staggering when they were walking him around Aso Rock. He was almost going to fall. I don't know if you guys saw if you guys saw the picture or the video. He was almost going to fall down. He had to lean over a table or over a desk. And that guy will be the president in some few hours because of one stupid Mahmoud Yakub. And the ones that will not take that shit in their own country, they all flew down to Nigeria, even Canada. They all flew down there to go celebrate wickedness. And we think everything is, Nigeria is under a dark cloud at this moment. And what they'll tell you is the will of God. This is not the will of God. God did not promise us with things like this. No, this is not the will of God. This is the wicked will of man. The wicked will of man. Nigerians wanted change. They voted for Peter Obi. They voted for Peter Obi. And because of some wicked people that their will must come to pass, man, if you're in Nigeria all over the world listening to us this morning, if you're a well-meaning Nigerian, a good Nigerian that want the good for the people, you should be sad this morning, because something evil is about to befall the nation. Nigeria will be the first country all over the world to elect a drug baron as a president. A drug baron. And I think there was somebody said years ago that soon drug barons will be deciding the policy of Nigeria. And it's coming to pass in our days.
No, Noriega was a drug baron
This is
in a South American country. That one that America invaded. He was a drug baron that was sponsoring influx of drug into California and Florida. So he was captured.
And America, they have the file record of this guy. Not that you have his file record. You have his record. He forfeited $460,000. He lied on the oath. He has a dual citizenship. And you're going to be sworn this guy in the next hour as a president of the nation with all that he has done in Lagos State, kill the whole economy of Lagos State. He kept Lagos State in his pocket. That means he's going to take Nigeria home. And we think everything is well. Hell no, my people. All is not well. All is not well. This is the saddest moment in the history of Nigeria. Growing up as a child, for me. This is the saddest moment of Nigeria.
The truth is, believe me, Nigerians needs to wake up. I must tell you the truth. I must tell you the truth. They need to wake up. Believe me, because if investors are not coming into your continent, into your country, how are you going to prosper? You don't have the money. So how are you going to prosper? That's why I like what Pio said. He said, I'll make Nigeria a production hub. That's what's going to make Nigeria prosper. That's what's going to produce jobs opportunity. If you miss this guy, I don't know. I don't know.
I still feel like the vision of Nigeria is probably going to be the best way to go, because now you said Nigerians need to wake up. For people to wake up, they need unity, which we don't have in Nigeria. As I speak to you, the Northerners don't even, they have no idea of what is going on. They don't care about what's going on. Most part of that of Nigeria, most people from that part of Nigeria probably are benefiting from the system, constitution, because the constitution was geared towards them. So it's like it's only me and you that are from either southwest or southeast or south that mostly feels the pain on this one. I listened to Kiso when he talked about how he was trying to set up his business in Nigeria. My brother, you are just one in a million of Nigerians that are going through such a hell of process.
It's like it's like you're breaking. We can hardly hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I listened to Pixel before I joined. I said he's just like one among millions of Nigerians that are going through hell of a process just to get things done in the country where they were born. I have been here in the United States for almost 13 years, and I have never had it difficult to do anything. As far as I'm qualified, as far as I have the right documentation, I will go through the right process and have things done. But if I go back to Nigeria, a place where I was born, it's like hell to get just a single voter's card. It's like I have to go through hell of a process. It's either I bribe a lot of people or I have to go through rigorous process that is not even necessary. And I call that a place of my birth. And most of the time, the people that make these decisions are just on top, and they believe the constitution was created for them alone, and then nothing can be done. You see a guy waking up at 4 a.m. to announce an election that is going to affect more than 200 million people without even thinking about what he's doing, because he believes nothing is going to happen. They wrote the constitution. They know how to play the process, and nobody can do anything. So unless we rise up in unity and chase these old clowns out of office and wherever they are, I don't think we are going to move forward. I mean, I like being religious. I like people who have faith, but I still believe until we go up against these people in one way or the other, nothing is going to change. Because when I sat down to look at so many countries around the world that have actually, developed, they fought one war or the other. Bloods were shed for things to get done. There were people who just wanted to be at the top and never let go. But people have to rise up against them, and say, no, we are the people. You can't govern us without our consent. And that is what is going on in Nigeria right now. This is a pseudo coup. They are bringing a military guy in Agbada uniform. They pretend to be democracy, but these guys are tyrant and military guys who refuse to leave. They want to keep oppressing the people. Abacha did not do this. Come on. What they castigated the guy for was not even up to 1/4 of this. Abacha actually loved Nigeria.
He actually wanted us to be united and solve our problems ourselves. But the people we have right now, these are satanic and demons that want to destroy Nigeria. So if they don't want to give us the right leader, we all have to figure our way out and go our separate ways, because this what we have right now is not working.
Well said. Well said. Well
My
said.
brother, you see, when I thank everyone and good morning to everybody out there. Thank both our listener and the people in the comment section. You see, I didn't say this when I was releasing my submission earlier on. I didn't say it out of greed, nor I said it out of, trying to think otherwise. I said it out of passion. And I said it out of my knowledge of understanding and the statistics that have been taken from men that wanted the progressive to really, take its right state in a sovereign nation, Nigeria. But some Nigerians don't really think that we need to spill the milk on the floor and tell ourselves the truth. We don't need to shy away from the truth. We need to speak out and talk the truth to ourselves. Do we want a nation? Because you need to ask those kind of fundamental questions. Do we love ourselves? Therefore, if we love ourselves and we want a nation to be great called Nigeria, can we all sit down and understand ourselves? Can we all sit down and stop being greedy for nothing? Can we all sit down and try to have a state that we can be proud of and beat our chest? I was part and parcel of the new state called Nigeria. I am part and parcel of the new constitution that that brought about the rebirth of a nation prosperous and ready to lead the 21st century African nations. To tell the world that the black man can create his own system and the system can work for other nations to copy. I knew the reason why I said one thing. Some people started shouting. I said, when we cannot bring ourselves together, when we cannot bring our tradition and enshrine it into the constitution, when we cannot bring the right of a woman to be equal with that of a man, when we cannot bring the right of a little child to be equal with what it is today in the 21st century, when we cannot tell ourselves the kind of health care, it is I was shocked when I heard about the healthcare issue. When we cannot even, you can imagine millions of Nigerians that don't even know about this healthcare issue. Because they deprive a lot by taking off your water, taking off your light, taking off your energy, everything that will make a nation start and say, I want to start to develop as a country. They are taking it out of the hand of the ordinary person. We no longer even talk about middle class anymore. That builds an economy. When we say, let us sit down and talk, people will come and say, oh, let us start. I cannot imagine myself going through the four corners of academic institution, going through the rigorous of academic institution and coming out being found worthy of learning and a character, I cannot even observe and tell you that this is the problem of the nation and bring it forth, and I will come and argue it that no, I can start from what was given to me, that I don't know if it's poison or it is good, that my fathers have been testing it, and this is where we are today. Where the sovereignty of the nation doesn't belong to the people, rather it belongs to some few individuals that are not even one, up to 10,000. And look at us here, telling ourselves that if we say it, we are what? We want the country to divide. Why are we scared of something that we've not tested? GEJ organized a conference which a lot of people were saying, oh, it's good to divide the nation, it's good to do this. The same word that I heard that time, the same word I'm still hearing now. It held and nothing happened. They fought in there. They fought for money. This is the money we're going to use. They finally agreed. Can you imagine? The brothers, they finally agreed that they are going to sit for so and so days. The traditional rulers were there. People were nominated from each tribe, from each constituency. We sat down. More than 400 tribes sat down. They were arguing. People were coming out to say no. People carry placard there that no, we don't want this. Finally, they now agreed. Every one of us who went to Abuja, who went to our local house of assembly, we were happy that they finally agreed. This was what we are avoiding. And there come a man who we all believe that we handle this case and we channel it and bring about a new Nigeria. But most of us, we said, this man cannot do it, but people disagreed. He went on, and he now sank Nigeria into the deepest part of the river. And here we are saying it again. Like the way they responded to us when GEJ said it, and he said, let's go in there and do it. They are telling us again that this is not our problem. How do you get a strong institution when your foundation, when your constitution is fraudulent? How do you create a mindset
who is
of people?
GEJ? I just
Yeah.
want to know that.
Huh?
Who is GEJ you talking about? I just want to know.
Oh, Jonathan, former President Jonathan.
Okay. Oh, the National Conference? Okay.
Yes. See, how can we?
What happened to that national conference? How come we never moved forward?
Because the incoming president, he handed over the paper document to him. He said it is of no consequences, and he threw it under his carpet.
Oh my God.
Something that you spend more than 800 billion or less. He threw it under the carpet and said we will not go. Rather, we'll go with a decreed constitution meant for the military. He brought it. And somebody will tell me that it was legal luminaries that wrote it. It was a lawyers that wrote it. How can you write for a sovereign nation a constitution? I don't know how we think it. A lot of us should go back and check the definition of sovereignty and check the definition of a constitution and how you can put up a constitution in your own way, how you can select people. We all have the ways to select the people that goes for a conference. We all know it. It is not new to the Nigerian nation. But why are we scared of spilling out the truth? If we cannot do anything about it, I bet you, to God be the glory. We will come back here.
Honestly,
we'll come back here. If we still exist, we'll come back here and argue out the constitution. I bet you, and I can bet my money on it with anybody.
Black Panther, you see,
I know what you refer to about federal. You see, it really has effects on people. A lot of people that are struggling. If there are no federal uh, presence in your community, it will really affect you. Because I've begun to look at it and look at so many situations that state could have handled and things would have gone. State could have been allowed to handle those things, and it has to go all the way down to federal, and positive result never came back. So I think it's really cool that we need to have a review of the constitution. I'm not even saying that because I know it's difficult to change a whole constitution. It's difficult. Even if Pio gets there, it's not easy for him to change the constitution. But with what we have, if it's put into practice, I mean, genuinely, then an amendment could be made, pending when all the, you're able to put into office all of those people, like you truly have the full numbers to take over the National Assembly to do all of those stuff, that would be fine. But for now, if Bill took over, we shouldn't think that he's going to change the constitution because he doesn't even have the power to do that. But he has the power to sign into law the national conference because that one is already concluded. So he has the power to sign that into law.
But he can move that motion as the president that this is what he wants done.
Yeah, he can move the motion, but he doesn't have the people in the number of the people in the house. So you don't expect the other people to fall for him.
Right,
so which means so they're gonna be
you know what is there? He has the power, and he can go the length and breadth of the nation and seek for us to open that white paper. And if it need to be adjusted, then the house can start adjusting that one and do it. Because it was done with taxpayers' money, and the whole conference was held, and they agreed.
I don't think it's easy for him because so that we don't we don't, how will I say it? So we don't over demand of him what we know that he can do without expecting to start doing it.
But he can also take off the exclusive list. To me, that would be better. That's a good starting point. All the exclusive lists, you should take them off. You should release them to the state, and there we go. We can go from there.
It seems like the police is what really, it baffles me how
the police, the healthcare, the school,
it's crazy
the sources.
How the president controls the police. That's just absurd. I don't know, it's crazy where you have to take directive from Abuja before you can, prosecute. The police can prosecute someone in a place like Lagos or Benin because they have to wait for direct order from above. I don't know why a small local government cannot have their own police chief and do things in order, where you have to wait for someone. The whole system is messed up. Like, we really have to negotiate our union if we want to live together as a people. It's really crazy.
Well,
you have
to me,
Philip Kings.
Okay.
Is that Philip Kings right there? Maybe he should just say something. I thought maybe he can say something. No, you guys can go on. So that we don't. Yeah.
To me, the way I see it is just two-way. That's why I always give option. Is it that we must have a plan B, plan A. The plan A that I, for my own suggestion, is when PO get there. One, my demand is that the exclusive list should be do away with. True. The whole constitutional review, his lawyers, his attorney generals can go through it and see the ones that they can, redo again. They will do it gradually. If there's a way they can do it, they do it through the House. And if we get more members of the House, we get more members of Senate that gives us majority in the House. Gradually, we need to go to a round table. That's the final bus stop. Because I have searched everything. I have gone to the archives of some nations, how they agreed, how they fought themselves, how a lot of things that were even barbaric happened. And finally, they decided that they will now sit down and bring the fact before them, say the truth, how they have done a lot of things, so that they can shed and bring out the anger within themselves. And finally, they move emotion for a way forward on how they will live together. Other than that, if we continue among us here, if we continue this way among us here, none of us will step our feet on that land called Nigeria again. We look at this world as if it's not going to happen. But there are some factors that will make us not do it. A lot of factors are there. And it's staring into our eyes that will make us not to step our feet in the land where all of us were born. So we need to pray to God.
We can't do that. We have to think of a way on how to restore our country back.
That is what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. I said, if America we cannot do it,
theirs, they restore their country back. UK did theirs, they restore their country
back. That is what I'm saying.
So
that's why I'm giving my own suggestion.
Just because some few people think
that is what I'm saying.
It's not as if we can't do stuff. It's not as if we can't do stuff. So we're still looking, watching, see what will happen. Believe me, we can do a long way.
It's going to be a long road. I believe it. It's going to be a long road. But I don't mind. I don't care if it's a long road, because all the ethics and all the parameter and all the tactics to get started, to get to the promised land, to get into a revolution is always a long path. And I believe it. But the problem I'm having is we need to agree. Because if there's no agreement among us now that this is going to be a pathway, and we know it's not going to be smooth, it's going to be rough, then we are coming as a force, as brothers and sisters, irrespective of what tribe, where we come from, we all move like a moving train. If we do that, like what Pio is saying, if we do that, come together, believing in one thing, we will all get there. If we believe that this thing is our problem and we go, we will all get there. But the problem is that if we don't believe from the premises being laid down, if we don't believe on it, we start arguing, because the starting point is what we are doing now. No matter what happens today, but in agreement, we know that it's going to be a long road. If we agree and we begin to follow the person whom we believe in, we have a leader, we continue to move like that, then I will be hopeful. Everyone of us is hopeful. But not when we say something at the beginning, then we pretend not to know our problem. We journey on the way. We will be the one that will be the problem first, because when we are going, there's a room for sabotage, and we don't want to have heavy casualty. We definitely have casualty, but we don't want to have heavy casualty. That is why we need to make sure that we galvanize ourselves to a level whereby we move as brothers. I don't care wherever we come from, but I know, I believe in the brotherhood of every one of us, that if we come together, we can wipe away tears, hope will be galvanized, then we move forward we sell this narrative. And when we sell it, they see that we, the bunch, we are selling it, irrespective of where we come from. We tell them that, look, we take away all the religions, whatever propaganda they are doing. We can move forward. We came to meet religion in this world. It's a personal issue. Let us move forward as a human being and actualize a great nation. Great nation, it's not by name. You have to earn it. You have to pursue it. And you have to achieve it. And you now come back and say yourself that you are proud to be a member of this union. But if we are not proud and we are not together, how can we actualize this? We'll keep on roaming in the wilderness like an orphan who don't have any hope. But if we follow our principle with hope, we governize it, we strengthen ourselves with hope, we will get there. But the first thing is we must believe and we must know our problem. We must agree on the problem that will make us focus on, head on with our principle, and we will actualize it. Because at the point of moving to actualize it, many ideas will come, many ways will come, which we can get there and bring ourselves to the round table. It's not a day's job. It's not 2 years job. It might be 5 years. It might be 10 years. But when we can agree that this is our problem, then we've solved half of the problem we have. We can now move forward. And as we move forward, ideas, I bet you, ideas will come. We will exalt and we'll find a loophole where we will open it and we'll see the loophole and we'll do the needful and we'll come out successful. That is my problem. Agreement. Let us agree first. That is the basic issue. For a country to move forward, we have to agree first. Then we now move forward. If for a revolution to move forward, we have to agree to move on. So we have an option to agree. If we agree from this micro sector we are now, if we agree, that means we can do it in a mega sector.
Yes.
But if we don't agree in the micro sector, we have problems.
Let us not ever use the word a revolution. Let us say a reset.
Thank you.
Let's use a reset.
Thank you.
The word reset.
Thank
So
you.
that we can look
I listened to you guys when you guys were speaking you spoke very, very well, honestly. When it comes to Nigeria's issues like the problem in Nigeria today, it's a very, very volatile problem that we all Nigeria must come together, like our brother just said. We must agree and try to stand on a goal, on a standard that look, this is how we want to build our country. And I believe nobody can do it for us except us in diaspora. Because Nigeria back home, they are not ready. And you can see because of a lot of factors that is affecting them, hunger, no job, they are volatile to the system being used because of the system have really enslaved them and they don't even know their rights. So I believe that if we are hoping for Nigerians to do the needful, at least Nigeria will still remain the way we are. We in diaspora, we have lived here years and we understand how the system works. We are the only people that can speak to power. No matter where we are, we can speak to them, we can correct them, we can say whatever when they lied. It's only we that can come and say they have lied. What is not correct, what is going on in Nigeria is not correct. The electoral system, the election they just did, it was massive rigged. So it's only us that can say it's not correct because when you are in Nigeria and you say all these sort of things, you will be arrested. They come for you. Even your own family, your own family members, they will come and say, look, please take your hand away from politics. If you are a Christian, your religious leader will tell you, look, this is my church. Please be careful. Mind your speech. Mind the kind of word you use. If you are a pastor, you will be fired. So this is the system. This is the fear because Nigeria, they are like in a bag you know. But we are the people that are going to explore the country. How are we going to explore the country? We are not going to divide the country, but all we not did, we need to tell them, look, this is the right thing. These guys, before we came to abroad, they have already traveled here. They saw how system works. They see how the things go. They live here. They worked here. Most of them, some of them were even brought up. They were growing up here. They study here, so they understand the system. But I believe that there is a force that is working. That is they are being subjected to And this is what they are not speaking about. You understand? So I really believe that we
My,
coming
my,
together.
my brother, I think you nailed it right there, right there. You nailed the problem that we have. They know how to fix this problem in Nigeria. They know that we need healthcare. They know we need good roads. There's a
Yes,
force that is working against them. That's the reason
yes.
once they get there, they cannot speak. You
Yeah,
know,
they cannot speak because because of the same force. Let us be sincere that before we have to build for a new Nigeria, we must first of all oppose the Western ideology. We must first of all understand and see ourselves. Look, we as a black, we as an individual, we as a country, we can do it all alone. We don't need any support. We don't need any aid for international or foreign, any country at all. Then let us take our own destiny in our own hands. Let us begin to grow our crops ourselves. Let us begin to eat what we have. Let us begin to appreciate what we have. We can build our roads. We can do all sorts of innovation we want to do in Nigeria. But the problem is this, is that we always see abroad, we always look into them that we want to be among committee of nations. This is what I don't understand. We want to be among committee of nations. This committee of nations, they don't even want us, they will bring us down. Look at our education. We have one of the best educational system in Nigeria. I will tell you this, my brother. And I will ask you why. When I was growing up, during my secondary school age, my university school age, we used to go to reading. We used to go to Awoko. Despite there was no light, we go to the school campus, we read from 6 to 4 in the morning and start go home to see how serious we are we put into studying. But what happened in Europe here? Did they go to school? Did they study? They don't study. Why Nigeria, when they travel out of Nigeria, they become successful? Because they have this kind of zeal, this energy, that we have always been strong people. We are always strong people. We have always trying to look. We have to get what we want. Despite they will say, yes, there is a malpractice, there is this. We agree, that is normal. There are loopholes because of the system that enable those loopholes. You understand? But despite that, there are people who are so committed to that Nigeria. There are some people so committed to doing the right things. These are the people we begin to try to encourage. Now, look at those who study, those who went to school, the academicians. Today now, they don't have voice in the Nigeria ecosystem. Who have voice today are the agboros, the youths, those that can snatch ballot paper, those that can fight, those that can come to your property, destroy your homes, those that can molest you, go to lecturers, beat them up because telling your girlfriend why he's not in class. They will beat the lecturer up. They will threaten him with all sorts of violence. You know, this is what is happening. So there was a speaker who said that we need to re-engineer our mindsets. We not just because when we still get the right leader, when PO will also get there, he will face a lot of problems. Because one thing, the Nigeria system alone, the population, we need to first of all begin to build our family. We need to talk to our people. Look, this is how it's supposed to be done. This is how let us get things right. Let us start first in our home, for example. You understand? Because you are the breadwinner of the home, you talk to the women anyhow, you talk to people anyhow, you want your decision to stand despite your decision was not correct. This is the corruption. This is the domestic issues we are dealing with. And there is no way a country will work when from the grassroots things are not working. Look at our local governments. Look at our local governments. What is happening in our local governments? It's not Buhari the cause of underdevelopment in our local government. There are allocation coming to the state. Is it fair? Is it well used? No. Look at our roads. Look at our state. Let us talk about the state also. We have a big problem. We must begin to fight it, but it's good for us to fight it from the up. Because now these people cannot be persecuted because they have Abuja power. They have connection from Abuja. You understand? So I understand the fact that we must fight from up. But at the same time, while fighting from up, we should always look around our environment. I was talking to somebody the other time. We were talking about, look, let's go to Abuja to protest. What was he talking about? He said, look, to protest for what? He said to protest for what? You not value your life. You there abroad there, they say no call protest. My brother, forget that story. Oh. Because Nigeria is the most powerful country when it comes to corruption in the world. Very, very powerful when it comes to corruption. They know how to buy their way out. They know how to penetrate people. They know how. Let me use one word for example now. Now in Germany, when you want to get married, for example, you want to get married, then they have to say they do it identification declaration. They want to go and find out where you came from, your family back home. They will come there. They will send a somebody, I mean a delegate, a lawyer from from Nigeria. This lawyer is working with the German government. They will go to Nigeria, go to your home country, and verify and ask for your friends. They will say, okay, you have to provide three of your childhood friends, your family, your home, where you live. Then they will just go there and ask them questions about you, just to know that you came from this place. Now, you know what happened? When they go there, those lawyers, those people that they go there, they believe them now. You know what you do? They give them, they put money on envelope and give to them. When you give to these people, when they get to Lagos or Abuja, wherever they want to say, they will give a positive report. You understand? This is the system. This is corruption, and this is what is going on. And even in abroad, we are this one now encouraging such activities that we know it doesn't happen here. But why is it happening? Because why? We take advantage of the system because people are hungry. It's easy for you to lobby, to bribe someone because of the condition, because of the hunger in the land. So this is what we are. This is what we need to deal with. This is what we need to deal with. We should be thinking of how we can be able to build the institution. We should build the institution, but we cannot build this institution on a corrupt foundation. This is our problem. So my advice I want to everybody is that we should continue to re-engineer our mindset because even in this Europe, not everybody believes what we are talking about. People are still saying, "Look, forget this thing." That is the mindset I don't understand. We believe on going to church and be praying and praying and praying, think everything will get wrong, everything will get work. God will make everything possible. It's not going to be possible. Nothing. You like to pray for nothing tomorrow. This is scam. You understand? This is a scam. God have already given you life. So forget whether you pray, you fast,
Thank
you
you,
do
my
this.
brother.
It cannot change Nigeria. Thank you very much. That's my little
Thank you, my
submission.
brother, for this very stuff you said now. That if you like to pray from now till tomorrow, people don't understand what it is, what it means to pray. They thought when they stay in their churches and pray from morning till night, that's when God is going to hear them. No, it's not like that. If we actually read the Bible, Jesus even said, if you repeat, if you ask me 2 times, same thing, it means that you've lost faith, which means your faith is no longer strong. You don't even believe that he's going to do it. Let me tell you about myself. If I ask for something now in prayer, believe me, I don't ask for it again because I believe that I've asked God for it and I suppose that he heard me. If it happens, that's fine. If it doesn't happen, that's still fine by me. I'll go on to do my own job. If you go to the churches right now, early this morning, right now in Nigeria, send somebody down home, tell them to go check. All churches, they've opened up their doors right now, organizing prayers. Meanwhile, they're supposed to be working, looking for how to get a job or how to do some stuff. They're praying for miracle to happen.
Yeah.
Praying for miracle to happen on a working day.
Our church thing is one of the in fact is like the biggest problem that we have in Nigeria and most part of Africa. You know, they've used that religion thing to weaponize hunger and make us look dumb. I mean, Karl Marx called it
Yeah.
the opium of the people. That's what religion is.
You
It makes you
with
look
the
dull.
massive
You can't do
population.
anything for yourself. Now you're waiting
With the
for God to come down from heaven to come and help you. Come on. You know,
sometimes I
and the
go
politicians
crazy.
are happy. They are happy for you
Yeah,
that
they're
we've
happy.
been blindsided by religion. You know,
Pe- How can you say a congregation of more than 20,000 people? Somebody just came and said, look, he was giving a testimony that he was cooking with his gas and the gas got finished. He began to mention the name of his papa. And at the end of the day,
Please don't
the
make me
gas
laugh
started
because
working. And for 2 weeks, they're still using this gas for the past 2 weeks. What is going on? And people are clapping and crying and happy. Are you crazy? I called my wife. I said, what is going on? Switch off that television. What's going on here? Who did this to us? And my problem is people, there were a massive crowd. And the pastors, they know that these people are lying. They know. They know some of them are being programmed, while some just came on their own because they want favor. They lie. They want to be noticed.
Why? Why can't you drive with us with a with a water? You drive your car with water? Oh my God, what is going on? Because I believe that we don't have an look. You can do this in Europe here because why? They will come and check for you. They will come and they will investigate it how you did a miracle because they want it. They want it. People are sick. You
There,
just lay
there
your
was
hand on
there
somebody,
was a
a
guy.
cripple, and start walking. What is going
Yeah,
on?
there was a guy on this platform. I think this was like almost a month ago. I was just listening on the background. He said even when God told Moses to free the children of Israel from Egypt, they did not stay in Egypt. They had to walk miles, hundreds of miles before they got to the river, before they could cross. They did not just stay there and say, God already told us to move, that God will come and lift us and catapult us all the way from Egypt to Israel. They walked, you know. But the issue we have, we want God to come from heaven and do everything for us. It's not going to work like that. Just look at all the countries around the world, the United States, Canada. Like if I just leave these countries alone and just take a look at those other countries that have developed, they've actually fought for their freedom. And we are there. Instead of trying to figure out how to make our country work, we have the largest church in the whole wide world. It's in Abuja. And up to
Dunamis.
now, we still have problem. And then we keep trying to look at countries that they don't even go to church and they keep progress. How do they keep progressing when they are not even going to churches, when they don't even believe in any of those things? But we pray day and night, day and night. We go to church. People wake up 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, they pray for 12 hours every single day. We still can't find good clean water to drink. People are still dying of mosquito bites, as I tell you. Malaria are killing people right now.
I'm not even saying that people shouldn't go to church.
I
I'm
mean,
not even saying that people
no,
shouldn't even worship
I'm not
God.
against people's faith.
Yeah,
It's just the way it has become a mad. I think it's a madness. Like
yeah.
people can't think out of that
No, because
anymore.
the pastors took the advantage of the society, of the deplorable society that we have. Now, every human being's mind has been reprogrammed to think that God has to, you see, that God has to do a miracle for them, that without God doing a miracle for them, then they cannot succeed. And they're telling them that God, of course, I'm not limiting God's power. God can do, he's so powerful. He created the whole world. He can do anything he likes. You
Brother,
understand what I'm saying?
brother, do you,
So,
do you know that you yourself, you are a God? Do you know we are gods on our own?
yeah, of course, the Bible says so. The Bible says so.
So by the time you have not even made any effort, sometimes I just feel like God is laughing at us, to be frank, you know.
I think so. I think so. I've argued these things with my friends regards to church. I sometimes I don't want to talk about churches because a lot of people gonna pick an offense. A lot of people, Nigerians, are gonna pick an offense because they be programmed that way. So I'm very careful when I talk about
But we must
churches.
talk about it. We must talk about it. We must talk about it. We must continue to know the problem we have. Because this religious leader, they are all fakes. All fakes. I quote me anybody. All Nigerian pastors are fake. I owe no apology about that. I tell you that they are fake. If me cannot do a miracle, cannot lay my hand on somebody, and that person will get healed, nobody in Nigeria can able to do that. I will tell you why. Because let me tell you one thing. I believe in God. I trust in God. You understand? And I'm a clean man. I don't cheat. I don't steal. I don't play people. I don't lie. I live my life based on principle. Are you getting me? So I
Mhm.
believe that God is in me. So if God can use those men to make miracles, and God cannot use me, I've tried God several times. So to tell you what those guys are doing, I'm telling you, bros, they are scammers. They are lying.
Let me tell you
It
something
doesn't
about
work this way. Because when you sleep and wake up, that is the greatest miracles.
yes, but people
So
don't even know
what
that.
so
When you
what kind of
sleep,
miracle do I need again? What
when
kind
you
of
sleep,
miracle?
you don't even know where you are, and suddenly, when it's time for you to wake up, you wake up. That's the greatest miracle because when you're
Miracle.
sleeping, it's like you're a dead man. That's the greatest
People
miracle.
people
So
will still come here and say,
every day,
let us
God gives
pray.
us miracle. Then human beings, not just human beings, our African people, Nigeria, they want more. I understand that they want more. It's good to look for more, but why not look for the more in a right direction? What steps are we taking? What steps are we taking? Where hope is sitting down that one miracle is going to happen just because, just like what you're saying, one guy came on air and started shouting that he got a miracle. He drove car, an empty tank from Abuja to Lagos, empty tank from, and you're coming to tell me such miracle in the church, and you are happy. Empty tank
Yeah.
from Abuja
And people
to
are
Lagos,
clapping.
and people
Yeah.
are
No.
clapping.
Yeah.
You shouldn't even say such miracle. You
Now
should,
you could say,
if you actually have such miracle, you should just thank your God and move on with your life.
yeah.
And
And we are
just
still
move on
suffering.
with your life. If I was God, I would stop the car when you get to a petrol station, a gas station. I'll stop it so you can top it up. Because now other people are waiting for God to also do the same for them. As long as
Yeah.
He
That
can
is
do
why
it
you are
for
going
you,
there.
yeah, as long as He can do it for you, it's a programming. Understand that it's just a programming. So they've been able to capture the system with the politicians. I'm sorry, I don't want to offend any pastor, whatever, but it's just the truth. They've been able to
It's the
capture the
truth, brother.
system.
It's the
They've
truth.
been able to capture the system with the politician, and now we're in a big trouble. The country's in a big trouble, and we're looking for a solution on how to get out. We need to get out of this mess. We're in a big
You
mess.
see, brothers and sisters, you see what I just said? Now, that is what we are arguing about. I said religion is a personal thing. And the problem is that most Nigerians are too dependent. They are too dependent on their pastor instead of studying themselves to know what the word says about you. It's a look, Christianity is a way of life. It's a way you live good, love. It's because of this poverty thing that we all run out for miracles. Not that God cannot do things for you, but He said that your faith that you think it is small, it can work for you if you believe. But most Nigerians, what they do, and many people that are camouflaging as pastors now, they will tell you the house of God is not a house of charity. I've seen a pastor that says that. And I look at him. I didn't even say anything. I just walk out. Because I already know it's fake. I already know it's fake. Many churches are looking for what they will get from you. Many. I myself, I have to, when I go to church, what I do that I've been taught is to listen to the word and use the word for myself to glorify my own God that I serve. I walk towards what I prayed for, that I've asked from Him. I walk towards it. I
That's the
exercise
best
my
way.
faith. I
That's the best
exercise
way.
it.
If you
I
pray
don't
for
just wait.
something, you
I
walk
don't just
towards
wait.
it.
I walk towards it. I pray for strength. I walk towards it. I believe it, no matter how difficult it is, the more difficult it is, the more I know I will get it. Because the Bible says so. It says every ways are crooked. It says the ways are crooked, but I will go before you to straighten it. Because of your faith you have, I will go before you to straighten it. That means the ways are crooked and you must face it. But nowadays, people just go. How can you go to church to seek for, you want to find a work, and you are not applying to anywhere to apply to get a work? And one simple thing there is that people don't even use. It is just common sense. You are going to church. Your pastor with all your offering, they build a house, they build a school. And your church is not even saying they won't give scholarship. No, nobody should pay. They shouldn't pay as high as what is being paid outside. Now, the church, the school in the church, the university are paying more than what is established by government, which we are even say is too much. Then the church establishment is establishing a school that is more costlier than that of the government. Will that not tell you common sense?
When
that
the school,
something is happening.
the school is supposed to be a foundation to help the less privileged.
God bless you.
Those
What
schools
is
are
charity?
supposed to be a foundation to help the less privileged. What is
That
business?
is it.
It's
Okay,
business. Yeah, it's
all the
business.
churches that the
money,
Catholic Church built,
yeah.
then was it not free for us to go? Many of
Yeah.
us went there and we became a good. They teach us morals. But now what do we have? Just pay your money, boom. Churches
What
are
is-
paying more in
What
school
is even
than our
what
own.
even what is even sad, my brother, is that the money they used in building that school came from tithe and offering that were paid
God
by the
bless
members.
you.
And
Is that not a
donation.
red flag? Is that not a red flag for you to common sense to know? But because we are so selfish in our reasoning, and we have now taken the pastor as a symbol of God, we now have to bow down before him. And what did the Bible say about that? What did the Bible say about that? You are worshiping, you are idolizing the man of God. That is what they are practicing in Nigeria.
Do you know what's going to
Idolatry.
happen now? If something happens now to this inauguration, you're going to see pastors that will be coming out to say, I gave the prophecy. You're going to see social media. I
It go
gave the
happen
prophecy.
now.
Go and
That
hear
one
some
are
of the
today.
There is
prophecy.
a
I
pastor
gave
that
the
has been
prophecy.
saying that.
I gave the, I mean, like, it becomes, that's business, but people don't know.
God has given us senses to be
I
able
gave a
to reason.
prophecy. I gave a
That
prophecy.
is why
And so what?
that is why I say ye are gods, because he said, I have given you dominion to function richly on this earth, to do things like I do. Then why do we have to limit ourselves and cry and feed on the crumbs from a man that God created us equal with it? We are eating from the crumbs of the pastors. That is what many children of God are doing. We are eating the crumbs from the table of their pastor instead of exercising your faith by yourself. Test the word of. Look, the Bible says you should test him. What are we doing? We are just mentally lazy. It's like a man that wants to get money. He goes to the herbalist. That is the mindset Nigeria has.
Let me ask you a question. The first time you traveled, you thought that when you got to abroad that there's money everywhere. You
Yeah.
find out that
I
wasn't
thought it was
really the
easy,
truth.
It was easy to get money.
but
Okay.
I suffered. Look,
What did you
I walk
do?
inside the snow like hell.
It was
I
very
won't die.
hard.
You walked
That
your ass out.
since I've been in overseas, I have never collected €1 free for someone. Give it to me free. Nobody have touched me €1. I
No,
see
I'm
you
even
you
praying.
work.
I'm even praying for vacation. I know they see.
Yeah,
€1,
you work for
€1
every damn
since
money
I've
you
been here.
earn.
€1. Somebody just touched me. Not even my boss at work. The
That
highest
she
he will
said.
give me. The highest he will give to me. The highest he will give. That was the first day I received gift from my boss was €5 as a, as a,
Can you
as
can you
as a
imagine
card
that?
as a card. But that was when I gave birth to my first son. You understand? €5. So you understand what you
You
understand
walk
that
your ass
you have
out.
to work for your money. You have
And
to
there's
work.
somebody right now,
You have to work.
this morning in Nigeria, they are holding prayer meetings. I'm sorry I'm a Christian, so I was born into a Christian home. So I'm sorry. I don't buy that idea.
You don't need to be sorry about it, brother.
You should have
You are
prayed in the
fast.
morning. You should have prayed in the night and wake up in the morning and go look for job. Go look for how
Job.
to survive. Go look for what to do. You should have done that. Of course, I know the system is not friendly. Of course, I know the system is not friendly. I know that. But there are many of you who still have that opportunity. You still have little business that you're doing. You've abandoned it right now this morning. You
They
are
close
right.
it. They go
Yes.
to church.
That is even the more reason why they should work more, because the system is
That's
not friendly.
it's
Yes.
not friendly.
You
But the
close your
pastors told
shops
them
now.
that their
They
You
close
close
solution
your
those
is in the
guys
shops
church.
down
now. You are right there in the church.
in
You
the
are
church.
thinking that one man, one woman is in the village, is the one responsible for your problems. It's
Yeah.
not like that. It's not like that. If I had sat down to say I was waiting for one miracle to happen to me, that there's one man or one woman in the village, I need to pray to go and kill such person. Believe me. I mean, where did that thought even, where did it come from? In the
Yeah, I
first
don't
instance,
understand.
where did it come from? I read the
You
Bible. As I'm speaking with you, I have the Bible beside me. The same Bible. So I don't get it. Where are they reading theirs from? Completely different. What they preach on the pulpit is completely different from what I'm reading. That's why, because a lot of people don't even know. You need to read the Bible for yourself. You need to understand it. If you read the Bible, understand what the Bible says. There are a lot of stuff that I might personally don't agree with the Bible, because when I went through the history of the Bible itself too, it was
controversial,
also it was also as a
contradicting,
yeah,
contradicting.
as a result of a programming, like as a result of tussle for power. You understand what I'm saying? During the Roman Empire, it's as a result of tussle for power, because they wanted to control some set class. That's why you have the Muslim on one side today, because they disagree with the Bible, with everything, because they were changing a lot of stuff. The Muslims, they said how Muslim came into existence. You understand what I'm saying? The Muslims, they said, no, we're not going to accept this one, because this is how it should be. Then the Roman Empire didn't want to hear that, because they want to control the system. As long as the slave trade was put to an end by the Americans, so they needed to publish this stuff quickly. So
Yeah,
in this gap,
even to today, they are still
yeah,
revising it. You still have new versions of the Bible coming
so
out. This is the
in
reason
this
why the
gap, they actually
Israelites.
used the Bible to enslave the world in this gap.
Yes, yes.
But people
That
don't
that's
even know.
that, that's the reason why the Jews why they have their own Torah. They don't think the Bible it's anything pure to what they have. So a lot of things went wrong, with what happened. That even till today we're still having revisions and different versions of the Bible. But when you tell that to a Nigerian pastor and an average person in Nigeria, they'll be like, "Come on, you are a non-believer. You are this, you are that." But
The,
pastors are
they'll say
just trying to
the devil,
repress
the
you.
devil is the one using you. The devil is who is the devil? The devil is manipulating him. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to those people. They are being used by the devil. They have sold their souls to the devil. You, that the pastor, you that is killing your own people, impoverishing them. The time they are supposed to tell them, let's go and build a farm, let's build a business, let's begin to work as a team. Let us set a kind of a company. Let us begin to work so that we can grow food. We
What
can grow
stops
food.
what
Now
stops
people
our
don't
big
want to go
big
to farm
churches
again.
with that have billions of naira? What stops them from going into farming,
Let's buy
building
Oh
tractors.
my
employment?
God! Oh my
What
God!
what
I was just
Yeah.
going to say that. How
what
many churches in Nigeria have farm, like where people can
No,
farm
no,
and feed themselves?
no,
what
no.
stops them from building factories,
Then
processing plants?
at the end of the year, we have to share the harvest.
What stops them?
So what stop them? What stop them? What stop these people?
They need to
Because
also re-strategize.
the pastor
The
want to
churches also
drive an
need to
SUV with private
strategize.
jet. They want to live a comfortable life. So they
They,
are not ready for you. They are not ready. They don't love you. They're not ready for you.
they could
When
still
you are
live a
walking to them,
comfortable
you are
life
being
if they
yeah.
build all of this stuff. They could still live a comfortable life, even more. But I think that they just want people to always worship them. I think
Worship
so.
them. To worship them. That is what the politicians are doing also. Not that they
Even
cannot get it
even
right.
even the Bible itself said it that there are many fake doctrine that will come It will even come now. It will come in multiple folds. But
Sorry,
they don't preach that
can I
part.
interject you guys?
They don't preach that part. Those are the things we as a Christian should
Can I interject?
learn to study it ourselves. We can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, just want to draw your attention to the fact that I was just calling on a live show on Voice of the People. And what I've discovered now is that if you say anything bad about Tinubu, they shut you down. If you even mention the drug case, they shut you down. They have to go and bring evidence. Nigeria is in
they will shut the station down or the person down.
They shut you, the caller, they shut you down.
They've been doing that one since last month.
It's even more prominent now. Do you know
they should do it now? We expect them to do that.
Rufai was saying that PO should go for the inauguration.
Rufai say PO should go for the inauguration.
Yeah.
To do what?
To do what now? To clap and
no, that will never happen.
You know, one thing is, I just want you guys to see that.
What kind of nonsense is that? So go
there is a state capture now in Nigeria, and
the state has been captured for long. They will all swim in it now. What are you taking? They will swim in very good water.
Welcome to Nigeria.
I say, if we don't sit down, talk, all these things, we'll see more. See, that is why sometimes I say one thing. I say one to my guy one day. I say, look, it be like say, waiting to reset the brain of Nigeria. He never really come. Waiting to reset that, he never come. When he come, they won't tell you that it's about time to reset the place. They won't talk, because now that the whole thing is like this, all the plan, the guy told me, all the plan that the North had before, all of them they've destroyed it, because everybody's scared. Forget about this state capture of this rubbish thing they are doing. Everybody is scared. All this read maru. 1 second, we go hear national anthem and martial music. All this nonsense go reset. That is what is going to happen.
Yes.
It go reset. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. I bet my money on it.
If you look at what's happening, the way some agencies went silent, they're just looking. The way even the country, you will just know that something is going to happen. You just know something is going to happen. And when that happens, that's why I just pray, because I do not want Dangote's refinery to be affected.
It's going to be affected now. What are you talking?
Yeah, it's going to be affected, because I'm telling you.
Something close to water.
Yeah,
will be affected now.
They're gonna. It's just a little spark, if you know how refinery works. Just a little to blow out every shit.
Everybody's just look, all this thing that is happening. What have they not done? That is why I told everyone, go and listen to the Vice President Labour Party interview with channels. What have they not done to the Nigerian people? What can they do? What this one saying, you lock down the thing, everybody stuck, left, you shut it down. That one is even too small. During Abacha time, if we talk, we not finally come outside talk. For how long will you lock my mouth? If the thing start pinching all the media houses now, you watch out now. Let them close more media houses. In short, let them close everything. Let only NTA be existing. Then the thing will start unlocking Nigerians' brain. All those civil rights movements that went oblivion, they will wake up. They went to oblivion now because they have been paid. Because they say everybody has the price. All the human rights activists, they have gone oblivion. Right? Or they are supporting this thing using, oh, it's turn of the South, it's turn of the West. They are still having that mindset of West instead of thinking about the country called Nigeria. What have we not talked about? South, North, South, North. Where are we now?
By the time last year, December, they were buying their own money with Nigerian naira. I mean, you have money in the bank. You to have access to the money, you have to look for money to buy the money. You see, by the time they don't even have, they are not even allowed to even buy the money. And you see, the country is going to reset.
That one I show banker now.
The country is going to reset. If it happens, one thing Nigeria should do, they should support what's going to happen. They should just support what's going to happen. I'm not saying it's going to be war. I'm saying reset, like which means good things are going to happen to the country, and we all should support it. Whatever is going to happen, we all should support it.
Because we can't continue like this now. The thing is just sometimes I laugh. I've been laughing all along when they're going through all this. Sometimes we just go silent for 2 days. Because I'm trying to dig into the past. That is why anytime I go silent, I don't appear. I go into the archive, start digging, try to know our historical past, try to know the mindset of the structures that can galvanize, the structure that can forcefully do things, trying to know how the history, the North and the South, the mindset of the North and the mindset of the South, try to know the Southwest, how they play their game. I have to refresh my memory to know the political arrangement and the political maneuvering from the Southwest, the North, so that I can be able to know what it is. And then every time I come and speak out something, and now come to a conclusion and say some kind of things, sometimes people will just say, what am I saying? Why do I want to divide them? I'm not dividing any country. I'm not scared that I'm not even afraid. I've come to the realization, if you have not come to that realization yet, that if the country, if we do this, the country might divide, that is your own cup of tea. I am not scared. I am not afraid to come to a round table. Anything that happens, it is our fate, and it is what we decide on. And everybody take responsibility of it. If we don't know how to take responsibility, then we are not yet to form a formidable force that the world will recognize. We need to reset that country. And that country needs to be reset. If it comes on now, it is not as usual. We want them to come out by force. People will come and stay in London and be talking crash. When they will not come in, they will start all over again and put Nigeria in Waterloo problem again. Now, we are in the last era. We are in the last. This is the last card we are playing now. The last card. If it doesn't happen, everybody, Israel, hold your tent. So we should be ready for anything. We should be ready. But what we need to do first is to try as much as possible to galvanize each other, to believe in one thing, agree, then we can start moving like that. Because it's not going to be one day. But we shouldn't be afraid of anything that might happen as we are coming together to discuss or to talk or to harmonize. We shouldn't be scared of anything. We should be bound to be responsible for anything we say anything we do, because that is a country that want to move forward. That is a country that want to be great. We should be responsible. We should take a bold step and damn all the consequences, because we need to reset that country. We need to reset it, and it has to be done by everybody agreeing. We must agree that the first step. We must put more people into the train, because we need more people in the train.
There are people that whose kids are sick just because they don't have money. They don't get treatment when they get to the hospital. They will ask for crazy deposit. People's kids will be sick. They will take the kids to the hospital, and the hospital management will ask for a deposit before they start to attend to the kids. I saw one on Facebook. It's a 3 or 4
That has been happening for long now.
That
has been happening for long.
How are people surviving there?
It has been happening now for long. It was only the general hospital that won't ask for that. They would rather say, okay, what we have, we don't have this. Let us give you then. If you can buy other things that we don't have, we'll commence it. So, but I don't know the state of it now, whether it has gone oblivion again.
I mean, I saw this on Facebook, and the lady was crying. They refused to attend to her kid. They were asking for money before they would treat the little child.
Let me tell you one thing that will shock every one of you now. When I was in Nigeria, I had an insurance company, not a company per se. This was being sponsored by World Bank. They came in. I was lucky. They came to our office because I was into IT equipment, but the hardware. I was just a resource person. I have my own company. I was just making resource for those company and those. I was basically trying to galvanize, set up a database of the big short and good companies. I don't just go for. I had my own target. So I just called. The guys came. They said they were insurance company. They said we are sponsored. They are trying to start work on it. If it will work properly, they have designated hospital. But I will pay 2,000 per month for it. They have an ID card that looks like just like a driver licensing that we have, like that. Everything is digitalized. And I asked them, where is your starting point Lagos alone? They said they have about 3 to 4 states, but they are starting with the capital in Lagos, that's Ikeja. So I said, okay, I just wanted to feel it. I just entered, I signed, and I entered for my mom too. We all 2 of us entered. I just want to test it before I can be able to just go around. Do you know, to my surprise, that thing worked perfectly. That they say cannot work. I was paying 2,000 with the other one, that's 4,000 monthly. I was just starting there. But I have to look to the health itself. It's paramount to me. I started paying, and there was a time I was sick. They have a hospital in Maryland. I went there. I just showed my ID card. Oh, they say, oh, you are in this pool. I said, yes. I just went see the doctor. Funny, I didn't pay a dime. Finish, I went to. My mom said went the same thing. Didn't pay a dime because they have designated hospital that is not far from us. It works fine. I told my friends, every of my friends, even my friends that have other places, everybody joined. We were enjoying it. Before this Hula Balu problem from this politician started galvanizing. This was during Obasanjo time. It works through towards to Jonathan time. After that, the OT started. It started going down. That is to show that it can work. But Nigerian politicians, they hate their country. I don't know why. I'm trying to think, what is the problem? Why are they capitalizing on religion, tribalism, the same system? Why are they doing that? Up till now, nobody can tell me the reason why they are doing it. And to show you, if we want things to work, if you work, I was paying just 2,000 naira monthly, and I was getting good service. Why is it that the government cannot do it? Why do they hate their country? At least there's no country in the world that doesn't have corruption. There's no country in the world that doesn't have maybe administratively they're having some defect and they have to, cover up, work out the defect, set up a new law. Why is it that we cannot even start? Not to take less of even going further. Why the hate to your own country where you are born? Why the hate?
Are you sure these guys are even Nigerians?
I've asked that question before. Are these people? I asked my wife, are these people Nigerians?
The hatred they have for the Nigerian people, you wonder if these guys are Nigerians. I mean, take a look at the system. Look at how they messed up things, and they just don't care. They just don't care. If you look at how they messed up the system and still don't care, you wonder, are you sure these guys are Nigerians or they were smuggled into our country to pretend, make them pretend to look like they're Nigerians and then smuggle them into offices, That might be what's happening because do you think normal Nigerians will want to allow Tinubu to be their president with his kind of instability kind of health situation right now? Do you really think anybody, true Nigerians who truly want the country to move forward, will want Tinubu to be the president and then to govern the? If you're military out there, take all these things into consideration. Do we really think these guys are Nigerians? Look at the situations on ground. Look at the poverty, level of poverty. Look at the death rates, killings, and they just don't care. We're victims of this problem.
It looks as if the country has been invaded.
That's what it's looking like. Believe me, because it doesn't make sense what's happening. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So if it's just something we really need to look into because I don't think these guys are Nigerians. I don't think so. I just don't think. I just don't think so because a lot of people have been thinking about it for some time, looking at the situations on ground, looking at the problems and how they talk you know, with so much confidence. I mean, like you can't do them nothing. They make you. I mean, they intentionally inflict pain on the Nigerian people, and then you're wondering if these people are Nigerians or what type of mind that do they really have? Do they reason like normal human beings? Look at the National Assembly. They just don't care. Buhari is about to leave the office and he's borrowing trillions of naira, and they just approve it without questioning. And they borrowed another money, about $800 million for
You remember
I mean,
when the Senate president said that? He said anything that comes from Asura will be approved. You remember?
I think I remember
Yes.
I think on
Yeah.
the floor.
Yeah,
I
on the
remember.
floor. He said it on the floor.
Yeah, I think I remember.
He said it on the floor. I watched it very clearly and I was shocked. I said, rubber stamp again. So anything that comes, approve. He said, you all know that anything that comes from the villa will be approved. That they want a smooth governance. They want everything to go smooth so that development can come to Nigeria. I just look at him. I say, then what's the essence of you being a Senate president? What is the essence?
Do they even know what it means to be senator? Do you remember how we argue in the panel when we started later on today? How we argue trash some issues? That's how members of assembly, that's how they trash issue. At the end of the day, they will now look at the real issue and then solve it, because when they rub their minds like that, argue those issues, they are able to actually identify the problem.
That is it. That is it, brother.
A policy
Say it out.
that will affect the people positively. So they just brought stuff, then you just trash it. You just put it right there, then you approve it.
You approve it.
It's crazy.
They have to. You see, that is one thing. You see, men that came there. That is why I told many people, look, if you know the way Nigeria is divided in terms of geopolitical zone and the way they divided the local governance among the different areas in Nigeria, you will know that if there's any progressive bill that comes there, as long as Nigeria, you have 10 times the local government you have in the south, your bill will not go through. I'm telling people, they thought I was joking. I said, before you know this, go and look at the representative from the north and look at the representative from the south. Then tell me, if any progressive bill, let's say for instance, we want to build the S sector, where do we start from? You know what will come to their mind? Oh, let us start from the north. Then when we build the one in the north, we'll come to the south. If you actually go in there, all the hospitals that the federal government said, all the cottage hospitals that the federal government said they should build in the north, go and look at them in the north. They are non-existent. Non-existent.
Because the way they practice democracy in Nigeria, I really don't not understand.
I don't understand.
If you pass a law, every state should be enabled to immediately effect that. For example, in the United States, if Biden passes a policy, it immediately affects us, either positively or negatively. You say it, if they pass the healthcare bill, once it's passed,
everybody will feel it.
Everybody feels it. Everybody immediately. You get to the hospital, you find out the bill is in operation.
They will tell you straight away. They'll straight
away is in operation. You see that? So I don't know how they practice their own democracy or whatever. If you pass a bill, if you make a policy, every state should be mandated to build hospitals.
Simple.
All you need to do is to appoint, I don't know what they call it, is it inspectors or to check.
That is what's entailed before, yes.
You understand what I'm saying? It should be. This is not, someone who always uses this platform, it's not rocket science, something like that.
Yeah. I'm saying it's not rocket science now. It's just common sense.
Common sense. This is just common sense. primary health care is not there. But every month, money for primary health care comes as from allocation or something like that, right?
They
Every
swallow it
month.
now.
Yeah.
They swallow it. Any money that comes is gone. They don't care about anybody. As long as the money gets to their hand, they'll go and buy a house in Dubai. That's all
Okay,
they
now
know.
this is why I think I agree with Two Niger now when he talks about the security system. Because all of these issues still boils down to the security architecture. All of this. The police are not working, and a lot of crimes currently going on in the Nigeria space, and the police are not working properly. It's not safe they don't know what's happening, but they just cannot work properly. Maybe because they don't have the capacity.
They can't work now. They design it not to work well, so that they will perpetrate their evil. How can you have a police that cannot investigate a matter? He'll be waiting for Aso Rock to give him go ahead
It's a big
to
problem
investigate.
because for
It's a
here
very
nobody
big problem.
nobody waits for once police find out. It doesn't matter who you are. Find out that
They go into action straight.
They go into they charge you to court. No.
Straight. And Attorney General of the state will start this work.
They charge you to go immediately.
But
would be waiting for police from instruction from Abuja before you can do your job.
These people just sit down comfortably, wear their agbada, and start shaking their head as if they will call themselves senator, House of Rep. Yeah, well, I just know that country it go undergo reset, whether they like it, whether they don't like it. And I just pray as it's on God, if the reset is start, me, I'm not ready to cry for anybody. And I will just play the role of, hey, no cry, celebrate, count it all joy. That is what I'm going to say. Count it all joy. No tears for the unrighteous.
Because they just open the door.
Because
they just open the door for illegality. A new door.
They've already, it is confirmed now. It is confirmed. They'll say, it's confirmed. They're all happy. Oh, are they happy? Southwest is the president. That is all they will tell you. Southwest is the president. It is our turn. It is your turn. Continue. Now that they've broken your constitution, I will see the constitution which they will cannot tell Nigerians that they are following now. You see, those are the things we are going to watch. I will now see the constitution they will tell Nigerians or tell the military that they are following. If they don't follow it,
we're watching.
We are watching. I will see the order they will be giving.
We're going to watch.
Who's going to give the order?
Give orders to the military. I'm going to watch the military carrying out the order truly. So if you carry out the order truly, okay, we now know, okay, we are be fully hijacked right now.
Yes.
Because that will not be a confirmation that we'll be fully hijacked.
Yes.
Okay.
It's now a complete failed state.
Good.
Complete failed state without no constitution finally. Because we've been saying it before, people did not believe us. I think they are not seeing it. You see, these are one of the factors we were telling people. We were saying that what they brought to you is a mirage. It's a mirage. Now that they've comfortably break it, now we are discussing it. I'm running this conclusion. I will run this conclusion now that they finally, because I was waiting for it to be broken today. Now that they finally broke it, I want to see the mouthpiece that will tell me that, oh, Nigeria has a constitution. I want to see the person that will tell me. I will tell that person to cover his head and his brain with shame. Shame on you. Shame on you forever. And thank you for the rebirth of your suffering of your generation. Thank you. You've confirmed that you are part and parcel of the destruction of the entity, company that is called Nigeria. Thank you. That is what I would tell anybody that argue with me. Yeah, here you go. You have your constitution. Continue.
If they successfully swear in Tinubu, just know that your Nigerian pastors are fake.
If you go and check my submission, I said it here.
They are fake.
90% of them are they carry the Bible. They don't know what is inside the Bible.
Did you see this very Bible? Can you show me one prophet in the Bible that said God told him this and that thing did not happen in this Bible? You know why we're following the Bible? Because what was told that the prophet, then the governors of countries, they're afraid of the prophets. Are you aware of that?
They're afraid of the prophet. Yes, yes.
Governors, presidents of countries, of nations, they don't want to have anything to do with prophet. They run. They're afraid of the prophets.
Before, even in the Bible days, before Israel go to any war, any confrontation, they will seek the advice of the prophets.
Good.
To look the road for us.
Okay.
Like what we were doing in our forefathers' days then. They will look the road for them to see if this thing will work. It is what the same thing the Israelis were doing to the prophet. They honor the prophet. The prophet is the mouthpiece of God. They will tell him, can we go? If you say what you will say is what we will do. They honor the prophet. Now what do we have? Prophet flying in a private jet. I asked them one day, I say, what do you need the private jet for? They said, oh, they need the private jet to when they are going for evangelism. Where you are going for evangelism, did they tell you that there's no church there? Did they tell you that there's no church there? Must you be everywhere? You have churches in every street, all over the place. Still, your country, you cannot be proud to say, yes, I have changed the country using the word of God. Rather, they will say, I have not heard from God.
Let me tell you, they didn't preach the word of God. They actually preached the word of God. The country would have changed. I think they preached their own word. They manipulated the word of God. They preached their own selfish interest.
All of them, Dangote, what is his name? They are all there. Dangote, every one of them, even the Ibadan, Oyo State governor, that were shouting like rat and dog, all of them are out there. $10, all of them are out there. They're all in the list.
Sure, they'll be there. They'll be there because these are business people. I mean, those ones are business people.
Oh boy, I know if you wait for the hula balloon. I can't wait. Allah, I can't wait for the hula balloon to start. I will see the human being where go come radio station to come and say, oh, this is a great democracy. Democracy is not this. Go, that person will see hell from people online. None of them will wake up and say, oh, we are democratic for good dominance, for good democracy. Democracy is the only way out. Who told you? For Africa, where? You people are joking. Go and eat your democracy in your house, not in Africa, because people are not ready yet. Look at the face we are going to go through all over Africa. Just look at the wahala, jaba we are going through. 21st century. All the wahala everywhere. Look at the East Africa. Wahala. Look at West Africa. Nothing to write home about. The only place that is even a little bit okay we talk about the southern side, down South Africa. The rest na nonsense. Nonsense. I don't know how the and people in diaspora, some of them, they will tell you that, oh, all na politics, all na politics. Let us manage it. It is the turn of us. We say how to enjoy the cake sharing.
Now, now officially, Nigeria no longer have democracy, which means the constitution
No,
has been
don't have.
suspended. We now agree that the constitution of Nigeria has been suspended.
Yes, every one of us agree now.
Now, good, which is an opportunity anyway for a lot of people. You know, sometimes people don't understand how things really work, but
we all agreed now.
yes, now I fully agree that Nigeria constitution has been suspended.
Yes, it has been suspended now. So.
Yeah, by the Nigerian government. So I believe that.
So let them not tell us again that, oh, you cannot suspend the constitution and have a new one. You better close your mouth. No, the president has just done it now. The president has just done it.
Yeah, the constitution has been suspended by swearing in Tinubu.
It has been done now.
Yeah, it means that.
What do they want to tell us?
Yeah, there's nothing else they want to say, which means they are ruling now without constitution. They are in power now without constitution.
Oh, I like this, you know. You see, you don't know how my body. As I see before when we started this whole thing, we were hollering pakara. But now, because I have gone through our history, I have gone through it, the constitution a little bit, and finally see that we have a long way. We have a long way in the struggle. Let us just galvanize ourselves and let us look at the picture. All of them that are dancing, let us look at how they will survive it. But all I know, Pio shall get his mandate. All I know, Pio shall get his mandate. And these things will be investigated and they will see it. They will not enter, but Pio will get his mandate. I somewhat believe in it. That's why sometimes when people are angry. Why are you angry? We have found a way to suspend the constitution now. Is it not better? We will suspend them. It is suspended already. That's why it's suspended already. Let us have another one. The one that we have, let us have another one. It's already suspended and it cannot work.
Yeah.
It is clear that it cannot work.
Yeah, the constitution has been suspended. But if
now.
If politicians can open their eyes and do this in a broader light,
and the press media can open their eyes and see all this thing happening, and they now blame the military. So you people are not receiving. You know, are not ready.
They don't
people are not serious.
They don't know what's coming. They don't know what's coming. Sometimes I remember there's an adage that says a dog that wants to die, something like that. When a dog is on the road, because death is close to the dog, he's deaf to all noise. For example, no motor noise, he doesn't listen to anything. He jumps on the road without looking. He walks on the main road without checking, because death is knocking on the dog's door, But I think that these people don't know, because they believe they are so powerful and that nothing can happen.
The guy is undergoing a very serious health problem.
Yeah. Even if anything happens now, the shock alone, he will pass out. The shock alone.
Because he didn't even attend his lectures. And that is even That is so mind blowing because it's rare for a president-elect or the elect not to attend his own lecture. A lot of ex-president invitees were there. So it's mind blowing to me. There's something happening that I don't know. Well, we should continue with me. I'm ready to watch the grammar. Me, I'm so now. I don't get too expectant to watch the drama that will happen. All this drama of SSS carry gun about. I will see how long they will carry that gun for long.
Sure. Yeah.
May God help us. One guy just posts fire everywhere. The guy just posts fire for a comment. Fire, the cop, fire, the cop. Nigeria could laugh for this one, no? Is it the kind of thing could happen for cyberspace now? Oh God. Oh my God. It is going to be a very funny thing. People, some people know, they will say, why are you laughing? You want me to be crying? When I know I'm on a long road journey to actualize the dream.
The Nigerian politicians are not ashamed, I'm telling you.
Yeah, they are shameless now. What are you talking? What do they call shame? Agbero no shame. Hey God, look at what you are saying. This is an understatement. Do Agbero no shame? Shame okay.
I can't believe it. The politicians, not one single shame.
Shame okay. Shame did their record. Smelling people, the people were not the bath. They'll carry agbada for body, put perfume, take spray all your body, carry slippers, put. Oh, if you see what is happening, if you look at them, what is going on in their mind now as we are talking, they are all thinking. I hope this is not go scatterpot for our heads. So that is what is going on in their mind.
I know. Of course,
what is going on in all of them, their mind now. I hope this will not explode.
Let me tell you. Any little thing, these guys will jet out. They will just run.
Before they go do that, their Sharia, all their plane, they go scissor. They watch film now. They don't feel run. Where they want to go? How many jets? You think the people want to and they move? You go see the charade now. If they don't put them down, maybe they put them down, maybe they put the constitution down. Me, I'm even happy. That means they've created a loophole that you can drop the constitution.
How can politicians openly, without fear, even if you're not afraid of the Nigerian people, you should be afraid of the military. You should be afraid of the recruits. You should be afraid of the side, because these guys are not
afraid of who? Why should they be afraid when they're giving money to the generals? Afraid they can. They say what money cannot do, more money can do it. Did you hear that? They can't be afraid now. When they will meet an Oibo man, they will be shaky. They'll be telling the Oibo will be nodding his head because they know when they see Oibo man, they don't see dollar. See, an average politician did
an open invitation.
An average politician in Nigeria is thinking like a fraudster. An average politician in Nigeria thinks like a fraudster. That's how they think. Anything you give them, they'll ask you, what's my own inside? That is what they will ask you. A lot of us have given how they scheme and how they brought investors in. It is what it is their own they will ask from you first. They won't think about the taxation. In short, we don't have taxation in Nigeria now. Is anything they bring to them, they will give to government.
Because they can't
monitor their business. They can't monitor it now. Do you know how many billion the Nigerian road transport system is earning just in Lagos State? Do you know how many billion that guy, that is, what is his name, that is controlling every day in Lagos State? Do you know how much is circulating in the Nigerian road transportation apart from the estaco that government gives to them? Do you know how much that was given to them in this political era? In this political dispensation, do you know how much that was given to them? It's in billions. So what money cannot do, more money will do it. You will see all the military generals, they will dress majestically, they will hold their walking stick. Oh, today we are continuing with democracy, long-lasting democracy.
It is shame that if is it what they just did was that they just approved Buhari's continuity in the suffering, the suffering, the level of poverty, the injustice, the insecurity. They just
do they care?
Crazy.
Do they care? They don't care now. After all, they said the mineral resources in one state belong to one state, while the mineral resources in another state belong to the government. Nobody cares now. Nobody loves each other. There's no love. There's no nation. People don't even monitor the utterances. I guess a lot of people don't even watch. A lot of people don't concentrate. It's just only this politics that brought a lot of people to now focus on Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians don't even watch the news coming from Nigeria. It is this political era that brought them to know it, that brought everybody in. A lot of people don't watch it. In my home, sometimes if I put TV for Nigerian channel, my wife will say, "Where they put that for?" I say, "Why I not go put that?" Now you get my own head. I want to know what is happening, so that something cannot just happen. Somebody will tell me outside, "Oh, something don't happen for Nigeria." I say, and I didn't know. So that is how it is. Most of us that are speaking in the diaspora, many do not even get, if they don't even watch news that comes from because of this political dispense. Look, okay, you see, let this thing go out now. Let this man be sworn in. All the Nigerians, diaspora, they will disappear. You watch now, not here with the watch, you just watch. You will know who loves Nigeria and who is with the old establishment. You will see them now. Everybody will not fly into Nigeria. Some of them that stay with us, they will not fly to Nigeria and go and see if they can get contract. That is what they'll be doing. All of them will be growing fat cheek.
I told you my friend is in Nigeria right now. He's in Abuja right there.
All of them will be growing fat cheek. Look at SCN, what did they call her? That one that came to America to buy a house. What is his name? The one that is called himself SCN. He's feeling hyper now. He's growing big cheek.
I heard they calling him Akamu.
Akamu.
Nigeria.
Me, I know him before now. I know him before. I was just pretending not to know him. I know him.
Oh, Festus Keyamo?
Yes, after all this rabu, he bought a home. I know his house in Maryland Estate now. That's where he lives. That's where he bought his first home. Inside a very luxurious estate. That's why that's why I knew that this guy has started stealing money. Forget about this law case.
Before he became a Sam, when he was fighting? I have his number then. Oh,
he bought a home.
Yeah,
in one of the most luxurious places in Maryland, opposite Army cantonment in Maryland.
It's a very long time. That should be due Jonathan.
That's where he bought his first home, and that's where he stays. I don't know where he stays in Abuja now. So that is when he started eating from the government that was in power then.
And he was really fighting them. You know, I thought he was a genuine guy.
He wasn't genuine. He now got a contract. He now got a contract
to I had, because my friend used to go to his chamber there or something, kind of like, that was how I got to know him. I mean, I used to
got
call
a contract
him
he got a contract with the federal government now. to be FCT, what they call this narcotic lawyer. He got the contract. He was their lawyer for a very long time. That's where he made all his money. He was a snitch now in Ghani's chamber. He was a snitch. People never know. You think he just came out all of a sudden? He now became a son.
It was my friend that did this POP. You know POP that they normally do?
Yeah.
It was my friend that did POP in his house, Professor Skeamu.
Oh. He was a snitch.
You know.
Nobody, he will tell you that
I got to know him. I got to know him through that my friend that did POP in his house.
He will tell you that I was getting money from my law cases. Which lie they talk? Which case did they get money? Your guy where you work with Ghani, you don't get the money where you get. How you can't get the money? You were still working in your guy chamber. You had that home in Maryland. Who are you lying to? Just look at me. I don't know Ghani houses. All this is where they do. Now today, we know her now. We know who's saying a snitch for long. It was just that sometimes you don't say some kind of things because you don't want to saying all those kind of things. That's why we hide it. When I was in school, then I was going to Ghani's chamber often because sometimes we had problems. We have to go for because it was our advice, legal advisor then. So all these things that is happening, they just want to. They are catching their phone now. I'm not surprised they are all catching their phone because they are getting the money. They are happy. They are in control of the country. They are breaking the laws. They are making the laws. The next thing they'll tell you that maybe they start to cut human being. Maybe they start to tell us we drink water. Nigeria don't drink water again. Now, before you drink water, send a message to the Senate before you drink water. I say they go reset that country. All this one they do, they just play. They play. All this one they march entire. All of y'all they play. When it go happen?
The country needs to go through a reset, man.
Shagari no rig election. Una know when he rig, nobody know now. A smooth operation. It was sworn in. Everybody go jeje. One day we just hear bang, 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 bang. I say, why this people go strike again now? All of us begin vex. This guy no get problem now. We love him. That was the time Pope John Paul came to Nigeria now. We all love our president. But these gado people just come inside.
Yeah. And now the Americans and UK, they sent delegates to Nigeria. At least the delegates after election, they will go back, right?
They'll go back. They'll come with us here now.
After swearing in, they'll go back to their countries, right?
Yeah, now.
So
we'll face the music.
They go back to their countries.
Oh God! If they start to reset this year, any country that will make noise. That Nigeria don't need to reset. We have to face democracy.
They think that Africans are stupid, that they can do anything they like with Africans, that they can manipulate their brains, they can touch their brains, push them wherever they want them to go to. Well,
we are watching
that is right there. You can know very well that the day Nigeria stops to supply gas to them, they are finished.
Everybody looking for alternatives now. Maybe Russia show them pepper.
Yeah, they got nothing. Instead of them to play very neutral in this game that is going on, they don't know what's happening. They
Russia
think that
show them pepper now.
There's no problem because then when Russia was about to take over Ukraine, they thought it was a lie. Oh, Russia! Oh, we know
it was a joke now.
They thought it was a joke. Because these world powers, they believe so much in their own energy and power, what they can do and stuff. They forgot something, that the little countries that you think that they are nothing, they are growing too. Unnoticed to you. They are growing too. So don't think that they're just going to rely on you for just going to rely on your decision. If something happens today in Niger Delta and the part that they're laying is shut down, will you get the oil?
See that Niger Delta. Who
Will
will be
you get
Niger
the
Delta?
oil?
Who will be Niger Delta? We go learn. They go show us pepper. You know this one they do when they do anyhow. So as I need to go, they do anyhow. So nobody want to talk to that. Go. Never start to skill.
Let me bust your bubble now. Asari Okubo is not even allowed to attend Niger Delta Youth Meeting. Are you aware of that?
Thank God. And I'm not aware of
Maybe you don't know. Oh, even he has even said it in one of his broadcasts. Niger Delta Youth. Yes, now Niger Delta Youth bar him from attending Niger Delta Youth Meeting because
that's very good.
Yeah, he was supporting because he was supporting Biafra that first time. Remember, so they see him as a traitor. Now, there is not. They don't. He does not participate. Yes, in his own locality, he can.
Was it because of his support for Biafra?
Yeah, it was because of that. Once you support Biafra in Niger Delta, you are gone. Believe me, if you are caught, you're gone.
Wow.
Yeah, just believe me. If they catch you that you supported Biafra, you're finished.
No, what is the hatred there, sir?
They see you as a traitor. If you remember the civil war that happened.
Because that civil war something. Never forget that.
Civil war that happened, something actually really happened that led to other stuff to, happen like that. So Niger Delta don't really. I mean, I used to attend the meetings whenever I go home. You understand? So those guys, they believe that because aside the couple father too was supporting Biafra, you understand? So Aside the couple too started supporting Biafra. They feel that Aside the couple has betrayed them.
But now that is not supporting them again, why didn't they?
That's just Niger Delta for you. They lost trust. Once they lost trust on you, that's it.
Well, that's good, Sha.
That's it.
Clean the whole place.
Yeah, so they don't. That's why Topolo got that contract now.
Okay.
You don't know. It's because he's been barred from coming to Niger Delta's meeting. So when the contract was discussed, he was not there. You see now.
He now started claiming that Topolo is his boy.
Leave those things are
okay. I can support this one now so that I can get you too.
Yeah, you don't understand. He was not there in the meeting because he was not allowed to attend that meeting, those meetings.
Yeah, I now understand it.
Otherwise, the contract would have been shared between him and Topolo.
I just watch the place now. The place is scanty. Nigeria don't dey fear. The place is scanty.
The event.
The event is scanty. Chineke.
They're afraid now. Do you know that they might be listening to us even while we're talking right here? They are there. They put it on screen. They say we don't know what Peace Soft is going to do now. We don't know what Black Panther is.
I know do. I go watch the film. I'm an editor. I will watch the film because I don't talk. My throat don't pay me. I fight. They put me for Momo jail for Nigeria. So I find my level. The people they fight for, they not go. They go tell you say, "Wait till they worry you." Not be screwed as me go. Now the thing don't they have them now.
So many people didn't really even know why Asari Dokubo did. He didn't even know when that contract was being discussed.
Wow.
The contract was discussed in Niger Delta youth meeting, but he was not because the Niger Delta.
That's why he's furious now. He's furious because he needs money now.
Yeah, he needs to click with Tinubu so that he can have that influence. You understand what I'm saying?
But this guy get money now.
Not because it's with Niger Delta. No. Because Niger Delta don't listen to it. Yes, he has some boys. Of course, if you were once a minute, you understand what I'm saying? You still have some small. It's a normal thing, you understand? That does not mean Niger Delta will not defend him tomorrow.
But he has money now.
Yeah, he's rich. That does not mean that if anybody wants to harm him, that Niger Delta boys will not defend him. You understand what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
so we can
Yeah, it's
understand.
true. It's true, Sha.
Yes, because if you understand how Nigeria data works, eh, yes, you might say you betray us, but we're not going to let people to come to, because we still believe that if we allow people to come use you, kind of, or deal with you,
Yeah, it's
it's
going to be
actually not
very.
you, it's
Yeah.
us that they're
Yes,
dealing with.
you're right.
That's the
You're
way
right.
it is. So we will still protect you, and then we will resolve our issue within our house and still, discipline you. If you
Ah,
listen to one of his broadcasts, he said it because he's not allowed to come to the meeting.
even the people who come this inauguration, sef, they go tire. They say, what kind of a country is this? Look at the place is empty. They no say, no do quick, no kapara and level travel come for this place. Where come kaput for our head. They go dey pray where they dey now. Make the thing not go kaput here. Oh. Well, sometimes they don't even think anyway. They don't even think if there's anything even wrong.
No, they
Everything is
know.
normal.
No,
Every
they know.
abnormal thing. They know,
They,
but every
they are
abnormal thing
taking
look
risk.
normal.
They know they're taking risk. Like they know something is wrong. They're afraid. Yeah, but they're taking risk, kind of like, oh yeah. Let's, so they're just taking risk. They
Let's
know
hurry
something
up,
is
put this
wrong.
man in. Hurry up, push at me, I beg. Make you wahala. The money don't pay, make it not go take am back. Chai, Nigeria people, they funny. This money, this dollar, rush for dollar. All this, hey, God is merciful. He's very merciful. If you know Nigeria, Nigeria go don't cancel for a record, say, because this guy stubborn generation, sef. Anything that they take risk, they don't want grow. Oh, Jesus.
Did you see how Nigerians are doing money ritual on social media? Huh? What kind of
God.
What kind of a country is that?
It's very painful.
What kind of a country is that?
Very, very painful.
That tells you or shows you how the level of poverty. I was reading on Facebook. They said a 14-year-old boy.
Yeah, I read that one too.
Is it her mom or is it his mom or his dad for
his
money
mom
ritual?
now? His mom.
His mom.
Money
Okay.
ritual, yeah.
I saw it on Facebook. Okay, what kind of a country is that? A 14-year.
There's one that uses friend now.
A 14. What was going on?
It's all over that one.
Evil upon evil. This is why this is why when I take it up with churches and mosques now, they will say, you understand?
All those one, they don't have a role playing in anybody's life. They just they shout every Sunday.
If the church, if what you're preaching, what you're teaching is not reflecting on your members.
Don't you see how Nigerian churches in America and Europe, don't you see how they behave? They behave well now. they not fit try that nonsense that they do now for America or England. They want go jail. Why the other one, Oshimolowo?
Every street in Nigeria has a church and a mosque. Yet there's so much evil in the society. What's going on?
You know that Oshimolowo that left England is now an estate, is building a gigantic estate in Lagos, Lekki side now.
Oshimolowo.
And it's into estate development now. Go on your YouTube, you see I'm there now. Where we wear jeans and cowboy cap, they talk rubbish from mouth. He won't build the estate like Lekki for inside Lekki. If you look at the architecture, fear go even catch you. He's opening his mouth, talking rubbish for everywhere. People go dey jam say na, hey, na my pastor. See your pastor guy, man. You don't go dey build estate. Don't use your money, carry and come Nigeria, they build estate. You dey for England, they talk rubbish. Now his son, now he don't hand over to now. It don't ordain in some may continue with the establishment. And people will sit down there be shouting, clapping their hand. I don't even understand. If you be Christian, not me say will be mumu now.
I thought Christianity is supposed to show in our character. Islam supposed to show in our character.
Do you know
Why
that
is it not reflecting? Why is it not reflecting what we do? Why?
It cannot reflect.
Why?
How do you expect it to reflect? Reflect for who? Why go reflect?
This money now, guys are looking for people to scam all across Nigeria.
Everywhere.
This money.
Why will it reflect? Do we have the country?
How?
It is just because of our what do I call it? We are so docile. We have been docile, and inside our being docile, they took advantage for a very long time. It is we that woke the people up now. It is we that woke the people up. They were docile. Do you think all the thing that happens in Nigeria, I think they found it themselves? They were docile now, sleeping. You know, when somebody sleep, they snore. That was what was happening in Nigeria. People, before you know it, these people have taken over everything. They're so docile that we can't even see anything wrong. Even when your brother steals the national wealth, you don't see anything wrong in it. Everybody celebrate stealing, celebrate looters. We're so docile. So when we rally around, see the way they are docile, we rally around. That was when they started waking up. That was when the awareness came up. And we are going to continue till Jesus Christ come. It must change, whether they like it or not.
It's our country. We have to see how we can change.
We must change jam. If you like, may they carry blind man come for that power. We go buy time. PO must get that in this. If they like, may they do anything. We are not giving up.
We have to see how we can change the system.
We are not giving up. And mark me, I want, Nigerians, we are not excluded. Majority of Nigerians, I don't know whether we do the shack. They forget. You see this thing when they happen today. Let's say, for instance, now, say PO, they not give up. This thing will happen so in 4 years' time, we go forget them.
Yes.
We go forget and journey continue. We will forget it.
You know why? Is the level of poverty that inflated in the society. So everybody is just strong. Do you know what it means for a man to wake up in a day and doesn't even know what to give the food that the kids will eat that very day? He doesn't. He had no idea where that food is going to come from.
It is just unfortunate.
You know what it means? It simply means that the citizens have been programmed to think on daily basis on what to eat. Do you think of what to eat every day in the United States or wherever country you are? You don't think of you don't think of those things.
Yeah. You don't walk, you don't touch. You mostly take wine, drink wine, sleep off. You drink wine, sleep off, enjoy yourself, wake up, there's the good chop burger. Not be burger level, they do every time. Hurry.
Since I left school till now, I only sleep 4 hours in 24 hours every day.
I say I beg for vacation, so I not be go.
Since I left school, I sleep for 4 hours every day, just 4 hours. 4 hours every day. Please, 20 hours I'm up. 20 hours every day I'm up.
Man, wow, this Nigeria don't budget. This guy will know well at all. To work ourselves na problem. Nigeria funny. The guy no fit work out. The guy went to the Blair, go meet him. If you see how he just the work out, they look the person waiting for front. I'm not sure it be like say they sleep waka. It's
He
just
may
the waka
not
they
be,
look
he
like
may
this.
not be able to recognize people.
He can't see. Not be say maybe no. He can't.
It's an
He
old
will
man
just
now.
go. He go just go. He go just dey come. He go dey shake the come like saying a wave. When he don't reach there, come start. You know, see Tony Blair they look at with that a long face like this thing. Tony Blair just they look at, they laugh. If they come, they see that woman when they approach her. He just they look at man. He just stand, open my down, they look at the top. He walk out again. I say we don't enter round one chance. This one a heavy one chance. Now Nigeria enter so heavy one.
Take one for that matter.
80-something years old man.
He's mentally deranged. He an old person. You know when person don't reach some age now, the
He
brain
don't
not dey
old
normal again.
finish.
Not old. Tinubu is old man. I wonder why the program they say they post some they come all because of their own. You don't understand. We don't need this kind of people. We need
And
vibrant.
the wife is so wicked that my God.
No, she wants to be first lady.
This is
She
greed.
wants to be
This is
first
greed.
lady.
This one are greed. If
At
you
the
were to be
expense of the
100
health of your
Americans,
husband.
he will withdraw. Because of your health, he will withdraw. But Nigerians, no. They go they package jam. They package Tinubu, they package jam. Just as common, they package jam. They don't say something. How is he going to do? They say you have team. Which team? A team of people who come together and present this one as the president of the country.
Can you imagine the disgrace he gave us in Chatham House?
What kind of smart team is that?
No, look, you go
take kind of person.
Which team which smart team did he have that Buhari did not assemble? It's not the same team that were working for Buhari. It's not the same team
now.
So what are they talking about?
No, it's Chatham House now. Chatham House team. You say defense. You answer the defense. You answer it. I'll give it to him. He can answer it.
Because we have no clue. We have no clue. We have no idea.
You ask him about economy. Go to Kola. I will call Kola to answer that question. It's part of the team. He's an expert. Now go come talk. Go say after I don't talk, he go sit down. They go ask some economy problem. Kashimo, come and answer that question. He will answer the question for you. Oh boy, this Nari Emperor. Now we put there so. Emperor. You know they fear anybody. He just they waka like one small god. Like Tony Blair just they follow. Now that picture that make me laugh. If see the way I laugh, Tony Blair just they follow about they laugh. This will be devil. Devil they learn from them.
It's only Nigeria things like this will happen.
Devil they learn from them.
Because the people are quiet. The people are quiet. Only Nigeria don't pay happen.
This guy now teach me that language. Where they call her that Urubu man. He's a come where they do comedy. He said devil will just start to learn from Nigeria. He said Parara. He said devil said they fear Nigerian. He said una war so. Now small thing I teach you now. Now don't carry and go on that level. I don't believe my eyes when I see Tony Blair with this man. Hey God. Even my grandmother will be 107. This man hold passer for face.
Are you even sure that it's not the accusation of the way Nigerians accuse Satan? Are you sure this is not the repercussion? Because the devil would have said, "I'm not devil. I have not been there."
Devil get mouth. Devil get mouth when Nigeria politician the devil where they say go sit down one place. You don't know how to do work. Come learn. Devil they learn for the house now. You know the secret they happen. Nigeria. Now don't pay for now.
Do you remember in my state where a young boy entered planes and tire? Is he airbox tire thought it was
Where
flying
go
to
hide
Europe.
for where the leg dey. Was that the engine? Now I say Nigeria they learn. They teach
Nigeria,
people.
believe me.
Nigeria they teach people. They teach devil how to do bad thing. These people. If you see Nigeria fear, if you see Nigeria they waka follow devil waka run comot.
When
If
they
not,
asked the guy, he said he thought that the plane was going to Europe.
Nigeria, now laughing matter, like we get laughing matter. In this country, people laugh fall for ground. Chineke.
You
See
see,
something
this my friend that I said is in Abuja. He said anytime God and Jesus Christ and angels wants to laugh, they'll just open the window of Nigeria.
we don't they laugh now because in a laughing matter, and I don't know. See the devil where I create, you know, even do this one pass. Even see, you know Ramsey of Egypt, the king of Pharaoh, where whole Israelite. If they learn from Nigeria politician handle. This one,
anytime
they're not gonna leave
God wants to have
Nigeria
a
like
nice time in heaven, and angels, we just call angel Gabriel. Please open Nigeria
old
window.
man, old man go old. Nigeria old man of 70-something years. He go hold iPhone Max 2. He go dey press am like this. Tell me what they press when you know for that phone. Tell me what they press.
Tinubu's daughter is I think 65 years. Why Tinubu is
These people, they lie past devil.
Tinubu's daughter 65 years.
You gonna see age. You gonna see age for television.
This is a big problem. Oh,
I say you gonna see. You gonna see age.
I mean, like see you. They're doing it.
You gonna see her. You go see her for paper. Say he's 90 years old. He go say no, not be 90. I'll be 70. See him there. That's 90. They write for paper. He go say no, this not 90. Now it's 70. They use your glass. Oh my God, Nigeria. Oh my God. It is. We are no longer a fraud country again.
How did we get here?
People know they call us fraud country. They'll say if you want to learn, go Nigeria, they'll teach you. They'll just open one page. You go become giant. Now this we don't enter on that stage now. Close constitution and put anybody for power. Now so now, close eye look. No open eye, you close the two eye. So if you open eye, you pluck one come out. All these people, these Nigeria people, they're wicked die. All of them. They don't want anything for themselves. They want to kill everybody. If they get chance, kill everybody, take the country. Go, they'll carry and go.
I'm watching as in. Are you saying that truly you will swear in Tinubu with this?
They don't they march now. They don't they march now. They don't they carry flag. They march. All of them they march like zombie. They don't they enter now. They don't they enter. Make they march finish. When I don't march finish, if they put one glass house specially for Amo.
Okay.
Nigeria, they would they learn. If he go learn tire, I ain't go run. Say he go say no, they attend class again. Devil, who you be for this Nigeria front? Where they celebrate evil. They do devil, they do birthday for devil, birthday. This Nigeria is so. This position. They do birthday for devil.
What is the problem?
Nobody they think right again.
What is left. The problem?
You go talk through here. You know they see, don't you see in our diaspora? You be saying the problem, they'll say not be the problem be that. Say na mindset be the problem. Which dirty mindset? When your foundation is already gone. We are telling you that to reset the foundation, that is what we need to do to get things right. If the foundation is not done, a dog cannot give a birth to a human being now. It's not possible. That is what we are saying. A cow cannot give birth to a dog. It will give birth to a cow. You cannot eat your cake and have it. We say it all the time, but we cannot keep on pretending. Our pretending for more than 40 years has gotten us to this stage where constitution can be closed. close for someone who did not even get 25% of the requirement in a state, in a federal capital territory that will determine where you stay.
They swear him it's a state capture. It means
You did not even get 1/10 in the 24 states.
Nigeria state has been officially captured today.
You only won 8 states, which means that there should be a rerun. If you say you win 8 states and we go look and say you don't win 8 states, you should be disqualified. And those that won 8 states, you should organize a rerun for them. Because nobody made who made 25% in the, if you want to follow the constitution now. Who meet them? Confusion everywhere. Carry invest the whole of our power, give INEC. INEC will determine who will be president.
This same constitution that is written in English, not in Edo language.
No, we are not learned now. Let the learned people interpret that.
Not in, it's written, and he said, and, which is mandatory, and. So I don't know English anymore. So I will need a judge to interpret and for me. I will need a judge to interpret and.
To God be the glory.
Huh?
To God be the glory. Let them suspend this constitution. Make one person come tell me, say, we cannot write the constitution again. Who is going to suspend the constitution? You blind? You don't see how they can suspend. If Buhari fit do like this, that means anybody can suspend the constitution, and nobody could do anything. Nobody could do anything.
You're saying that it means that if we let this stay, let me tell you, the anarchy that politicians will use this nonsense that has happened to create in the country, you will not believe it.
They don't care again now. If this one go through, they don't care again now.
So, which means
you are not lying. You are not lying.
We're not going to let it stay. Do you understand?
It can't
We're
stay.
not going to let it stay. If we let it stay, my brother,
it will be the order of the day.
Yes, I'm telling you the truth.
It will be the order of the day. They don't buy more to give her now. They don't buy more to give her. They don't come. They don't buy more to give her. Nigeria politician. Everybody will come and come and tell me, say, oh, democracy. With democracy waiting. Na chop winch. Democracy. For who? Demo waiting. You better go and sit down somewhere and say democracy.
It's a sad thing.
Nigerian politician. Democracy. You see devil, follow devil. Leave demo. Everybody go to carry cap for face. Carry agbada wear. You tell them what to do, they go say they not do anything. Police go to guide them. Nah, man. Oh wow. God is so merciful.
I always tell people God has left.
Chief Justice don't land though. Chief Justice don't land though.
He's the one to swear in now.
He don't land. I want judge again. Sure. Devil. He don't land now. He don't do waka go. He won't go swear in me, Papa. They don't hold. They guide down because I'm the only person. If he die now, I not go swear him again. If he peck now for ground, now say no be waka, he fall down. It don't happen.
Let me tell you, as bad as some of Nigerians are, if he dies there now, they'll still package him and swear.
They will bring assistance immediately, swear him. He go do him by force.
You don't know Nigerians. They'll still package him, and somebody will stand inside his agbada and hold him, pretend as if he's the one, and they'll still swear him. You don't know those people.
Now, wow. They even fence Oyibo man for gate self. Chineke. No. Disgrace. Africa. They went and do another fence to fence every corner. Chief Justice is gathered with police and every. Hey, the man is very important too.
Leave those things. If begin starts, well, how many police? How many? Leave those things. Those are just exaggeration. They are just trying to.
Wow.
They should just be crazy. They are just crazy people trying to play on people's minds. I mean, for example, it's not somebody like me. They can easily play on my mind like that. Like, bringing in security men everywhere. You are doing all those things because you have access to those things. You are trying to show me that you have access to, weapons. You have access. That's
the way they are guiding that Chief Justice here. It be like somebody be president too.
Yeah, because you never can tell. You never can tell. Another thing, they might also be afraid that even some of the military people that are there might just get angry and give a shot.
Now that me I go like pass. The way they go run now go just they look them. Me I not come on. Because some of them go dey fly fence there. These people, devil better pass them. All of them. Yeah. All of them they do gabu gabu. Well, now they chop the country. Now one chop the country finish. Now go see and chop. Now go chop tie all of them like this. Now so they go carry na kaput everybody. Even na this I don't get everything. The trouble where they come for all of you, eh? The beauty of the thing, it's where that sometimes I look at it, I just get tired. Have they changed the chief of army staff?
I don't know. I don't think.
The guy is not there.
No, I think he's the one to change. If they swear him in, he will now make changes.
The guy is not there. All the service chiefs don't line up. That black man from south.
Oh,
I mean they don't come out time. I talk and say something go happen. They don't remove the guy. They don't put another guy. It's not there. The whole service chiefs they stand. They don't salute. They. All this kind of thing where they do today. Me I want to look the film trick what they want to do. It's very interesting. This answer people. Anybody will see answer no wrong, I don't know. You see snake, kill them first, leave the snake.
Hey, how is everyone? We'll be calling them snake now. Jesus Christ.
We don't know say Nigeria na snake.
You just woke up.
Is that where you are now? They leave you guys for a while. Now people are some parts of the country are snakes. Ouch.
They see Babalawo, they carry their oba, they waka go. Enter the place. All this one they don't know it, all this fake oba full Nigeria. They carry their oba. They go check it. Now they don't let them enter. Now only the oba go waka enter there. They never know this security.
Nigeria is just a crazy country.
It is they make me laugh at times. I just they laugh. You go see this thing what they do so. This thing what they do so. Some people will see carry it on their head. They will forget time. Tomorrow they don't forget. They watch now. Is it not we that are here? They've forgotten. They will not start telling you as if they are the professor of it all. That is the way it is now.
What's going to hurt them? there's a global shortage of foodstuffs, and Nigeria is producing nothing. They should not just worry.
They are used to it now. Why are you complaining? You too go fast, sir. They are used to it now. Are we not used to suffer? Are we not used to hunger? What have you not done to them? Don't you see what the vice president said? What have you not given? What have you not done to them? Tell me, mention it. What have you not done? So which kind of I won't bring? Operation Feed the Nation, Operation Who Tie Your Bet, Operation Do This. At what formula have they not tested? And if you test those things in other countries, it can lead to anything, mayhem. It has been long that the countrymen have been docile now. It is you and I that woke them up. People will be celebrate unconstitutional thing, be celebrating and clapping for evil. Then you come and tell me that you're a professor of political science. Come and be telling me what I know.
My friend just wrote on Facebook, said, we have been moved compulsorily from nothing to vacuum. Welcome to Hobesian state of the nature.
Now, so now, we are in now. Let's see how it's going to last. We are waiting now. Let's see how it's going to last. Did you know when Uganda was being governed by that big man? What did they call him? Say Biami.
Uganda?
Yeah, when it was being governed by Biami.
Yes.
That is how people supported him now. He gave that country hell until one day it was the neighboring country that came in to overthrow him. I forgot that neighboring country. I forgot it. It was the neighboring country. They planned, they propped this stuff and came in and he ran to Saudi Arabia.
Another question I want to ask: why is it that all these people that usually visit Saudi Arabia, they are this very mean?
And now, because that is the kind
I've noticed it. I've noticed it. Even here, United States, they put a very special security.
You know one thing. Let me tell you one thing. You see, they said, when that time they said they should have when they wanted to have during Obasanjo time, they said they wanted to have a security pact with America. Then the then chief of army staff now revoked. He said, no way, no way, no way. He shouts, say it cannot happen. Blah 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 blah. Then they didn't know that they now stopped it. They didn't do anything, so they had their way. But you will see the so-called political scientists. They will come, professor. They will come and tell you that, if you have a security pact with them, they will come and take your sovereignty. Blah blah blah. I just look at them and I will just laugh. Why are we thinking like Asian people in Nigeria?
What security pact are you talking about?
Security pact is just like what they signed with some countries now, that they will sign like what they signed with China. Now China provided security equipment with them. Then they will go on the same training, joint training, like that. It's just there's nothing else there. Like what is entailed in other countries, that you get your military to a standard whereby you can train, you can exchange, Those are the kind of things. But they refused because they wanted nobody to say anything. And still you go to this country, you'll now be seeking for loan. It's just crazy idea that is happening in Nigeria. A top nation that don't want to use technology to upgrade its own military.
Yeah, because they needed to engage in joint exercise. You know,
that was part of the part. Military equipment, joint exercise in the Gulf of Guinea.
Like for example, they can come to the Nigeria Ocean. They can do drilling,
all those
kind of
joint
exercise. You know,
joint exercise with who?
With America.
Yeah, America can do joint.
Why are we see? My problem with doing joint exercise with America is not because it's America just for the sake of it.
No, look at
America
what
has not done Nigeria any good.
Look, there's no country in the world, in the Western world, that have done Nigeria any good. So let us not play that card here.
None of them, that's true.
What we are saying here is that if they give you, if you want to sign, if you want to go into any pact with any country, it must be well done, that will benefit you. That is what we are saying. There's nothing bad.
They are failing to do that. Is the reason you still have Boko Haram
at all.
They are failing to do that. Is the reason you still have a Boko Haram within the Nigeria border, because they don't do joint exercise.
If anything, what is happening is that we are bringing them too close, and they are now able to keep us down.
There is nothing too close. There's nothing too close. If you
why
sign
would you
a
understand that?
Them,
this is what our forefathers did, where we were just welcoming them and taking them.
Look, don't even come with that.
How can you not even learn a lesson from history at all? What is wrong with you?
I don't have any lesson that I've learned. The only lesson Nigeria have learned is the British.
I don't have no lesson I've learned. You just said it yourself.
I have not learned any lesson about this thing. I've gone to my history book and I've researched. It's only Britain.
Oh boy!
People
you want to damn our children to a long period of either conquest
or enslavement. Let me damn our children with them than Britain.
No, maybe your own, but I'm not going to let my own children go, because it looks
that is your own business. You are in England that made you. Your forefathers is
you are dead.
You're making it personal now. Is good. One of the reasons we still have Boko Haram.
You are talking about joint exercise. You are bringing political stuff into it.
No, stop conditioning people. Hold on, I come here. The first one of the person says he's calling fellow Nigerians snakes, but he's talking about us signing an agreement with foreigners.
Do you know why I use that? Do you know why I use that snake? You always bring personal matter. We are qualifying something here.
I'm telling you what you are saying. This is the kind of conditioning our people get to make foreigners look like good people, while our people are devils.
To Niger.
Oh, stop it.
I've called you now. Don't personalize this issue.
Calling you out for what you are doing.
Don't personalize this issue.
Maybe that's why you like to block me all the time, because you don't want our people to wake up. You want to blind our people with the nonsense that you are selling.
You didn't even hear about what we are saying. You didn't even know what we call it.
I know about what you are saying. I know enough for Westwood tells me that
qualifying
when the person you are talking about that fellow Nigerians are snakes, then you are playing Americans.
I am not saying fellow Nigerians are snakes. I am saying politicians in Nigeria. You don't get issues.
I heard
when you want to turn, look, to Niger. Let me tell you one thing. I was trained by one of the best political scientists you have never met before.
Is he God?
Let me tell you one thing. I was tutor. I went for leadership training and I got certified. So you cannot come here and pose yourself and tell me that I should look. Let me tell you one thing.
Somebody with you talking to you is able to call a fellow Nigerian snake, but okay with foreigners that enslaved his forefathers and colonized his land and impoverished his land.
Let me tell you one thing. Our forefathers.
That is somebody you should be listening to.
Let me tell you one thing. Your so-called forefathers did a lot of damage to your existence.
That is why you learn from their mistakes.
Your forefathers sold your brothers to slavery.
That is why you should learn from their mistakes.
My forefathers, I came from Benin, an empire. My forefathers resisted slavery.
Benin people
My
were also
forefathers
into slaves. Stop
resisted
going
slavery.
on.
None of my lineage was sold into slave.
Oh my
So
God.
you
This guy,
get that
I
into
don't know what
yourself.
world you're coming
You
from. They
get that
were
into yourself.
sold. They were
Don't
sold.
tell
You
me.
know
Don't
that
tell
I've
me. You
actually
can't tell me
seen.
about my
Have
history.
you know
You
that
can't tell me
I've
about my
actually
history.
seen a slave manifest? What are you talking
Don't
about?
you look? You can't tell me about my history. I come from a very strong historical background. And when
Clearly,
you come here to say your forefathers, what forefathers? It is your forefathers, it's not mine.
okay, let's be
I had
delusional
history.
about it. So when they were destroying Ovaro when
When I was
this
when
thing,
I
the
was when I
palace,
was
and
when I
taking
was
all the
telling
Benin
you
treasures, how are you even sitting here defending this? How is
when
this
I
so
was
confusing for you?
the person I was describing as snake are politicians, Nigerian politicians,
No,
quote
if you
and
had said
unquote.
that, I would have heard you. But you were describing
That is why I was trying to
Hausas.
tell you you were throwing some word at me. I said
You were
I'm
using the term
using to
Hausas,
qualify.
but it's convenient for you to do that. But when it comes to
I am
foreigners, you're okay with it. This is the condition that I said that I don't like about Nigerians.
let me tell you
They
one thing.
condition our people to think for white people are good for us, but white fellow Nigerians are poison.
To Niger, let me tell you one thing about myself. If you are talking from diaspora, me, I have been in a situation worse than this thing you are talking about. I have gone to prison for Nigeria.
So what does that
my mates, my friends were killed.
All right. Good morning.
So don't come and pull me down here because of am I telling a forum.
Blampata, please. You know the word case forbidden on this platform, please. You know,
Mr. Niger Watch.
You don't use that word. There's no need
I'm not going to use that word, but I want to make a reporting speech.
You just use a word that is prohibited, yes, sir. You should
I am saying I'm sorry.
Yes, please, you know.
When we're talking here, we're talking something, qualifying somebody.
Hold on, please, hold on. I have to change this topic right now. I'm switching this broadcast to a reality. I want to thank every one of you guys have tried. No, especially Blampata. You know they sleep. Kai, this guy trial.
And they wait for the inauguration now.
I was locked out now. I was locked out. Nobody was there to let me in on time. So that was why I waited. Then I went arrested.
So sorry about that, you know. Good morning to every one of you. I'm proud of every one of you. So I'm switching now to inauguration so that other people can come in. Let's face the reality that is happening today. You know, thank you, everybody right there. I appreciate you all. I'm going to post out a new link so that other people can join in for this sad discussion because it's a sad day. You know, so yes, thank you. I appreciate every one of you right there. So let's take it from here. Thank you. I'll switch right now professionally.
You are the pillar that holds my life. You are the pillar that